Have anything in my teeth?
Perfect.
Smile.
Okay. Sorry?
Smile.
Okay.
So I can see your teeth.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller series here in Cyprus. I'm Lulu Yang. I'm here with the voice of Triton, Randy and Ali. Hello, guys.
Hey,
You
good
guys
morning.
look amazing today.
Well, considering I only got a couple of hours of
yeah,
sleep.
especially in these Triton hoodies. Did you go to the beach or enjoy the pool or spa these days?
Well, obviously we went to the store. This is where we went for sure, which is here. So many people have visited. They're already cleaned out practically. But of course, for those of you looking for Triton merchandise, don't forget that you can go online. Everything that you see here is available. And in all likelihood, your sizes will be available as well. This morning, I did not get a chance to go down to the pool or the spa. What about you, Randy?
No, I did not. I tried to lift some weights, and I was like, a couple minutes after, I was like, I'm done with this. Back to commentary.
You gave up early. Okay.
So yesterday we have crowned our first title of this series, Patrick Antonius winning the first event, which is 25K 8 max event, and we also we also have this new bracelet from Shambhala.
Yes,
so as you guys were commentating all day for the 25K, how about give us some review about the final table?
Yeah, let's do that. We've got a clip that we've put together for you. Of course, ninth place, it was Santi Zhang who busted out at the final table, or prior to the final table. Once he did, then we were set, and it was Seth Davies who would be finishing in 8th place. He took an ace-4 suited up against Fadi Mustafov, and Fadi's pocket sixes would ultimately turn into a full house after Davies flopped a 4. And it's nice to see Seth in the money. Obviously, Madrid is where he broke the seal. He took down $109,000 as Mustafov took on all of his chips. And then it was Patrick Antonius who claimed a pelt as he went up against KT, Kanapong Tanaratakul, and his pocket fives were able to hold against the king-queen of KT, which was unable to connect with the flop, turn, or the river. And Patrick would send KT home with $145,000 for a 7th place effort. Then he would turn his attention to Vyacheslav Boldigin, who took a king-jack up against an ace-queen. The turn did give Boldigin plenty of outs in the form of a spade or 7 or queen. King would have worked as well, but the river ran out clean, and Boldigin would take home $190,000 for 6th place as Patrick would take on his chips. And then Mustafov got back to work with pocket kings up against the ace-queen of Ebony Kenny. Ebony, of course, spun up a massive stack in this event, securing her place at the final table, and her big bright smile would be dispatched in 5th place as she picked up $240,000 in the biggest ever buy-in tournament that she'd ever played. She, of course, will be a part of the Coin Rivet Invitational with Phil Nagy as her businessman partner. Then it was the turn of Danny Tang, who took on the commentary duties, talking right into the mic after flopping an open-ender on the Jack-10 deuce board. Turn was clean, and you saw there Fadi Mustafov could hardly look as he had 10s and the nut flush draw. They would hold all the way down, and Danny would be denied a title yet again, taking home $300,000. 3 players were left. Steve O'Dwyer found himself eventually all in with a king-6 up against a7. He outflopped Patrick Antonius, but then the turn put that big 7 of diamonds out there, and Patrick assumed the lead, which he would not relinquish. And Steve, always calm, cool, and classy. A pro's pro. With a handshake, a fist bump, and a back pocket full of $362,000 for that bronze medal finish. Then it was heads up between Fadi and Patrick. And Fadi limped 2 jacks, looking to set the trap, but the trapper became the trappee on the 3-4-5 board as Antonius would flop the joint. Check raised Mustafov, who then jammed, understandably, with the overpair and the flush draw, a snap from Patrick, and they played a massive pot where Fadi needed improvement. Unfortunately for him, it didn't come on the turn, though the 3 meant he could hit a 3 or a jack as well. In the end, though, it was the turn of Patrick Antonius, who would be our eventual Event 1 champion, taking home $825,000. And as Lulu, you mentioned, that beautiful Shambhala winner's bracelet. And I do want to bring you in, Randy, because it may seem like it was smooth sailing from the video there, but as you know, it was anything but for Patrick to take down that first title of this series.
It was a very tough final table for Patrick. Patrick would run up a stack and then lose a lot of all-ins, trying to just pounce on his opponents. He did lose the chip lead many times throughout this final table. But there was a very key hand, 3-handed. Mustafa Fadi, he opened the button. We got defense from Patrick Antonius with Jack Deuce of Hearts, and it came 7-6 Deuce. And he check called the flop. He's got bottom pair. Turn was a queen. He turns a backdoor flush draw with his Jack Deuce. Another bet, another call, but it was a tank call on a turn. And the river card came the ace, and Patrick checked one more time, got put all in pretty quickly, and Patrick burned through all of his time banks, okay? This was a 10-minute hand.
With just a pair of deuces.
With just a pair of deuces.
Bottom pair.
Bottom pair. We don't really need to talk about kickers, but it was a jack kicker. 7-6 deuce, queen ace, tanked. And he was strained. He knew he wanted to call, and he looked at his hand. He started chuckling like, I've just got a deuce. Made the call, and that was the turning point. Like, from there on, it was just smooth sailing, crushed it. It was like...
Fadi had no pair.
No pair, just 10-8 high, and it's just so amazing because Patrick, some people, they win the tournament, they get a little bit lucky, but Patrick fought hard. He lost a lot of all-ins, and he really did deserve to win his title, and his first title.
Moments like that, honestly, are the type that help you realize just what kind of level the guys who are out here are playing on. I mean, truly, some of the best poker worldwide is on display. People from all over the world bringing some different styles, some different approaches, and it's such a treat, certainly for us, and obviously we hope for those of you at home who are streaming along with us, to bear witness. I mean, a spot like the one that you just described, who on earth rips through all of their time banks at a final table with bottom pair in that spot, and then ultimately ends up making the call after chuckling and going, how did I get here? And he's right up against Fadi, and clearly that was the turning point. Though, obviously, if Mustafov hits the heart, the 3, or the jack on the river in that pot where he was all in at the very end, we may be having a different conversation. But nevertheless, well-deserved for Patrick Antonius. Obviously, he's been at it a very long time, and a pleasant addition to our field.
And that was the first Triton ever trophy for Patrick Antonius. It's very hard to win it. But when he takes his first title, some people who has never and always bust like second, third, such as Danny Tang, and he was the fourth from the first event. What do you think about Danny?
I mean, when there are winners, there are losers, right? I mean, that's not necessarily a fair way to describe a fourth-place finish for a guy like Danny Tang, but during yesterday's coverage between Brian Rast and I, we caught that, was it Nick Petrangelo has yet to cash in a Triton event. Pretty unbelievable, given that he dates all the way back to Jeju 2018, I believe, maybe 2019, but certainly has played several events. Seth Davies knows what it's like to go through a cold streak. And the reason that I bring it up is because Danny falls into that class of player that when you think about how well he is capable of navigating these deep stages of these tournaments, but pretty much any stage, you would assume that the results would be there. But let's not forget a guy like Paul Poix, who played more events than anybody out there, didn't pick up his first title until Madrid. And hopefully that serves as a little bit of inspiration for a guy like Danny Tang. Patience is virtue, and as long as you can make these deep finishes, Lulu, like you said, he has seconds, he has thirds, he now has this fourth-place finish, you can at least financially continue to support the idea that you're out here and you're playing. But Randy, you've been a professional player yourself for a long time. Those dry spells can really creep into your head and be psychologically taxing.
I certainly agree. I myself went to a bunch of live tournaments. I'm like playing 5Ks and 10Ks, zero cashes for a long time. Then I finally went to Macau, and I just shipped it the first time I went to Asia. It's just meant to be. The time will come for Danny. I know he was very close to Madrid. He Makita ended up getting his 4th title. He had him like 8-1 heads up. Couldn't even take him out. But you know what? Maybe Cyprus is the one. He's just seems like a nice spot.
Maybe. Who knows? We have several events still remaining. And obviously there's a little bit of beginner's luck out there too, Lulu.
Yeah, well, for me, that I'll always enjoy the perform from Ebony, because she was like a very rare females who are attending, participating in Triton events, and she was doing very well. She was like leading for like 2 levels in the day 1, and then she was chip leader again to join the final table. But well, unfortunately, she was like 5th, right?
She spun up a really big stack in event number 2 as well, for those that might have missed it. And suddenly we started thinking to ourselves, is this going to be the Ebony Kenny show here right off the top of this series? Unfortunately, she was unable to cash. But really, Ebony, I think, embodies what is emerging as a bit of a storyline here. We keep harping on it, but it's so exciting to see fresh blood, not just for us in the commentary booth and hopefully those of you at home, but for the actual regulars to the Triton series as well, because now they're jogging parts of their brain that they haven't for a while. They've been calling upon history with one another, kind of a lot of repetition, and suddenly it's, I don't have any information on this player. And that allows somebody like Ebony, by the way, to come in, benefit from some of the, need of players to play some pots against them, call them down a little bit, figure out what's their baseline, profile the opposition. But as we get deeper into the series and the players get more reps, then the task may become a little bit more difficult for the newcomers like Ebony.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, she's just been playing so great. And I was looking at the app and just checking, like, wow, she's chip leader again. This is amazing. Didn't make it to the end of this day 2, but there's more tournaments to come.
Yeah, and by the way, she would have been far and away the chip leader had she managed to hold, having flopped 6s full of jacks on a 6-jack-jack board, 3-way pot. She was up against a king-high flush draw, an ace-jack for Stephen Chidwick, but Chidwick had the ace on the turn, and Ebony just check called, and then on the river got put in, and it was such a disgusting spot. It would have been such a tough fold. Nobody can really blame her. That's where she lost the bulk of her chips and ultimately was unable to cash in event number 2.
Yeah, well, that's about all what happened from event 1 from yesterday. And now let's turn our attention back to day 2 of the 30K 6 Max event. After a long day, the bubble finally comes out at 2 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
After with Peter out, took his king-queen up against ace-4 of Alex Keating. So this left the remaining 17 players guaranteed for 58K, and everyone definitely wants to win the first prize with like 930K. So let's take a look at the leaderboard for today.
Yeah, let's do it. Randy, obviously, you know as well as I do, the Triton Poker Plus app is where we feast our eyes on those sorts of things. We have 3 tables remaining right now in the 6 Max event. And you see it is Viktor Kudanov, another one of these Triton first-timers, along with Malika Razavi in the top 2 slots in chips. And Malika really has been taking this event by storm. She had a savagely aggressive play that she made against Sam Greenwood late in yesterday's action, where he folded middle pair, and she just had complete air. So very much looking forward to her being out there. Then you got a guy like Fedor Holtz, who retired, came back, obviously understands the high-stakes circuits better than anybody. And as you're looking out here at these bigger stacks and scrolling all the way down into the shortest of stacks out there, which belongs to Greenwood on the inside of the bubble, we should see a lot of people bust fairly quickly here, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we definitely will. And, as I'm looking at this list, some names are popping out. Jason Kuhn going for a 5th title here? Is that possible?
I mean, obviously it's possible. Anytime Jason Kuhn has a little bit of a stack to work with, but he only does have 13 bigs, and I do feel that kind of that 10 big and below, we're going to see a lot of jams. Who knows whether or not we see a lot of spins as well, but if a guy like Jason can manage to get a double early here, he knows how to operate off of any stack depth, but that's when he can actually loosen his collar and go to work without feeling as though he needs to hold or take any unnecessary risks. And of course, we're going to have a couple of featured tables, Randy. There is the first of them where Sam Greenwood, the shortest of stacks, is out there, but then you have those 2 big stacks of Fedor and Razavi. Espen Jorstad, the defending World Series of Poker main event champion, also featured at that particular table. And then let's get a look at table number 2, where we find Jason Kuhn, Paul Poix, first-timers, and Alex Keating and Ignacio Chavero, and then Yuri Zivalevsky, who's got 24 bigs. A little bit less depth in terms of stacks at that table as opposed to some of the others. And we're just moments away from getting underway.
Yeah,
Lulu.
why don't we just go join the second final table of this series?
Yeah, let's do it, guys. And there is one of our featured tables, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, pleased to be bringing you coverage of day 2 of event 2, where the bubble burst late last night. And you see blue, red, and black tables, 3 of them in total. Overall chip leader Viktor Kudinov, not part of our feature tables to start, but we will get a look at Malika Razavi, who's got 70 bigs at the blue table. Ignacio Chavero, though, with 33 bigs, represents the biggest of stacks at the red table. And Randy, you and I touched on it. Not a lot of deep stacks.
We're doing it. It just happens.
Does
quick,
present a little bit of a challenge in terms of being able to maybe get the spins that you're
man.
looking
I'm gonna
for.
pass.
Yeah, but the good news is we're in the money now, so we know we can take that risk. We don't have to just kind of fold down anymore. Just try and chip up. Hopefully no one wakes up a hand, but you know, there's always a chance in Nolan hold on if you do get it in.
And the chip leader at this specific table, Chavero, takes a pass as you get a look at Alex Keating.
Alex Keating's first Triton, I'm pretty sure.
Indeed.
Yep.
Same story for Zivalevsky, although as much of Yuri as we saw over the summer at the World Series of Poker with so many deep runs and final tables, feels like it's not his first Triton. And he gives Yuri a walk by reaching out and folding his hand for him.
Been better if you did that and raised.
I love this mustache.
No, Yuri has perhaps the keenest sense of style of anybody out there. Yesterday it was Super Mario Brothers chic. He looked like Luigi in the plumber outfit.
Okay.
But such a nice guy, well respected by the community, and rightfully so. And respected by Alex Keating there, out of the small blind. 10-5 offsuit, obviously not quite enough for
Just be a little careful.
Alex.
Yeah.
If you lift it like that,
Now an ace-jack. Very much enough for Paul Pua, the founder of the Triton series.
Yeah,
We
he's
call him boss.
boss man. He's hungry though, because you know yesterday he started the day as a chip leader and went out first. So that was very disappointing for him. So hopefully he can maybe spin this one up. Ace jack, just rip it in. Keep it simple. We're playing 6 max, so while he was first to act, it's not as early of a position as normal. So
680.
definitely
I
seems
didn't realize that he shoved.
fine and not over excessive at all.
14 bigs with the blinds at 25, 50,000 and the 50K ante. Now Yuri Zivalevsky's going to wake up with 2 black queens in the small blind. And he does have Paul covered.
1 ace dead, as you can see from Jason Kuhn. These start of day 2s have been terrible for Paul so far, but can still maybe spike something.
All in. All in. Okay, it's gotta be big. It's gotta be really big. That ain't it. Nope.
Feels like Jason may have squeezed the 7 before he squeezed the ace. As tells Paul good luck. Does not tell him, however, that he folded an ace. Want to let a man hope. And that hope begins to flicker as the 10 high board heavily favoring Zivalevsky here. Turn card doesn't present any added hope. It's just a pure 2 outer on the river, not there. And Paul Pua picks up yet another cash to add to his career total of 22 cashes and 14.7 million in Triton earnings. Obviously had higher hopes. $58,000 was the 17th place payout. Same story for 16th, by the way.
Very small pay jump next, so the key factor was getting into the money and then now kind of shooting for that final table where pay jumps are
$2,900
massive.
pay jump here, boys. Think hard.
Jason zeroing in on it right away.
Yeah, we're
Unlikely to create any ICM considerations.
on the same page. Don't worry, if I'm at the table, I'm going for that extra 20, little extra rebate. Get some more merchandise for the whole family. Jason Kuhn, short of the A6.
530,000. I'm all in.
Easiest jam he's ever done.
And on the other side
All
of
we
it, a
needed
fairly
to see, right?
easy fold for Chavero.
It was better than the one that you shoved over his
Is it
open.
better?
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Oh. Hi, Ted.
Hey,
Hello.
what's up, bro?
You pay, not me. We got a deal.
It doesn't come just because I asked.
Looks like a little table rebalancing happening after Paul's departure.
Have you seen these jerseys that they've custom made for the players?
Yeah, it looks like Sam Greenwood's got one on as well. Now, are they individually custom made?
Individually custom made. I asked about it. Yeah.
Okay, so you can choose whatever number you want on the back, whatever last name you want on the back.
Well, I mean, I don't know about any last name. Your last name would make more sense.
Okay, so is it just your last name and any number?
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty
Okay,
much.
all right.
Custom made. Any hand.
Oh,
you
any
need.
hand.
I mean,
That's what it
numbers
is.
can be hands,
Sure,
like
sure.
pocket eights.
And Malika's got a couple of red eights here off of that second biggest overall stack, which apparently has slid into the chip lead in just the short time that today's action has been going. So she will leverage that chip lead, raising to 130,000 in front of Fedor's King Jack.
Now these two are playing some deep stacks. Fedor could 3-bet, could call. But you know, you can tell me Malika's got game, so you gotta be careful making some moves against her.
Obviously, Fedor's had an opportunity to play alongside her for a while now. And note that as he 3-bets her to 390,000, his focus is not on Malika, but rather on the players behind him.
Yeah, that's a key point. You know, you want to know what kind of stacks are behind you. If they're short and they shove, you're forced to call a shove anyway, so you can't be just doing like pure garbage. See, wow, it's just 70,000 chips for your stead. He's 10. So the fact that he's 3-betting is supposed to scream strength just because of all these forced all-ins behind him. That's likely to happen. So in theory would get him a little bit more folds.
Espen Jorstad has decided now is the time to get all in from the small blind, given that he will be able to triple up plus. Obviously, the ace-10 doesn't love having to get it in there in the face of a 3-better. Fedor's attention turns back to Malika, and she says call here, so we're going to be playing a side pot between Malika and Fedor, as Jorstad will be all in for the main. Just a little cafe au lait to start the day there for Espen.
I mean, he's planning to stay.
Right. You don't caffeinate if you're able to go back and take a nap.
It's a new trick. I'm going to use that.
Look at all the superstition that goes into making sure you don't get knocked out of these events.
People, they joke about it, but I think they really believe it.
Well,
I do.
There do seem to be certain things that hold true, but obviously there's some confirmation bias going into that. As the accounting is completed, Espen goes back to the tea or the coffee or whatever he's working with there. His ace-10 does draw very live against the 8s and the king-jack.
So it is important that the side pot's pretty sizable here, so it's not one of those spots where they just check it down.
Yeah, 290K each into the side.
Enough,
580 total.
yeah, there's
and it
enough in the
comes-
side to kind of like fight for, like kind of bet and bluff.
Comes Queen Jack 4 with a couple of hearts. Gut shot straight drawn backdoor hearts for Jorstad, who awaits the main as Malika checks over to Fedor, who has the best hand now with middle pair.
A lot of times you'll see people play a little bit slow with the king jack middle pair. It's got good showdown, but it's not one of those hands you want to get multi-barrels in. Unless Fedor wants to keep their aggression and not make things tricky, he might opt for a small bet, but you do see a lot of checks often.
And as you suspected, Fedor does check back and turns back his attention to Malika, who was kind of dressing him down there on the flop, and this 9 of hearts now produces a flush draw for all 3 players. Additionally, for Malika, she's got the gut shot straight draw. Of course, we know the 10 would be no good for her.
Yeah, Malika's right now thinking about that side pot. She does think there's a good chance she's up against like an ace-king. Then she's trying to draw that, check those hearts, both red. I think I would like to just try and get a free card on both players.
Look at all those outs for Jorstad.
Yeah, he's sitting there just hoping. These two are fighting for the side. Fedor tends to take his time on these spots. Very calculated.
Checks back once more, and now the 10 on the river gives both Malika and Holes straights. Fortunately, of course, for Espen. His 10s are cooked, and he is a dead man walking.
So now he's got the king high straight. Of course, worthy of a value bet. Hoping for some crying calls. Guess the question is what size? He knows Malika can't have ace king, so it could come into play on sizing. You either kind of bet small, hoping to get called by like some kind of 2 pair, or you just blast it, just trying to maybe move your opponent off of a chop potentially. He's going to go very, very small, as expected, just hoping for any kind of crying call. And she's got, you know, a decent hand. It is a straight still.
And as played, it's not necessarily a given that Holes is going to show her a king on the river here. So she does pay off, and that'll be the end of the road.
Okay, all right. I just love ace 10 off. I can't help myself. God damn. All right.
For Espen Jorstad.
Ace king.
GG.
That's the small ball.
And he will say goodbye to the field, finishing in 16th place for $58,000. And as Jason Kuhn pointed out, a nice $2,900 pay jump has been realized, as we have lost 2 players here in the early going. Producer James advising us that Espen went directly to the Triton store with his payout and put some of the cash to work right away.
He just bought it up.
I need to actually wake up.
Could you please
Think, because I'm thinking like,
So with that pot, Fedor Holtz moves up to 4 million chips. Clear chip lead now. It's very scary. The guy who retires comes back and just crushing here over in Triton, Cyprus. You never retire from poker officially, do you? You always come back someday.
It does sort of never lose its grip on you, right?
Mhm.
I've thought about that kind of inability to stay away forever for a lot of people, and I think it has to do with just how engaging it is, right? And never gets too monotonous. There always seems to be something new around the corner that you can experience, no matter how many hands you've played. And we see Holds here jamming into the players behind him. Obviously, the effective stack depths are much leaner than the 4 million that he's sticking out there. Greenwood into the muck. Nicholas Schweedy also folding along with the big of Artur Martirosyan. So back-to-back pots for Fedor. And he's one of those guys, Randy, he will not let up. Just keeps his foot right on your throat, doesn't he?
I mean, this is how you ship tournaments. You know, if you don't just keep the foot on the pedal, you know, you cruise to like 5th and 6th, and you want to just go for it. And sure, you're going to bust out earlier occasionally, but when we look at payouts and they're very top-heavy, I'm telling you, those wins are going to outweigh those kind of more middling finishes.
Yeah. Obviously, the exchange, the trade-off, is that sometimes you don't end up with that middle finish. You end up being one of the earlier bust-outs.
Yeah.
When you approach things the way that you do, higher variance, but some people just like to go for the win, and Fedor is certainly among them, as he has ace-9 this time, raises again, and everybody is sort of aware now that he has got the clear overall chip lead, let alone the massive lead here at this feature table, so there could be some speediness assigned to these opens at some point.
Yeah, Fedor, and you can see this time, even though he's got a better hand, but he's actually raising smaller, but it's mainly because there's our players in the hand that have big stacks, so you can't just open jam anymore. The previous hand, he was jamming into 10 and 4 and 5 big blinds, roughly.
I do want to issue a correction, by the way, because we assumed that Espen Jorstad's finish was in 16th behind Paul Puel, but actually Pedro Garignani at one of the outer tables busted prior to Espen, so he was the 16th place finisher for 58,000. Espen would finish in 15th for 60,900.
Right? Like, why did he go to the store? Because he pocketed that extra 29.
The 2,900,
he wasn't
yeah.
going there if he got 16th place.
And this early development here at this table is also really bad for Malika Razavi.
After losing that pot, I know she lost some chips in that pot, but it's actually key because of the positions. Fedor's got position.
Correct.
And he is going to be relentless. He was already relentless there with the King Jack. So it's actually quite annoying. But, you know, if we get a couple more bust outs soon, we're going to get a 2-table redraw. Maybe, you know, you get a better seat. Who knows? You know, if we get another bust out, these guys can get some more pay jumps. So it's actually pretty intense for these micro stacks here. Queen 8. Chuti. So you want to go for it? Queen 8 offsuit. If he gets to the big line, you know, the Queen 8 is above average. Doesn't want to wait around. He's gonna use some time. It's probably, maybe it is coming across his mind that, you know, there is a little pay jump. I mean, $6,000 roughly, 5,500. Looks like he's gonna put most of his chips in there. Gonna go for it.
Leaving a little bit back just in case of a massive collision behind him, and it's not going to be a massive collision, but it's going to be a massive disappointment as Fedor looks up at him apologetically, almost. As he jams, and of course, last 5K must get in.
So if you're wondering why he's taking a little time, it's just that in case someone else busts, he can get a pay jump.
Just want to see if I'm going to lose all my buckets. Maybe I double up.
Oh, wow.
Double. I'll think about PNC when I go there.
I think actually burning through his time banks in that situation may not have been the worst thing. The trouble is if he doubles up and then has no time banks left moving forward.
Yes.
He's got issues. But he does have a little bit of hope now. Suddenly, as
You
Fedor
take that.
No spades.
showed him the aces, which turn into top set on the ace-king-10 board. He's got backdoor spades and a gutter, and now he's got no hope whatsoever. As the board does pair, Holes' his aces full.
Any more
He's going to
footer
make
than
quick
that.
work of the Triton first-timer, Nicholas Schwede, who will finish in
Nice.
14th place.
GG.
$60,900 will be awarded for the effort, and then that 6K pay jump is coming through. 66.4 now on tap for 13th.
Yeah, he's got a million chip lead on the second place player, Viktor Kunanov. He's doing well. We are down to 13. One more player and then a redraw. Is that correct, Ali?
Yeah, we will be redrawing after we get down to 12 players. That will be 2 tables in this 6-max format. We did have 123 total entries, just shy of the record-breaking 131 entries from event number 1, 77 uniques.
Raise to 125,000.
Malika will open the button, and Holes has a playable one here from the small.
He's thinking about 3-betting this.
How much flatting is he going to be doing in these spots? It feels like not a lot.
A lot of guys kind of don't either. Some players don't have a flatting range from the small blind, which is fine. Some people do, but with more chips, you got incentive to 3-bet because with these ICM pressure, the middle stacks like Malika can't really fight back too much unless they want to kind of go high variance and risk their chips. So I like this 3-bet. I mean, what can ace-7 do? Just gonna lay it down, and
Yeah.
it feels like you're getting picked on because the 2 times you've opened, Fedor holds his 3-bet you, and to be fair, they're medium holdings. They're not strong, but they're not weak either.
Does it kind of force Malika into a narrower opening range?
With a delay, she's gonna think she's getting picked on. So I think that maybe there's some close spots come up. She might just pass, especially like turning your stack dwindling down like that. Psychologically, it's natural to kind of just play a little bit more calmer. Yeah.
So frustrating, though, for a player like Malika, who really has enjoyed the ability to play the aggressive role here, and that has been taken away by Fedor.
Fedor's, the cards are aligned for him. Queen Jack suited. Solid hand when you got 2 guys that have micro stacks. Going to rip it in. Hopefully take down the blinds. If not, well, you're not risking much anyways.
All in. You sure? All in. Play all in.
Holes is just going to rip it. See what's what behind him out of these shorties.
Fold.
Let's go.
Fold. Should I?
And it
Forced
looks
all
like
in.
Artur Martirosyan has decided now is the time with this 10-7 offsuit. 2 clean cards. 30% equity. Heading to the flop, which is 5-6-9. So he's got himself a gutter to go with the 7 or the 10 that he's hunting. On the river, the queen now means the 10 or the 7 are no good, and it is just 4 outs for Artur Martirosyan to avoid being the 13th place finisher. And the 6 on the river seals his fate, which will leave us with 12 players. And now at our other feature table, Alex Keating's button open with King 7 has drawn an all-in from Jason Kuhn.
got a 10 big blind shove. Alex Keating, he feels like gambling. Let's go, King 7 offsuit.
I'll tell you what, Keating has shown us this look before.
Oh. Hold up. Yo, what? You guys are. This King 7 is really coming out to get me.
The savage.
Call me the King 7 off.
Savage King 7.
And you hear Jason a bit surprised that Alex would want to spin the wheel.
After he makes that call. I don't think that's a call for chips.
He suspects that the call by Alex Keating maybe centers more around wanting to get rid of Jason Koon, standing between him and an easier feature table. Not just for chips, as the runout does not help the ace-queen and dispenses Jason Koon in would be 12th place for 75K, and having lost not one but two players, we now have just 11 remaining in the field. So the empty racks will be distributed as everyone will potentially find a new home. Whether that's a table or whether that's a seat is a little TBD.
I think he won it.
And we welcome you back to our desk here in North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu as the players handle their redraw. We'll take a beat here, and boy, they dropped rather quickly there. Randy, we suspected that would happen, though, given we had those short stacks.
Yeah, you did mention that there was a lot of 7 big blind stacks and 5. We saw them all bust out very quickly, but now we've got some solid stacks here. As we look here, you know, there's 24 big blinds, 30 big blinds, 40. So a lot of play now with these final 2 tables, 11 players. We do have a clear chip leader, Fedor Holtz, who's got almost 2x the chip lead on second place guy. A man who has so many titles. He knows how to finish. I'm pretty sure he's got a Triton title sometime in the past. 2 titles, actually. 6.4 million earnings. I don't know if anyone's going to take it away from him. It kind of seems like his game. But, you know, there still are 10 other players who are hunting and a lot of first-timers who have done really well. Malika is struggling right now on day 2, but day 1 had a blast. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, let's not forget that Wai Kin Yong is actually hunting another title. He already has under his belt 3. So he would join the 4 title club. Of course, Jason Koon's bid for a 5th title just came to an end. And on that topic, you saw Jason was a little bit miffed. And yesterday, he, being Alex Keating and Yuri Zivalevsky, both kind of had an interesting spot where they tried to get rid of Jason by calling, flatting, kind of checking down with each other in the side pot. It didn't end up working out. Jason had a nice little triple up there. But were you surprised at all that Keating would take that King 7 and try to get rid of Jason for the price that he did?
I think all of the players at that table were pretty surprised with the King 7 call. It is very high variance, a little bit ambitious, but I think Alex Keating is one of those guys where, like, look, I know I'm gonna be opening the button a lot with this kind of stack. Like, even if it is slightly negative chip EV spot to call, I'd rather not have you chip up, maybe potentially knock you out. And occasionally I'm ahead against the Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, occasionally. Or maybe got like a little pocket pair like 6s, 5s, 4s, and 3s, which would obviously shove as well. It seems to me he's got a little bit more gamble. And, you know, you mentioned it before, we've got a lot of professionals out there, businessmen, and other regs that got their own styles. And I think Alex Keating is one of those guys that, you know, he's got his game, he's got a lot of gamble, and you know what? Against those players, you need to adjust. Some of those guys that, you know, they defend so much. Well, you can't just reshove on him with like 9-8 suited, expect him to overfold. So, you know, people are going to have to adjust, and right now he's got in 3rd place, 48 big blinds. It's going to be fun to watch.
You've been out there, you've played some tournaments. Has it ever felt personal to you? And if it does feel personal, by the way, it's not necessarily that we should feel insulted by it feeling personal. Perhaps there's a way to spin it the other way and say I'm flattered because clearly you want to get rid of me. I'm a 4-time title holder. I kind of understand if we're Jason Koon, right?
Yeah. I think it's a lot of these poker players, and yes, they study all these solvers and things, and they want to say, you know, it's not personal, but a lot of these guys, you know, they're here because they think they can win. They think they're the best. They're they're probably thinking like, okay, I'm better than you or whatnot. So it can get personal, especially if someone's like 3-betting you all the time. Usually it's not the case, but it's definitely possible. You can see that Jason Kuhn was definitely peeved there to get caught. Like he said, oh, well, if you call him King 7, it doesn't seem like I'm going to win this spot. Like it's just meant to be, you know. He's a little bit annoyed, I'm pretty sure. And of course, when you bust out like that to King 7, it's kind of like one of those things like that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, look, obviously we can't have every hand hold that's best pre-flop. I do think it's interesting, though, because clearly Keating has done the entire field a favor in terms of clearing the path toward a title for everybody. It's not going to have to go through Jason Kuhn at this point, but it is going to have to go through quite a few very strong players as we take the Triton Poker Plus app once more, and it looks like the table draws are coming together now. We have 6 and 5, and here is the blue table where Ben Tollerine, who we really haven't mentioned thus far at all during the broadcast, but at one point did hold the chip lead in this event, is seated alongside Fedor Holtz. Ben currently has 7th place chips out of 11, below the average stack of 2.2 million. He's going to be joined by Greenwood's short stack. Believe Sam continues to be the shortest stack in the field. He does with 8 big blinds. Nobody else is really in that push or fold kind of situation. Even KT in 10th has 17 bigs also at this table. Let's take a look now at the other featured table, which is where we're going to be playing 5-handed. Wai Kin Yong, who I mentioned, going for his 4th title, is going to be sitting with Alex Keating, who remains at that table. Stephen Chidwick, 35 bigs there. Nobody short. I mean, the quote short stack at this table belongs to Ignacio Chavero, and that's interesting because when things started today, Chavero's stack was actually good for the chip lead at his table. Now, just a few blinds removed from where he started, he is the shorty with 27 big blinds. But obviously, plenty of play there. Anybody that at this point with 11 left, if I were to say, take your pick, and I told you can't take Fedor.
Dang it.
You can't take Fedor, that you would circle as the one to watch.
You know what? I'm going with Alex Keating. He seems like a guy who's just going to be a little bit reckless at some spots, but clearly aggressive. I like his style. I've never watched him play before, but I'm already becoming a fan.
All right. I'm torn between Malika Razavi and Wai Kin Yong. You know what? There is that advantage of being a lesser-known commodity out there for Malika. But I'm going to say it's Wai Kin. I'm going to say he's motivated to join the 4 winners club. He's currently 5th in chips with 2.5 million. And if I can't take Fedor, per my own rules, he's going to be my pick here 11-handed. As currently the payout is going to be $75,000 for an 11th place finish. It'll stay steady at $75K on to 10th. So no pay jump right now as you see the level stacks of Kudanov and Keating as things get underway at the 5-handed featured table.
Let's not talk about it. Worked out for everyone.
Probably not everyone. I'm sure there's at least 125.
I can never be right with you, like ever.
Stephen Chidwick with a somewhat rare moment, especially this deep in an event with Alex Keating, but leave it to Alex to bring out some more talkative sides out of people. A lot of speech play on that guy.
I like it. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, for sure. We see Chavero raising to 125,000. Kudanov in the big will defend with pocket 5s and get outflopped on the Jack-9 deuce board.
Great flop here. King Jack. Should be c-betting this. Now pocket 5s may or may not continue depending on the sizings up against. Against the smaller sizing, it's going to be more incentivized. Let's see. Betting. Just 100,000. 1.5 big blinds. I can see these 5s considering coming along because people do c-bet pretty wide for small sizings. And you can see Kudanov continuing here with just the pocket 5s. Ace on the turn.
Yeah, matters getting a little bit worse for Kudanov now.
Chavero doesn't like to see that ace, of course. He could be beat now. He's either going to bet, check back river, or check and kind of see what happens. You wouldn't expect naked ace highs to check call too often. Just ace high flush draws, ace deuce, ace nine. So it is reasonable if he opted to go for a bet, and he is going to do that, recognizing that the ace, while scary, shouldn't hit my opponent on this board texture as much. Pocket fives should be in the muck.
Yep. Chavero's 320k barrel on the turn will earn him the pot.
Now I want to ask, you're familiar with Alex Keating. Is there a little background on him? I'm not too familiar with him, Ellie.
Yeah, we can pull up Alex's Hendon Mob profile. And in doing so, we're able to see he has $2.1 million in career tournament earnings. Currently residing in Austin, Texas, which coincidentally, per conversation during, I believe, event 1 or day 1 of event 2 between he and Ebony Kenny, is where she is living right now.
He strikes me as a cash game player. I don't know why.
I can certainly
It's
see
the
his
chatter,
style
right?
lending itself really well to cash games. The chatter and also the willingness to kind of get involved in spots that, you know, the solvers might otherwise tell you you shouldn't be getting involved in. And, you know, everybody kind of pledges allegiance to the computers. As we see him open with Queen Jack suited to 125,000. He's got these diamonds smothered for Chavero.
Decent hand to defend. Connected. Little cards. You know where you're at. You're getting good odds. No reason not to.
King 7-4 does yield a gut shot straight draw for Chavero, who has just 73,000 in career live earnings.
A lot of people like to c-bet on these king high boards. A lot of hands that hit a king, you know, like ace king, king queens, they 3-bet you, so it's a little bit less likely the big blind would be able to hit that.
And the follow-through barrel, 130k from Keating.
So he's got clean outs to a nice straight here if he can hit a 6 by check calling or possibly check raising. Backdoor diamonds makes it an auto continue, especially for a small third pot. Decent stacks. It looks like reaching for more chips. Aggressive.
Check pop here from Chavero.
If a player is c-betting too much, then check raising becomes pretty nice.
Obviously, we know not 100% of the time is our opponent going to be able to be connected to the board. And as such, these check raises can sort of discipline the higher frequency c-betters. So a nice line taken there by Chavero as he puts the queen high into the muck.
Because I wanted.
It looks like Fedor is hauling a nice one in here.
Like likewise.
See if we
And
can
then
figure
I
out
wanted the short deck hand
Yeah, we
as
can look
well.
at the app, can't we?
where the carnage came from.
And it's also a natural 9.
Okay, nice.
How much time did you spend on this?
It appeared to be Malika Razavi who was
Like
the
10
victim.
minutes. I wanted to make relatively sure I had one that nobody else had.
I think it's one of those things where like, other people are really confused by how
Just
much time poker players spend.
quickly recapping the carnage
What did you go for?
that we just caught the
Also,
tail end of.
Steve was just in Japan, and Steve was telling me about all these like lucky tokens he was getting. He was like telling me all these stories where like that he went to these places and bought like lucky things. So I'm like, man, he keeps talking about this. I gotta really like lock it down and make sure I get a lucky one.
You gave me a lucky token yesterday.
Nice.
Didn't want to cut off the story there, but we see Holtz here raising to 125,000, and Malika is going to try her luck against him again. She's got the shades down now. Feels like she could be frustrated, and she is sharing an 8, which is a problem. But she does end up outflopping Fedor on this occasion, making 10s on the Queen High 2 club board, where Holz's ace of clubs is relevant. She checks it over to him.
Yeah,
Put a pin in that pot that I was going to talk about.
We'll hear about it. But Fedor here, ace of clubs, definitely important, like you mentioned. So he's gonna just put some bets. When you got a big chip lead, you kind of just auto fire so many flops into these small stacks because they don't have the ammo to just randomly check raise bluff you. So you get to take it down way more often.
C-bet does get called, and now Malika has made 2 pair on the turn. Fedor does hit the 8.
Malika thinking about leading out. Okay, gonna check. When Fedor sees this kind of tank check, he might be thinking, something seems suspicious. Let me just check this back.
Now the king on the river.
2 ways to think about it here of the 10-8. You could value bet this yourself, or you can check hoping that Fedor tries to represent that king to put pressure against you. Looks like she wants to value bet it.
275.
275,000.
Going to be really hard to call just ace-8 here. Holding ace of clubs doesn't help because if you were to call a bet, Fedor choose to hero call, you don't want to have a club in your hand. Those are the hands you're trying to pick off. So now you start looking at straight draws. Well, straight draws got there, Jack 9. These other straight draws would have a piece of a pair now. I guess that leaves the option of fold or potentially a bluff raise. You're like, you know what? Maybe I can represent like an ace jack.
Fold.
No payoff there from Fedor, as Malika finally able to take a pot from him. The one in question, which by the way, we are simply going back to the Triton Poker Plus app to look at, was Fedor facing a raise to 125,000 with the blinds at 30 and 60K from Malika, which was up front. Woke up with an ace-king. He then 3-bet to 500,000. Malika would end up calling. The flop was 6-6-4. Fedor would follow through for 200,000. Malika would end up calling. The board double paired on the turn. Fedor would then check. Malika would seize the initiative, betting 550,000, which Fedor then called with ace high on the river. It was a 5 of diamonds, and it went check, check. We did not see Malika's hand, but Fedor had ace-king. That is exactly what Ben Tollerine has here, as he opens under the gun to 160K. Blinds at 40 and 80,000 now, so that's a min raise.
Greenwood sitting on 4.5 blinds. We're playing 6 max, so under the gun isn't as early a position as normal. He doesn't take this spot. The blinds are going to hit him soon. He might not get dealt any better cards. As long as Tollerine is opening enough hands from under the gun, it's worthy of a jam, and he's going to do so. You get the overlay from the big blind and the small blind, which helps a lot.
Call.
Call.
So Greenwood picking King Jack suited to go with. Who can blame him? But he is going to be dominated by Tallerine, heading to the flop in a 1.1 million chip pot. And he flops top 2 to jump in front of Tallerine now. Note, these guys are professional enough not to get overly excited one way or the other, as Greenwood needs to fade the ace, and he's done it.
500 exactly.
Exactly.
Tallerine ships $500,000 exactly over to Greenwood, and of course a little disappointing whenever you see the short stack in the field double if you're one of the other players out there, but Greenwood's double doesn't exactly leave him deep.
Yeah, especially this short stack. He's a crusher. I mean, I guess everyone in this field is still amazingly good.
Well, let's talk about Greenwood's results. He's got almost $7.4 million in career Triton earnings across 12 caches. In Madrid, he played 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 events in total. And in the 100K Euro buy-in main event, he finished 9th for 260K. And in the 150K short deck 1 bullet, he finished 4th for 580.
Raised to 160,000.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that has 2 second places, can't get a win. Maybe with that start, if you're gonna hit 2 pairs against Ace King, there's a glimmer of hope.
Kidding. Things didn't look good for him going to the flop there.
Fedor Holtz, queen 4 suited, out of line, but he's got the chips to be out of line.
Tallerine lost with Ace King moments ago, but that's not going to make him shy away from jamming here. As you see, Fedor doesn't make a meal of it, just snap folds, send his open over. Tallerine stack has kind of been all over the place. Kudanov, who came in as one of the big stacks to today's action, took 2 jacks up against Ace 10. We actually got a chance to watch that hand. And big bite out of Tallerine's chips. He then sort of laid low until managing to take Ace Queen up against Pedro Gargnani's Jack 10. All of these hands available on the Triton Poker Plus app, which tracks just about as much data as your little heart could desire.
It really is so pleasant. Like, even watching the stream at home, or if you don't have time, it's nice to just be able to track the other table. You know, you can watch this right now and see what's happening on the red table or the blue table, vice versa. It's just, you can see the hand histories. That's like really cool. That's what I do. Like, you know, I wake up, I'm like, okay, you know, well, I look at my favorite plays, like, how did Linus bust out of this tournament? Well, how did Ebony Kenny happen to do? Like, she went from chip leading, she lost it. What happened? You know, this is really cool information. Good for the players and good for the viewers. No reason not to download it.
It really is the nuts. Fedor under the gun, Ace 4 suited, raise and take it. And you may have overheard our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, just behind us, going through some formalities as, of course, event number 3, the 50K No Limit 6 Max, will be starting shortly. And once we crown a champion here in event number 2, we will be passing the torch in the booth over to Henry Kilbane and Brian Rast, and we'll bring you preliminary coverage of that event.
Yeah, and we're upping the stakes once again.
Yeah. Started with the 25K. We had some online qualifiers. Then the 30. Now a 50. Of course, the granddaddy is going to be that coin rivet. $200,000 buy-in.
I'm so excited for it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
All in.
Play roll in.
Pro-Am format.
Okay. Greenwood jamming Queen 8 offsuit. Small one versus big blind, but it's a little excessive, so he can't call up the King 7. Well done for Greenwood. Repping that jersey. What cards do you think's behind him? Pocket aces? On his jersey?
I hope not. Greenwood?
Greenwood, does he look like? A pocket sixes?
Queen 8.
Queen 8.
Queen 8 offsuit. That's going to be what's on his jersey.
He's like, make sure the Queen and 8 are different colors.
Right. What do you think Malika's texting? This German kid was supposed to be retired, damn it. Now he's over here taking my chips.
He's getting so lucky. Watch. And they're like, yeah, he's getting lucky. But you know what? You still got 1.6 million chips.
Fold.
Chance to get your revenge later.
Raise to 160,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
I still can't believe Ben Tollering is here. Like, there's something about the Triton series that has brought out these, you know, new players and even these OG players that have just been crushing for a long time. They only come to Triton. I've never seen Ben Tollering go to any other series and stop. So, like, it's just something about this high roller scene. He's heard about it from friends that, you know, they take care of you. Just really nice venue, and, you know, great staff. It's really nice.
Well, Ben didn't stake his entire reputation by playing Heads Up online, right?
No, that's true.
His Hendon Mob. He's got 9.5 million.
9.5 million? Really?
That's not an accident, right? His last recorded cash coming back in 2019 at the British Poker Open in London, September, where he won a £100,000 buy-in event for £840,000, a little over $1 million. So, while you may have never seen him out there, certainly there's a lot of people who have.
Well, I mean, I guess the stakes need to be large enough for him to come out, right? He's not coming out there for the 2K main somewhere.
No. Not a lot of small buy-in stuff on the resume in the last handful of years.
Look at this. He's
Yuri
four-suited.
with the pocket nines, under the gun opener, Greenwood. He's 4 hearts in the cutoff, mulling things over. Only shorter stack than his right now belongs to Kanapang Tanaratakul, KT as we call him.
A lot of guys like to rejam the ace-5 suiteds, ace-4 suiteds as their bluffing hands. Block the ace, unblock the hands that would be able to call you. I mean, be able to fold, sorry. Does lay it down. Discipline.
Oh, now another ace-4 off of a much deeper stack on the button for Fedor. He is not interested either. But the 4-5 suited for Malika is
Good
now
enough.
down to just 1.4 million.
Yeah, I feel like she's just been dwindling down.
Yeah, hasn't been going well for her so far today. But as you can tell by her glasses, she's from the future, Randy, so you know she already knows what's going to happen in this pot.
Yeah. So if she loses it, then why did she play the pot? Or you're right, Ollie.
4s and 5s on this 4-5-6 board for Malika against the overpair for Yuri. She checks it.
Wow, this is a board that smashes the big blind. 9s is still an amazing hand on this board texture. You kind of want to charge those 5-7, 6-7s, ace-4, ace. There's so many hands that you don't really want to give a free card to. You are playing shallowish stacks where it's okay to commit. Oh, pair like this on this board.
275.
Bet 275,000.
And the bigger bet really commits you into this pot.
Yeah, 275K into 440.
So, if I was considering slow playing because I thought maybe my opponent is weak, I definitely would be check raising now. Not only is it drawy, but when someone opts to bet a larger size with their shallow stack, it kind of implies that they're committing their stack more often than normal. Well, just calls.
Yeah, Malika is going to slow play despite the coordinated nature of the board. See Yuri shooting her a glance, and now he binks the 9 of spades on the turn. Stone cold disaster for Malika.
It's been a terrible day for her.
She's drawing dead.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, there's no way she can be saved. There's no way Yuri would check the top set because of how connected this board is.
But with a 1 SPR, does it have to go in now?
I would think so.
Could he find something milky?
He could, but the thing is, Malika is going to want to protect her hand and get value, you know.
Right.
There's
so
a lot of bad cards.
No matter what he bets, it goes in now.
It's going in.
Whether it's him doing it or her doing it.
Yeah. He might be thinking, bet a little smaller because of how strong my hand is.
But then the SPR on the river becomes a little suspect.
And you don't want to give outs, like, good odds for, like, open and a straight draw to kind of take you out in such a deep spot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow. But he does check back, and now look. This could be a path to an escape for Malika. Yuri's going to be equally as worried about the 4-liner to a straight out there as Malika is.
Yeah.
But if she checks, does he maybe go for value? It'd be sick, but I don't think if he goes for value, it would be for the full amount. So no matter what, this card is saving her money.
I certainly agree with you. I think a little block bet is a pretty cool move here. Oh, she's actually going to go for a check. So they've pretty much done every single opposite of everything I've said this hand.
Right.
But she is going for the check. Yuri here, pocket nines. Man, it's tough because you could be getting trapped by a straight. But you might also think the big blind should probably bet a straight a lot of times into you because I raised from under the gun. So I'm not really expected to be holding an 8. So why are you trying to induce me to bet an 8? So I like this bet.
600,000.
Oh my goodness, this is a lot meatier than I think I anticipated from Yuri. 600,000 of his remaining roughly 1 million, and you see Malika instantly throwing the glasses off. She does make the call, and that is a deflating thing to see.
That is a great value bet on the 4-liner.
I'll tell you what, that's from the top shelf there.
Yeah, she's very annoyed with how things have been going today.
Shell shock for Malika Razavi, who has been in a stone-cold tailspin since the start of the day.
You know what? Most players would be out of the tournament right now on that hand.
Have to try sometimes.
Thank you. Big value on the river.
Sorry?
No.
Good bet on the river.
Well, if you got the itch, there is no better place to turn your attention than GG Poker. It is where you can qualify for Triton events, as 3 players did in event number 1. And of course, the 2022 World Series of Poker Online continues to roll on. 33 total bracelet events. Still plenty of opportunity to lay claim as the event runs through September 27th. Just head over to GG Poker and sign up today. Well, things got real bloody just now over at the other feature table. Let's see if we can find calmer waters here at the red table. You'd think the other table would be the red table, as bloody as things got. This should be the blue table.
Blood everywhere. But these guys are not tight players, so I think we're going to see some more blood potentially. Wai Ken Yong hunting the 4th title here today. Keating, King 8 suited. He's up against a 21 big blind stack. I think a lot of guys limp here, but he does have more chips than his opponents, so he may consider raising. I think both plays are pretty good. No, just rip it in. The maximum.
No pay jump between 11th and 10th. Steady at 75,000.
See why I pick Keating? Because, you know, he's just... reckless is not the right word, but it's just, I'm going for it. If you got it, you got it. But I'm going to try to win this tournament right now.
I remember once upon a time back when pre-Black Friday I was still able to play online poker from the States legally. No VPN required. I ended up a part of a training video in a 5-10 limit hold'em heads-up match against one Chris Vitch, who is a very well-known pro in the States. And he described me as not a maniac, but a thinking maniac. And I mean, I was just playing 5-10 heads up. I was half asleep. I had my laptop sideways in the bed and was just splashing around a little bit. So it was very funny to me that it ended up being against, you know, a top pro. But I always thought that was interesting because it is sort of a player type that we often overlook, right? We were so tempted to just be like, oh, this gorilla, you know what I mean? He's just, you know, like an ape just blasting away. But now some people do it, but they do it with self-awareness and an understanding, and those are the ones that are dangerous. As we see Wykin's ace-8 opening the cutoff, and I believe Kudanov has said 3 bets. And he goes up to 460,000 with Jack-3 offsuit out of the big, Randy.
Those aren't suited, and they're not the same card. What is he doing? Jack-3. This guy's aggressive.
He is a thinking maniac, Randy.
That is a thinking maniac for sure. Man, your timing has been perfect.
And so is Kudanov's, mind you, as he is able to pick up some Wykin bucks.
That is gangsta. That's street poker.
That is street poker. Every now and again, you just decide my man doesn't have it. So you ask the question, and then you're relieved and pleased when you get the right answer. The answer you were looking for, at least. Mucked around to the button of Stephen Chidwick. 6-3 offsuit.
Kudanov here, Queen 10, up against a 20 big blind stack. See if he decides to go for the limping strategy. Is he just gonna do something crazy? He's limped. Chavero, 7-4 offsuit. Taking the free one.
Ace deuce 3 gives him a wheel draw.
I like that he's leading out here with Queen 10. The big blind has a lot of incentive to play very aggressive with ace pre-flop against the limp, so it's just very unlikely the ace 3 deuce would hit the big blind with these stacked defs. Inside straight draw, it's pretty tempting to continue.
Chavero tends to agree. Has another 160K slide into the middle. Now the board pairs, two-tone texture.
Once you bet this flop and get called and it pairs one of the cards, you should be pretty terrified. There's a good chance Chavero has like trip deuces or 3, ace occasionally.
Yeah, seldom the ace, but
you just got, it's a one and done spot basically with the Queen 10.
Yeah, Yeah, it's basically the 80K for a min raise that you could have dedicated to the pre-flop sizing that you stab at on the flop with favorable texture. And when it doesn't work, you can just get away.
You can see he's going to fire out here, try to take out those random cards that did bet the flop and limped pre-flop.
200,000.
Don't need to bet too much. He's either got the ace or he doesn't. Queen 10. Hasn't given up yet. He's thinking about calling the turn to queen high. Thinking he's up against a bunch of gut shots. It's possible. Maybe also trying to read into the bet sizing. If his opponent had a deuce, would he bet this way? Does give it up. Chavero doing pretty well in these single raise pots. Or technically that was a limp pot. Pretty impressive. Didn't
I really,
see much of him play, but today's
I agree with you. I haven't had an opportunity to watch too much of Chavero's navigation, but of what I've seen, I have been impressed. There's some poise there. And I think that's in particular one of the more difficult things to forge in the early going is one makes their transition from being a predominantly online pro perhaps to playing in some of these live events. You know, you're not used to having eyes on you, you know, staring intently, looking for some sort of deviation from your baseline or, you know, an increased pulse, you know, breathing rate or grabbing your chips a certain way, you know, doing something with your feet or hands. It can be a bit discombobulating. Obviously, it's second nature to the guys who have been at it for a long time, but
160.
less so for the newer live pros. Well, that may not necessarily be the fairest way to describe Chavero. He is new to Triton, however. As we see Kudinov with ace-queen opening the button.
Haven't seen White Quignon get too much going for him. 9-6 offsuit. It's connected enough to defend. Got enough stack to play for.
That 9-6 offsuit comes up empty. King 8 flop.
80.
So dry that you might as well just put like a little min bet out there.
Kudinov tends to agree.
The big blind like really can't even do much. Like oh, the price is so good, but I'm just sitting there with 9 highs or just random jack highs. Perfect bet.
Well, still early here on day 2 of event 2, the 30K 6-max no limit hold'em here at the Triton Super High Roller Series from North Cyprus. Ali Najad and Randy Liu bringing you the action. 11 players remaining of the 17 we started the day with. 6 eliminations thus far. Paul Poix out in 17th. Pedro Gargnani in 16th. Espen Jorstad, defending World Series of Poker main event champion, out in 15th. Nicholas Chouidi, playing under the Lebanese flag, a first-timer to Triton.
It hurts him so bad every time.
Yeah, of course.
Along with
just one table.
Jorstad and Gargnani was out in 14th. Artur Martirosyan out in 13th. And Triton veteran and ambassador Jason Kuhn out in 12th. Blind versus blind. Wykin with King 7 will limp in. Coincidentally, it is a King 7 that Alex Keating used to dispense Jason Kuhn, who had Ace Queen. That was our last elimination. And here with Ace 8, he is going to pile. And that'll send Wykin's limp into the muck.
He just keeps it simple. He's like, You know, like, for some people, 10 big blinds, you know, it's just all in a fold. This guy's like, you know, 25, 30. Keep it simple. Do you really want to risk all your chips on a gamble? No.
Well, the thing is, he's like, I'm good with high variance.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. And, you know, if you let a guy who's good of high variance get away with this a lot, he tends to chip up quite even further, and then he can use those chips and just be really aggressive and just maybe run away at the tournament.
The thing is, anybody who's paying attention out there, whether it be via the Triton Poker Plus app or the stream on delay or, you know, with a spotter or scout of some sort, which kind of really isn't necessary given the wealth of information available to each player independently, at some point, you're like, listen, buddy, I know your game. Let's go. Well, speaking of let's go, Fedor Hol's dangerous enough with a deep stack, but then add aces to the mix, and you've got yourself a raging inferno of poker talent. Min-raise open here. KT folds the 9-7 suited, and for Malika, 2 red 8s. Things continue to go horribly for her as she says all in. Oh boy.
It's just not meant to be.
I mean, whose puppy did she run over on the way into the poker room today? Because things have just been downright unfair for Razavi. Fedor with a sympathetic smile. Malika not really in the mood to indulge. And on the Queen-7 deuce board, she now has 2 outs twice. That's not one of them. Is there a snowman on the river? No.
Okay.
It's a 10.
GG.
And tell you what, Malika deserves a stiff drink. Randy. I'm not too sure too many people would have fared any better than she did, given the hands that she and the spots that she was putting
She forgot the...
today.
She was given a second chance with those that 5-4 suit against the 9s by not getting all in somehow on that board texture. And then again, it's just even worse. You get it in against aces.
Yeah.
Just brutal.
11th place finish for Razavi, who was very impressive here in her Triton Series debut. $75,000 going her way. 10th place, also a flat 75K payout. And let's look at that chip count. 84 to 27 big blinds. That's the gap between overall chip leader Fedor Holz and Yuri Zivalevsky, who is in second. His stack currently good for 5th overall, as we keep it here, with 10 players remaining, 5 and 5. KT, who caught the attention of some players yesterday, courtesy of that incredible timepiece from Jacob & Company that he is wearing. That's the Astronomia Casino piece with a functioning roulette wheel in it.
This guy, he got a cash too in event number 1. He's grinding out that final table.
It's going to take more than a min cash to pay for that watch, I'll tell you that. He's jamming here.
Do I have a count?
Pocket 6s into ace king.
Greenwood asking for a count. This ace king suited.
I mean,
feels like it has nowhere to go but all in, along with KT.
Just one of those standardized questions when you're about to get it in.
Yep.
Just in case you need to think about it in future hands.
Could feel a little bit like a nit roll when he finally does make the call.
Yep, and you know
I mean,
your equity
no
goes
world.
down. Your equity goes down when you nit roll, don't you? Right? You lose a couple percent.
I mean, there's no world in which this hand hits the muck, is there?
No.
All in.
Yeah.
I would leave if that happened. Just leave you alone.
Wouldn't blame you. So we got a race.
Block for me, please.
52 to 48, the percentages in favor of KT. Here comes a flop. King in the window, no 6 behind it. Demoralizing turn of events as the hope begins to drain from the face of Tanaratakul. Can't improve on the turn. 2 outs one time, not there. And much like Malika Razavi just moments before him, he runs into it.
Hey, did you mind just...
It was a pleasure. Good game. GG.
2
No, no,
outs,
just
one
push
time,
it up,
not
push it up,
there.
big push forward.
Graceful in defeat and $75,000 richer, but obviously had higher hopes. As 9 now remain here in event number 2.
Did they combine it at 8 or 7?
I think 7. And I think 8 was on the move. Oh no, sorry, we're getting someone new. What am I saying? Opposite.
Nice pickup there for Greenwood, by the way.
Don't forget, all in at risk with King Jack against Ace King.
Now,
Hit the 2 pairs.
no, I have
Now
like
he's
12
just sitting pretty.
blinds. Enjoy my left. It's not the worst spot, you know.
Sure.
Yeah,
Now it
he
gets
was in
definite.
horrible
Yeah.
shape.
Now I might need a limp call and play out of position or something.
Let's see. Let's see. Me, right?
So first he beats Ace King to double and stay alive. Then he uses Ace King to beat 2 6s and pick up the rest of KT's chips and sit now in 4th overall, just shy of the average stack of 2.8 million. Ben Tollery now. Short stack overall on the button. 2 queens.
200,000.
Yeah, deep enough he deems to open
man.
off of 15 bigs. And now Greenwood with a fresh helping of chips and 2 red 10s in the small blind.
What a cooler in 6 max.
If Greenwood somehow decides to flat, which he doesn't as he jams, I was going to say, he does open the door for Fedor to get caught in the crossfire here. Now Hole's asking for a count.
Yeah, it's just a
2,
little
5.
bit too much for Ace
A
Jack.
little more.
Almost 30 big blinds. You know, if Greenwood was sitting closer to 20, you can see how Ace Jack might be good here. Still got to worry about the open razor as well. You can see Fedor Holtz trying to read the situation. A 2.5x open, a 29 big blind reshove. Figuring out what is the 29 big blind. Does that 29 big blind reshove have ace kings? Does it have ace queens? Or is it pocket pair heavy? Is it occasionally ace 10 suited? Is it sometimes king queen suited? It's a very tough decision.
All in.
Wow, he's going with the ace jack, Ollie.
And that big stack might be emboldening him. Tollerine makes the call. Greenwood is obviously already all in. And look at this spot here. A massive pot developing. The side is going to be between Greenwood and Holes. So therein lies the silver lining for Sam. But of course, the bulk of the main pot is that 1.5 million that Tollerine will be eligible for from each of these other stacks. 1.6 roughly on the side. And King, Queen, Jack. This is spicy. Middle set for Tollerine, currently the best hand. But both Greenwood and Holes have straight draws. Hunting one another's cards. You see Tollerine looking confused. The 6 is no cause for confusion. Here comes the river. And it pairs the board. So Queen's full is going to be good for the main. Ace Jack is going to be good for the side. And as such, Sam Greenwood is dispensed in 9th place. What just happened?
Such a crazy, because you're not expecting Greenwood to be leaving, you know? If he had gone in with the 10s against the queens, he would still have some chips remaining, but he lost to Fedor Holtz, who happened to get in there. Ben Tollerine's got a massive stack now, but you know, because he did beat Greenwood for the side pot, Fedor did not lose as many chips as expected.
I'll tell you what, Not everyone's going to make that jam over the top of
No.
Greenwood. Fedor does it, however, and as such, Greenwood is showered. And you can see he's still kind of shell-shocked here, maybe thinking to himself, how did this just happen?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not looking to count the chips down. You know, he's got way less chips. It's just one of those things where, like, today's tournament, we've seen some spots he's just kind of like, huh. It's maybe not what we expected to happen. Greenwood is out over to the outer table. Wai Kin Yong pocket sevens, sees an open in front of him. He's got 19 big blinds. Good hand to reshove. Gotta look for some spots to chip up. Seeking the 4th title here in Cyprus.
Remember, Wai Kin was my pick when we weren't allowed to pick Fedor.
That's right.
Of course, Chavero's King 4 suited. Not going to be able to call the heat. And it really does take getting involved in a few pots now and again, Randy, just to stave off the short stack spots where you have to push all in. Need to keep some breathing room. Otherwise, you can bleed out really quickly. And on the topic of bleed outs, currently, the shortest of all stacks is Wai Kin's, but with 19 bigs, he is certainly not in a position where his only move is all in.
Have fun at the Fedor table.
By the way, with that better than triple up, Ben Tollerine goes from being the short stack to being second in chips.
Yeah, that is very dangerous to give to the man who I thought wasn't playing some tournaments, but apparently was playing some big 100Ks around the world. Known for his PLO game, but was also a huge no limit hold'em heads up specialist. Action on Chidwick. Blind versus blind. Jack 9 suited. Gonna keep it balanced and limp.
Chidwick is so technical in these situations, isn't he, Randy? Really just an authority figure in terms of exactly how to navigate, you know, even the most subtle of nuances.
He is PIO solver.
The Neuralink is basically Stephen Chidwick. He goes home and he just plugs in to a server and everybody's actually mining his brain.
Mm-hmm. Like when he blinks, there's other people trying to grab the data. So
It's the little light that's normally on the front of a hard drive to tell you that it's spinning. It's Chidwick blinking. That's when you know.
Yeah, the checks too. So he does start with check. I like to think that Chidwick's got the most intimidating stare up there with Ivy. Like, but
Yeah.
actually, I remember,
Yeah.
I forget where it was, but Ivy stared back at Chidwick, and Chidwick actually looked away.
No kidding.
Yeah, I think he
Met his
might have
match
been
in
there.
the staring department.
Yeah, it was maybe Madrid. It was really funny.
I think I remember Fedor and Chidwick just locked into one another on
Yeah.
a stare at one point. There have been some pretty epic stare downs. Alex Foxen, another epic stare down guy. Kind of surprised that we haven't seen Alex jump into some of these Triton events, given his appetite for high roller action.
You know, everyone gets their Triton debut. It'll come.
It'll come. Board pairs here as Jack 9 continues to check. Blinds have crept up to 50 and 100,000. The 100K ante. Still no betting, and now the arrival of the king means Chidwick's 9 no longer plays, and this will be a chop at showdown if we get there.
I think Jack High has a good amount of showdown value here that there's kind of no reason to bet so much unless you're trying to get like the same type of hand to fold. But, you know, I just think Jack High is just good enough. So 1 check.
And Chavero's check back will lead to a chop. I'll tell you what, you kind of get the sense that some of these high roller veterans have made some real impressions on some of the younger players, as you can see almost the inspiration for the way in which they conduct themselves at the table being drawn upon. Kind of, you know, they're very reminiscent of other players in the way in which they carry themselves. Imitation is the highest form of flattery, right? Ace King, meanwhile, for Tallarine off of that now second place chip stack.
Fedor Holtz has not skipped one of these spots.
Oh,
3-bet these marginal Broadways.
Just pounding, but unfortunately on this occasion he's picked a bad time to do it as he 3x's to 605,000. Now Kudanov in the small with the ace-jack, and this is the guy who took jack-3 and 3-betted, so you know that if he's got this sense of sniff that Fedor's out of line, he could come with some heat off of ace-jack.
I mean, if jack-3 offsuit's a 3-bet ace-jack offsuit, it's all in for all the chips, but...
A little different, obviously, but I hear where you're coming from. He may have that gear, but no, note the discipline. Ace-jack into the muck, and now back around to Tallarine.
Yeah, so this is number 1 and number 2. Pretty scary to get all the chips in, but you know what? Ace-King suited, definitely going to be good against a guy who 3-bets so much.
But isn't it ICM suicide to jam?
If you get... Yeah, I mean, you know
Isn't
what?
it
You're just
almost
going to take it
reckless?
down so often. That's the thing. I know.
So a 4-bet to 1.6 for me feels like a much more comfortable choice.
But you know what? He's not going to fold to a jam, Ollie. I guarantee it. You think Ben Tallarine folds ace-king suited pre-flop to Fedor Holtz?
Oh, I'm not talking about Fedor jamming. Fedor's 3-betted, and now Tallarine has a choice, and the 4-bet for me is far more favorable than him jamming the ace-king as the second biggest stack into the biggest stack. Therein lies my ICM suicide comment. Tallarine narrowing the gap, by the way, considerably between himself and Fedor. Just less than 200K separating their stacks now, Randy. Remember, that's a guy that was the short stack in the tournament not long ago.
Yeah, that was the guy you're trying to lean on. Race his blinds. No. Gotta be a bit careful. Good news for Fedor, though, is he's got position on Tallarine, so we can kind of see whether Tallarine wants to get involved first. Potentially a new chip lead with this little walk that just happened, or very close to it.
Well, you know he's got a finger on the pulse as he reaches for his phone to undoubtedly take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, see what's going on out there. Well, I talked about ICM suicide. You play a long day of online poker in the wrong kind of chair, it feels like you want to commit suicide. Not, of course, if you happen to get with the folks over at Secret Lab, who are manufacturers of some of the most comfortable seating around, including the official Triton Poker X Evo 2022 chairs, the one that Randy, myself, and Lulu, along with Henry and Rast, have been seated in at the desk this entire time. Definitely give them a look. Secret Lab. Meanwhile, Chavero opening to 200,000 with ace queen off of the button at our other feature table, where Waikin Yong is going to wake up with 2 red kings in the small blind and 3x to 600,000, and off of a remaining stack of 1.7. How will Chavero navigate, Randy? Is there some jamming in his future?
Ultimate cooler. There's nothing you can do with 19 big blinds.
Could be worse, obviously, as the snap call comes in from Yong. Chavero does have the overcard, but we're going to play an almost 4 million chip pot here. This will be good for 3rd overall. And the flop has an ace in it. Those two kings feel like magnets for this stuff, don't they? Disaster for Yang. Turn is no help, and now it is just one of two black kings in the deck that will rescue him. 9 of clubs. Not going to do it. And Chavero was covered, so I stand corrected. Yang does have 780,000 remaining, but of course, that is going to represent the smallest of all stacks, just 8 big blinds.
500,000, 1.5, 1.8.
Small blind versus big blind. You're going to see it get folded to the spot a lot. Fedor, 5.2 million. Go
240.
raising chips into Viktor Kudanov. I'd be scared of raising into Kudanov. We know he's capable of many things. 10-9 offsuit, definitely going to be a defense. Got position. Guy's going to try to pick on you.
King, queen, deuce doesn't hit either holding in terms of a pair, but Kudanov does pick up the gut shot straight draw.
So he actually checks as the pre-flop raiser. Kudanov wondering, didn't see bet this king, queen, deuce. Interesting. Take a free one off. There's the king. Seems like a good spot to start stabbing. Fedor Holtz. You raise 6 high.
Yep. Mind if I take one of your...
Opponent showing weakness on this flop.
You're right.
Not too much has changed on a turn.
$175.
175. Just enough to just fold out some random hands. Now Victor here is going to be thinking, am I getting delayed c-bet often enough? Wow. Calls with 10-9 high.
I mean, obviously he does have the draw to the straight, but this is equal parts. Let's make the straight, and equal parts, let's see whether or not I face another barrel on the river. The ace comes off.
Okay, so I think Fedor is likely going to put Viktor Kudanov on a queen a lot to be able to check back that flop, call a turn bet. He would expect a lot of ace-x to reshove on his open pre-flop with the 20 big blind stack. You would expect pocket pairs to reshove pre-flop. So most likely Fedor thinks that Viktor Kudanov has a queen. The question is, does he think that hand would fold? And he's betting this kind of size that looks very milky. It does look credible for an ace.
It sure does, and I think this may be the end of the road for Kudanov with the 10 high.
This is some power poker. Does he got it in him to make a play trying to represent the king?
You know, it'd be even sexier than making a play is flatting with 10 high. You know that, right? Flatting with 10 high would literally be the sexiest thing I've seen at a Triton so far, and we've seen some very sexy plays.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's going to the time bank.
No way.
Oh my God, is he gonna do it?
No way. 10-9 high. Battling the 6 high, going potentially a call.
You see, something doesn't add up for Kudanov here.
Yeah, something.
There's an odor in the air here.
So you checking that flop of a king? I don't believe it. You betting that small of a king on a turn.
Oh my God. Did he just call with 10 high?
Wow. Show everyone. This 10-9 high is sick. Sick.
Oh
sick,
my
sick.
goodness.
Just keep nodding your head, Fedor. That is unbelievable.
I'll tell you what. If there's one thing that could have happened
No slow rolling.
that would really gut punch Fedor and make him rethink what's been going on, that was it right there. And that is a big statement call from Kudinov, the kind that even top-class players don't generally come with.
Yeah, that is another level. He's
all hail Viktor Kudinov, my friend. That is an announcement.
That is a statement. Do not bluff me. That is just stunning.
That was one of the most gangster calls I've seen in a while. I don't want to make a meal of it because obviously as played, there is something somewhat straightforward and you tell yourself, but to find the flat instead of the raise, it takes, that takes something special, man. Wow. What did we just see there? Well earned by Kudinov, who now sits with over 3 million in chips. Just about the average stack. Good for 4th overall. With 8 players remaining.
The nuts. Huh? The nuts. Running hot.
I am a big fan of all these Triton newcomers. I'll tell you that. My gosh, that was... Every single one of these... I mean, we've only run 2 tournaments so far, but they're in a sick hand in each one. That's so sick. You just got to keep thinking about it. Keep talking. Can't even see the future hands because how amazing that was. Like, it didn't cross my mind that call was a play. You found it, Ollie. You're the prodigy.
Mean, the boy, yeah, right. Listen, I don't have it in me. But I did suddenly, after he used the time bank, think to myself, he could flick in the call here with this specific texture as played. And given the whole situation with Fedor being very aggressive, having the chip lead, demonstrating that he's going to be very active here. Now Kudinov going to work.
9-7 offsuit. I mean, some of these guys got to still be a little bit shocked at what just happened. Yuri, King 9 of diamonds, 24 big blinds. Does he want to play it? It's a decent hand. Awkward stacks.
5 seconds.
All in?
Just ripping it in. Wow, what an aggressive play here. It's going to work.
Nice stuff there from Yuri. Randy. 10 high.
Can't believe it.
Randy. 10 high. Called with 10 high. He called.
He called 2 streets with 10 high.
I mean, it was a gutter, but yeah, man. That was
pretty
something
sick.
else. I'm still in a little bit of shock and disbelief. We'll get over it, we promise. But for the time being, we certainly hope that all of you out there are as impressed as we are in here at that play. I'm sure somebody in the chat's already writing standard.
Standard. Well, you know what? He can try and qualify to try and come out and put his 10-9.
Right. Whoever the guy is that
calls.
writes standard, come on down to Cyprus.
We're waiting for
in
you.
a 30K and just show me your 10 high call range. As we see Tolerine and Holes squaring off. Turn is a jack. Still air in both chairs.
Yeah, you can see Fedor's like, man, not at the top of chip counts anymore. Can't just kind of splash around too crazily. Thinking about this.
400.
Wow, he's just gonna keep blasting away. Fedor
tell you
doesn't
what,
stop.
On some level, you gotta respect Fedor's ability to kind of dig, let's call it somewhat deep. I know the spot wasn't next level or anything, but you know, he just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar with 6-4. Most people might be a little gun shy, right?
Yeah.
Not Fedor. 8-5 off. The spot is the spot. This is what it calls for. I'm going to do it. But he's going to remember the name Viktor Kudinov for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fedor is that type of guy where I'm going to make best play every single time. If it costs a lot of chips, I'm going to risk a lot of chips. And that's how he wins tournaments, and that's also how he busts early sometimes.
High risk, high reward, right?
Mm-hmm. Pocket 4, it's blind versus blind. Against a guy who called you down with 10 high. It is a little, quite a bit to just open jam. You could, in theory. Some people like to just go for the limp jam, expecting big blind, especially this guy. Bump it up a decent amount of time.
Pocket 4 is here for Fedor, choosing to limp as he shows you just how dynamic he is, or maybe how much respect he now has for Kudinov. He's got 6-3 offsuit. Checks back. Ace, queen, queen. Not terrible texture for Fedor, especially given the check back from Kudinov, which will tend not to contain too many aces.
Pocket 4 is a little vulnerable, so well, I would just bet out and just try to deny equity. Your hand is also can easily get counterfeited. But Kudinov is like, would you really bet an ace queen right now? But I've got such a bad hand. I already made a play at you earlier. Let me just cool it down.
The chat actually pointing out that big call that you talked about during the pregame show prior to today's coverage, Randy, by Patrick Antonius with that jack deuce.
You would have loved it, Ollie.
I mean, I wasn't thinking about that call when I said that what Kudinov did there against Fedor with 10 high was the sexiest call of all time. I think, as we see the blinds going up here, I think that one has got to be there. Just those are the top two. I mean, I can't think of two bigger calls, certainly in terms of what I've been privy to here in the Triton series, and just kind of gives you a sense of why it is that this is the preeminent tournament series on the planet, and why people come from far and wide to be a part of it.
Yeah, we've seen such crazy hands through our time here in Triton, but I will agree that, you know, Patrick's hand was probably even crazier, probably because it was like a 10-minute hand and made it even more tense in our final 3, but this hand was also amazing too. But, you know, I'm thinking back on some of the other Triton events, there was some really sick hands. I don't know if you remember the Triton Million, Stevie Chidwick, like, check called down against, what's his name? The Indian guy.
Vivek? Rajkumar?
Yeah, he called a bet jam on the final table of just jack, and it was a jack 10 queen or something. It was something crazy. Like, just so many sick hands in Triton. And you're like, come on, the stakes are getting up. Don't you guys just kind of calm it down a little bit? No, these guys just keep being relentless.
Well, where there are sick players, there are sick plays and sick hands. As we see the 2-5s for Tolerine, still best on an ace-high rainbow flop, where Zivalevsky defends. The king, queen, checks.
Anything happening?
Nah, not really.
Like it was short.
Sorry?
It was short.
Yeah, short. 150.
Worthy of mention that the Antonius call was for his tournament life.
The numbers are wrong on the
Three-handed, right?
Three-handed.
I mean, I think you gotta give him the hat tip. I think that's a bigger call.
Bottom pair with 4 overs.
Yeah.
And it's
that's a
3
bigger
bets.
call.
Bigger chips. Not to take that. Obviously, the 10 high call was absolutely sick too. But you know what? Do we need to compare? They're both amazing.
No,
We're gonna get
they
even
are.
more.
Yeah.
So that was the hand of event number 1. So far, that's the hand of event number 2. Event number 2 is not even over. Could get crazier.
Well, something brewing here between Yuri and Tolerine, as the nut-no pair decided to check call 150K on the flop, and now the ace is paired. Yuri checks again. And in terms of development, that ace is actually not a bad card for Yuri. Backdoor hearts do get there after Tolerine checks back the turn.
I do think that the king-queen, while it's unpaired, is still strong enough for showdown value here. You just beat enough hands, you know, the random 10 highs that see bet the flop, jack highs, queen highs. I don't think you'll see a bet out of Yuri here a lot. So check it down. 5s are good. Always pretty relieved when you have 2 overs and you see bet, still get the show down and win.
So a pickup for Tolerine, the overall chip leader, as we swing back over to the other feature table where Ignacio Chavero on the button is ripping. King 5 suited. Quick fold from Wykin. Not sure what he had. Keating was 7-4 offsuit. Into the muck as well. Well, you talked about that hand from the Triton Million back in London. There are plenty of highlights and archives available on the Triton Poker Plus app. Go back and relive moments, if not entire events. Available on iOS and the Android store.
Ace 10. Some of these players at this table are very short. Like Wykin Young. Alex Keating getting very short as well. Our pick's at the bottom right now, Ali.
All in?
All in for Chavero. Can he wake up with a hand?
Ace 9 suited. And indeed, Yang has woken up with the hand that he decides to go with. Unfortunately for him, he is going to be dominated, as they don't get any company. And Chavero in good shape here. Lots of chops possible, of course. Jack 7 deuce, ace 10 still in front.
Ace on the turn. The card is the jack, and we lose Wykin Young. Will not be getting a 4th title here.
Yeah, paired the turn, but unfortunately was unable to improve on the river. So his 4th title, not to be, as we are down to just 7 players with the departure of Wykin Young, as we welcome you back to the desk. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, and Wykin will be collecting $123,500 for that finish. Next payout, $164,000. And before we head to a quick break, just want to turn our attention back to the 10 high call by Viktor Kudinov.
Yeah, it's you know, it was a great call already on the turn. For him to even consider calling another bet when the ace is supposed to hit Fedor. He raised it pre-flop. He's repping that ace really well. Very credible. The milky size bet.
Yeah.
I don't know how he thought about a call, but you know, he threw in the time bank and you were like, you know what? It's not raise or fold.
No.
It's actually maybe a call.
Yeah, I felt it in my bones. And this break, by the way, not scheduled in terms of the levels, but in terms of the combination of the field, as we will now play a 7-handed final table. Even though it's a 6-max event, that's the way things go here. And as the players do redraw, Randy and I will step aside, but we'll be back with the final table of event number 2, day 2, 30K 6-max. Don't go anywhere. Plenty of coverage still to come. Stay close. Bigs with the blinds at 25, 50,000 and the 50K ante. Now Yuri Zivilevsky's going to wake up with 2 black queens in the small blind. And he does have Paul covered.
1 ace dead, as you can see from Jason Kuhn. These start of day 2s have been terrible for Paul so far, but he can still maybe spike something.
All in.
All in.
Okay, it's gotta be big. It's gotta be really big. That ain't it. Nope.
Feels like Jason may have squeezed the 7 before he squeezed the ace. As tells Paul good luck. Does not tell him, however, that he folded an ace. Want to let a man hope. And that hope begins to flicker as the 10 high board heavily favoring Zivilevsky here. Turn card doesn't present any added hope. It's just a pure 2 outer on the river, not there. And Paul Pua picks up yet another cash to add to his career that hold true, but obviously there's some confirmation bias going into that as the accounting is completed. Espen goes back to the tea or the coffee or whatever he's working with there. His ace-10 does draw very live against the 8s and the king-jack.
So it is important that the side pot's pretty sizable here, so it's not one of those spots where they just check it down.
Yeah, 290K each into the side.
Enough.
580 total.
Yeah,
and
there's
it
enough in the
comes-
side to kind of like fight for, like kind of bet and bluff.
Comes Queen Jack 4 with a couple of hearts. Gut shot straight drawn backdoor hearts for Jorstad, who awaits the main as Malika checks over to Fedor, who has the best hand now with middle pair.
A lot of times you'll see people play a little bit slow with the king-jack middle pair. It's got good showdown, but it's not one of those hands you want to get multi-barrels in. Unless Fedor wants to keep their aggression and not make things tricky, he might opt for a small bet, but you do see a lot of checks often.
And as you suspected, Fedor does check back and turns back his attention to Malika, who was kind of dressing him down there on the flop, and this 9 of hearts now produces a flush draw for all 3 players. Additionally, for Malika, she's got the gut shot straight draw. Of course, we know the 10 would be no good for her.
Yeah, Malika's right now thinking about that side pot. She does think there's a good chance she's up against like an ace-king. Then she's trying to draw that, check those hearts, both red. I think I would like to just try and get a free card on both players.
Look at all those outs for Jorstad.
Yeah, he's sitting there just hoping. These two are fighting for the side. Fedor tends to take his time on these spots. Very calculated.
Checks back once more, and now the 10 on the river gives both Malika and Holes straights. Fortunately, of course, for Espen, his 10s are cooked, and he is a dead man walking.
So now he's got the king high straight, of course worthy of a value bet, hoping for some crying calls. Guess the question is what size? He knows Malika can't have ace king, so it could come into play on sizing. You either kind of bet small, hoping to get called by like some kind of 2 pair, or you just blast it, just trying to maybe move your opponent off of a chop potentially. He's going to go very, very small, as expected, just hoping for any kind of crying call. And she's got, you know, a decent hand. It is a straight still.
And as played, it's not necessarily a given that Holes is going to show her a king on the river here. So she does pay off, and that'll be the end of the road.
Like 2,000 off.
Okay, all right. I just love ace 10 off. I can't help myself. God damn. Right.
For Espen Jorstad.
Stacks. Going to rip it in. Hopefully take down the blinds. If not, well, you're not risking much anyways.
All in.
You sure? Play all in?
Holes is just going to rip it. See what's what behind him out of these shorties.
Fold.
Let's go.
Call. Should I?
And it
Forced
looks
all
like
in.
Artur Martirosyan has decided now is the time with this 10-7 offsuit. 2 clean cards. 30% equity. Heading to the flop, which is 5-6-9. So he's got himself a gutter to go with the 7 or the 10 that he's hunting. On the river, the queen now means the 10 or the 7 are no good, and it is just 4 outs for Artur Martirosyan to avoid being the 13th place finisher. And the 6 on the river seals his fate, which will leave us with 12 players. And now at our other feature table, Alex Keating's button open with King 7 has drawn an all-in from Jason Kuhn.
About a 10 big blind shove. Alex Keating, he feels like gambling. Let's go, King 7 offsuit.
I'll tell you what, Keating has shown us this look before.
Oh. Hold up, yo, what? You guys are, this King 7 is really coming out to get me.
The savage.
Oh, just call me the King 7.
Savage King 7.
And you hear Jason a bit surprised that Alex would want to spin the wheel.
After he makes that call. I don't think that's a call for chips.
He suspects that the call by Alex Keating maybe centers more around wanting to get rid of Jason Kuhn, standing between him and an easier feature table. Not just for chips, as the runout does not help the ace-queen and dispenses Jason Kuhn. And it would be Chavero's 320K barrel on the turn will earn him the pot.
Now I want to ask, you're familiar with Alex Keating. Is there a little background on him? I'm not too familiar with him, Albie.
Yeah, we can pull up Alex's Hendon Mob profile. And in doing so, we're able to see he has $2.1 million in career tournament earnings. Currently residing in Austin, Texas, which coincidentally, per conversation during, I believe, event 1 or day 1 of event 2, between he and Ebony Kenny, is where she is living right now.
He strikes me as a cash game player. I don't know why.
I could certainly
It's
see
the
his
chatter,
style
right?
lending itself really well to cash games. The chatter and also the willingness to kind of get involved in spots that, you know, the solvers might otherwise tell you you shouldn't be getting involved in. And, you know, everybody kind of pledges allegiance to the computers. As we see him open with Queen Jack suited to 125,000. He's got these diamonds smothered for Chavero.
Decent hand to defend. Connected. Little cards. You know where you're at. You're getting good odds. No reason not to.
King 7-4 does yield a gut shot straight draw for Chavero, who has just 73,000 in career live earnings.
A lot of people like to c-bet on these king high boards. A lot of hands that hit a king, you know, like ace king, king queens, they 3-bet you, so it's a little bit less likely the big blind would be able to hit that.
And the follow-through barrel, 130K from Keating.
So he's got clean outs to a nice straight here if he can hit a 6 by check calling or possibly check raising. Backdoor diamonds makes it an auto continue, especially for a small third pot. Decent stacks. It looks like reaching for more chips. Aggressive.
Check pop here from Chavero.
If a player is c-betting too much, then check raising becomes pretty nice.
Obviously, we know not 100% of the time is our opponent going to be able to be connected to the board. And as such, these check raises can sort of discipline the
like lucky tokens he was getting. He would like tell me all these stories where like that he went to these places and bought like lucky things. So I'm like, man, he keeps talking about this. I gotta really like lock it down and make sure I get a lucky one.
You gave me a lucky token yesterday.
Nice.
didn't want to cut off the story there, but we see holes here raising to 125,000, and Malika is going to try her luck against him again. She's got the shades down now. Feels like she could be frustrated, and she is sharing an 8, which is a problem. But she does end up out-flopping Fedor on this occasion, making 10s on the Queen High 2 club board, where Holes' ace of clubs is relevant. checks it over to him.
Yeah,
Put
let's
a pin in that pot that I was going to talk about.
we'll hear about it. But Fedor here, ace of clubs, definitely important like you mentioned. So he's gonna just put some bets. When you got a big chip lead, you kind of just auto fire so many flops into these small stacks because they don't have the ammo to just randomly check raise bluff you. So you get to take it down way more often.
C-bet does get called, and now Malika has made 2 pair on the turn. Fedor does hit the 8.
Malika thinking about leading out. Okay, gonna check. When Fedor sees this kind of tank check, he might be thinking, something seems suspicious. Let me just check this back.
Now the king on the river.
2 ways to think about it here of the 10-8. You could value bet this yourself, or you can check hoping that Fedor tries to represent that king to put pressure against you. Looks like she wants to value bet it.
275.
275,000.
Going to be really hard to call just ace-8 here. Holding ace of clubs doesn't help because if you were to call a bet, Fedor choose to hero call, you don't want to have a club in your hand. Those are the hands you're trying to pick off. So now you start looking at straight draws. Well, straight draws got there, Jack 9. These other straight draws would have a piece of a pair now. I guess that leaves the option of fold or potentially a bluff raise. Be like, you know what? Maybe I can represent like an ace jack.
Fold.
No payoff there from Fedor, as Malika finally able to take a pot from him. The one in question, which by the way, we are simply going back to the Triton Poker Plus app to look at.
As they're bluffing hands. Block the ace. Unblock the hands that would be able to call you. I mean, be able to fold, sorry. Does lay it down. Discipline.
Oh, now another ace-4 off of a much deeper stack on the button for Fedor. He is not interested either. But the 4-5 suited for Malika, who's
Good
now
enough.
down to just 1.4 million.
Yeah, I feel like she's just been dwindling down.
Yeah, hasn't been going well for her so far today. But as you can tell by her glasses, she's from the future, Randy, so you know she already knows what's going to happen in this pot.
Yeah. So if she loses it, then why did she play the pot? Or, you're right, Ollie.
4s and 5s on this 4-5-6 board for Malika against the overpair for Yuri. She checks it.
Wow, this is a board that smashes the big blind. 9s is still an amazing hand on this board texture. You kind of want to charge those 5-7, 6-7s, ace-4, ace. There's so many hands that you don't really want to give a free card to. You are playing shallowish stacks where it's okay to commit. Oh, pair like this on this board.
275.
Bet 275,000.
And the bigger bet really commits you into this pot.
Yeah, 275K into 440.
So if I was considering slow playing because I thought maybe my opponent is weak, I definitely would be check raising now. Not only is it drawy, but when someone opts to bet a larger size with their shallow stack, it kind of implies that they're committing their stack more often than normal. Well, just calls.
Yeah, Malika is going to slow play despite the coordinated nature of the board. See Yuri shooting her a glance, and now he binks the 9 of spades on the turn. Stone cold disaster for Malika.
It's been a terrible day for her.
She's drawing dead.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, there's no way she can be saved. There's no way Yuri would check the top set because of how connected this board is.
But with a 1 SPR, does it have to go in now?
I would
Could he
think
find
so.
something milky?
He could, but the thing is, Malika is going to want to protect her hand and get value, you know.
Right.
There's
So
a lot
maybe
of bad cards.
no matter what he bets, it goes in now.
It's going in.
Whether it's him doing it or her doing it.
Yeah. He might be thinking, bet a little smaller because of how strong my hand is.
But then the SPR on the river becomes a little suspect.
And you don't want to give outs like good odds for like open and a straight draw to kind of take you out in such a deep spot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Did
But
check
he
it.
does check back. And now look, this could be a path to an escape for Malika. Yuri's going to be equally as worried about the four-liner to a straight out there as Malika is.
Yeah.
But if she checks, does he maybe go for value? It'd be sick, but I don't think if he goes for value, it would be for the full amount. So no matter what, this card is saving her money.
I certainly agree with you. I think a little block bet is a pretty cool move here. Oh, she's actually going to go for a check. So they've pretty much done every single opposite of everything I've said this hand.
Right.
But she is going for the check. Yuri here, pocket nines. Man, it's tough because you could be getting trapped by a straight. But you might also think the big blind should probably bet a straight a lot of times into you because I raised from under the gun. So I'm not really expected to be holding an 8. So why are you trying to induce me to bet an 8? So I like this bet.
600,000.
Oh my goodness, this is a lot meatier than I think I anticipated from Yuri. 600,000 of his remaining roughly 1 million, and you see Malika instantly throwing the glasses off.
Call. Get out.
And welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here at the Merit Resort and Casino in North Cyprus, where day 2 of event number 2 has finally come to a final table. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, just moments away from bringing you that final table action. Of course, we managed to play down from 17 players to the 7 here in this 6-max event. That's the way things go. We do combine the field so as to prevent there from being a 4-handed and 3-handed table. That would not be fair. Blinds are currently at 50 and 125,000 with 125K ante. And as we turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, you get a look at the seating configuration and the chip stacks. It is Ben Tollerine who managed with 2 queens to better than triple up against 2 10s for Sam Greenwood and an ace-jack for Fedor Holtz. Now sits in the chip lead where he was during this event once upon a time. Ignacio Moron Chavero, the Spaniard, in second, 5.2 million, and Fedor Holtz has slipped into third with 5 million. Those the only 3 stacks ahead of the average of 3.5. And then it is Viktor Kudanov who came with that ultra sexy 10 high call against Fedor, which definitely captured the attention of the stream. 2.7 million in front of him, the Brazilian Yuri Zivalevsky. 5th for 2.5 million. Chidwick not far behind him, and then Alex Keating, who has that high variance style with a little bit of speech play. 1.5 million, good for 13 bigs. Perhaps the one stack, Randy, that we may see be in that push-fold kind of proposition, especially given his style.
Yeah. But, 13 big blinds, you still got a little bit of room to wait. It's, you get a couple orbits in, but he is going to have to look for a spot. Because there is a good separation between Alex Keating and other medium short stacks, all eyes are going to be on Alex. What that means is that the guys in the middle, like Steven Chidwick, Yuri, and Victor, they should be playing a bit more calm. When they reached up, they kind of got a little bit stronger holding because, they've got incentives for big pay jumps at the final table. At the top, the 3 guys practically share the chip lead. There's not much of a difference. And, it's going to be a bit of battling. We know Fedor is capable of getting out of line in these spots. Seat position is going to be pretty important here. And you can see, although Ben Tollerine has more chips than Fedor Holtz, he is out of position against a guy with a lot of chips. So he might need to be a little bit careful himself. It should be a pretty tough final table. Of course, if one of these 20 big blind stacks happen to double, they'll flip-flop into the top, and the guy at the top would go down.
Yeah, and you talked about the payouts here. On deck is $164,000, which will go to the 7th place finisher. The pay jump for ICM considerations is roughly $50,000, let's call it 51 exactly, to $215,000 for 6th as you able to get a look there at the remainder of them. Climbing the ladder all the way up, we find $930,000 going to first place, topping the $825K from that record-breaking field in Event 1, which was taken down by Patrick Antonius. 123 total entries here in Event number 2, 77 unique players, and of course, we do have Event 3 already underway in the background. That is, of course, the 50K 6-max. So those who have already hit the cage and cashed out, probably parlaying their way into Event 3 as we speak. But of course, late registration is open. And with that, we will send you back inside the feature table, which is now the final table here at the Marriott Resort and Casino, where action is just moments from getting underway. Certainly appreciate you joining us for it as you get a look at those chip counts once more, brought to you by GG Poker. And as Randy mentioned, those top 3 stacks are neck and neck. And then you have the 3 stacks of Kudinov, Zivilevsky, and Chidwick all neck and neck before you get that mild drop off to Alex Keating. So certainly some interesting dynamics at play as we get things underway at the final table. In terms of titles, we know that Fedor Holz does hold a couple of Triton titles. Stephen Chidwick holds one as well. Ben Tollerine, Alex Keating, Kudinov, and Zivilevsky, along with Chavero, all newcomers to the Triton series. And just look at that in terms of a performance. 5 of our 7 players, it is their first ever Triton series. So the newcomers have continued to perform well.
125,000 to 105,000 big one.
Next blind level after the 50, 125 will hop up to 75 and 150. Not an insignificant increase. Button will start in seat 7 on Chavero, which will put Yuri and Kudinov in the blinds and Alex Keating
Which box
under
am
the
I
gun.
supposed to be using?
You'll be using this one, you say, sir. Fold.
Eight deuce offsuit. Not enough for even Alex's level of ambition.
Yeah.
Can you give me my clock then? Thank you.
He just wants more time. He hasn't had a chance to even look at his hand yet.
Tollerine getting situated, determining which RFID box he is supposed to be using. Ace-8 suited now for Chidwick.
Yeah, 18 big blinds. Start from open.
250,000.
Chavero, ace queen, definitely worthy of a 3-bet. Wouldn't mind putting the pressure on Chidwick. Take down what's in the middle. Look at the stacks behind you. If there's no one deep behind you, then you can just kind of just rip this all in. And he's figured that out.
Fold.
An unwelcome response, of course, to Chidwick's open.
Hi, excuse me. Could you please scan for me the
Too big.
Where should I go?
For Stevie to call.
Well, gonna get a new chip lead with that reshove from Ignacio Ron Chavero. 46 big blinds.
No cause for concern, of course, for Tollerine and Holes.
Fold.
Fedor Holtz picks up King 10. He seems like a guy that would raise this in early position.
250,000.
Ace 10 for Chidwick. I think he knows that Holtz does raise quite often when he's got a big stack at final table, so he's He's going to be pretty tempted with ace-10 offsuit. He is in the hijack, so there is extra players behind him. 4 to be exact.
Fine.
Thinking about making a move.
Thank you so much.
You just get the app update thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just camera.
Calculating the situation.
You can have.
Yeah, I got it yesterday.
Is
yeah.
it too risky?
You're late.
Sorry? I'm late. Okay. Yeah. I know.
Well, you know Chidwick, so sound in his fundamentals and obviously his understanding of ICM.
600,000.
He's going to 3-bet to 600,000. So he's opted to kind of 3-bet small.
Fold.
Because there were a lot of players behind him. If someone wants to put some crazy action in, you know, maybe he can get away, some day jumps. It's quite an interesting move. Keating's like,
Fold.
such a good hand. Don't get a chance to see it flop. Fade or Holtz now. Wow, this is awkward. Look at them staring. This guy right next to you just staring straight at you.
Well, I think I mentioned when we talked about it last that it was these two guys I recall having had some sort of epic stare downs with one another.
Yeah, Fedor looked over and was like, all right, I'm not going to think about this hand anymore. I'm done with it. It's not like I'm going to play back with the King 10. It's just like, Chidwick's, he's intimidating. I mean, at the table.
Sure.
Posture is perfect. Just takes up a lot of, takes his table presence, you know.
Raised.
Marks his ground. Holds opening.
Fold.
Back to back.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Mucked around. As Fedor takes it down with the ace-8 suited. Still getting our feet wet here in the early going.
It's going to be some grinding. Alex Keating is getting even shorter. Sitting around 10 big blinds.
Yeah.
But you know, you can see that Chidwick's not shy of playing back, despite Keating being so short.
I think I owe a time bank from the last hand, right?
A nice guy, honest guy. Oh, time bank from the last hand. Several hands ago.
Fold.
Never need to call Stephen Chidwick's character or morality into question, that's for sure.
Keating's like, man, I got folded 200 button, the perfect stack size, queen 3 offsuit, come on. Bunch of garbage. It's actually a little interesting here to see if Ben Holloway's gonna try and see a flop here at 10-4 offsuit. Obviously not a good hand, but you know, he respects Fedor's game enough to just give him a walk.
Fedor will take it, given he had 8 deuce.
Yeah, Fedor's just always known to be aggressive, so you're always kind of like a little bit more cautious. If you're playing against like a tight player, you know, you might limp that 10-4 offsuit, expecting a lot of free flops. But when Fedor's got chips, he doesn't let you get free flops that often.
Sure doesn't.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
So I will point out, this is Yuri's debut to Triton. Already locked in his first cash, first final table. Not too bad. I know he got far in event number 1 as the qualifier, but did actual literal bubbled event. It's good to see the newcomers get a nice start to the series. Fedor getting stared down already. It's like the perfect seating for us to always see whether someone is staring at the other player.
275.
Raised to 275.
Upstairs we go off a 4-5 offsuit as he gets after Chidwick.
Chidwick is very likely to be reshoving this ace-7 suited, I think, into Fedor. He knows Fedor's game. Fedor likes to, you know, step on the gas in blind versus blind situations when he's got a chip lead and there's ICM implications. Yes, Alex Keating is got 10 big blinds. I feel that ace-7 suited is just going to take it down so often against this player.
You know what the next blind level is? You know what the next blind level is? 75, 150?
I don't know.
Must be.
Never got this deep.
Surely it's 75, 150.
I know Chidwick is contemplating just calling potentially, but is going to jam.
Yeah, the ace-7 suited, deemed adequate. Of course, the 4-5 goes into the muck. And Fedor's got a tough assignment here at the final table, Randy. You touched on it earlier. As one of the big stacks, Chidwick, not the type to be intimidated just to his left, and has a decent-sized stack of his own.
Yeah, you know, go ahead. Look at that. Bracelets.
Yeah, something that these guys know a little bit about. Live variety, now available online. 33 bracelets in total, a part of the 2022 World Series of Poker Online, running now through the 27th of September. And of course, GG Poker, the place to go to qualify for future Triton events, as 3 players did in event number 1.
Yeah, I was going to say that. You know, you're like, oh, I don't want a big stack behind me who's a good player. But, you know, Chidwick with like 20 big blinds is really threatening, really annoying. He doesn't skip spots. He's going to put the proper pressure on. Ace-deuce suited for Chidwick. He's chipped up a bit. 22 big blinds, blind versus blind, against the chip leader. What's the game plan? Some players opt to just keep it simple, just open jam. Some people will limp call, limp fold. So many good options. Limp jam. Just really depends on how wide you think the chip leader would opt to raise when you limp. You gotta think about the reactions to figure out what's the best play for your hand. You can see Chavero checking King 10, which is a strong holding, but it's a hand where if you raise and get jammed on, you kind of waste it. So that's why they don't mind keeping these strongest medium hands as checks from the big blind.
So to the ace-jack 3 flop we go, as Chavero flops the Broadway gut shot. Top pair for Chidwick.
Bet 125,000.
Comes out swinging for $1.25.
Chavero with the inside straight draw, king high, blind versus blind. Ranges are wider. Definitely got to be calling here. Chidwick could just have random 2 cards. They try to get a free flop. 5 on the turn.
Does not help Chavero. Either player with the flush draw.
That spade, which is a little bit worrisome for Chidwick, because, you know, if Chavero, who's got 82 cards, is holding a random pair of a spade, do you really want to give him a free card? But then again, if you keep betting and he calls you, you kind of blow in this pot where maybe you become at risk while there's a tiny micro stack out there at this final table.
Five does provide a wheels draw to Chidwick.
Check.
Three on the river now pairs the board, solving potential kicker issues for Chidwick. Yes. Turn went check, check.
So when he sees that Chivero checks back the turn, he's going to put Chivero more likely on a pair on the flop, like a jack, potentially a 3 that made trips. Go for some value. If he was being floated on a flop, he probably would have took the lead on the turn and start betting. So he's thinking it's time to value bet rather than check to induce bluffs. So the small bet here is designed to get those crying calls from those Jack X.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this, calls, king high. Well done, sizing wise.
Surgical precision on display, as is oft the case with Stephen Chidwick, milking 200,000 off of the chip leader on the river there. Excellent execution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as the dealer push comes in, you get a look at the tight cluster. Chivero at the top. Chidwick now sort of putting some separation between himself and Yuri and Victor. Alex Keating is that short stack that we can expect is going to be jamming at the first opportunity.
Stick your arm right here.
Yeah.
All in.
And there it is, right on cue. Queen Jack offsuit for Keating, deemed adequate. And Tollerine with yet another ace king. Bad news for Keating.
Yeah. Well, we know ace king's going in. Queen jack, not doing too bad. You're not dominated. One jack down.
So the wheel will be spun as Tollerine clears the herd behind him and is looking to clear Alex Keating as well. In good shape to do so with 64% equity, but not when Queen Jack rolls off. Now it is exactly running kings or aces that Tollerine would need. And on the turn he draws dead. Big smile on Keating's face. Rather fortunate. Tollerine taking it in stride. Obviously, that's the man you want to double if you're going to double anybody, given he had the shortest stack. With that double, he's going to be neck and neck with Kudenov for those honors. King 10 offsuit now for Tollerine. Not enough for him to open. Fold it around to Chavero's button with ace-4 suited. We can expect an open here.
You're way ahead now.
No, whoa. I know, but just in emotional. How many emotional pots I lost?
You're way ahead emotionally.
Nah.
He's getting chatty. Got that double up, right? Or was it
Talking
double?
about Keating, of course.
Yeah. Sounded like Keating.
Uh-oh.
Yuri.
All right, I gotta use some emotion.
Small blind has got something in store for Chavero.
All in.
And it's a jam.
See these normal reshoves, try to take it down. It's really a good fight. Well, with that double up from Alex Keating, no one is clearly short. No one's got a runaway chip lead. Really as close as it can get, in my opinion.
22 bigs for Yuri.
Nice hand, Yuri. Thank you. Is it always quiet, or is this sometimes it is and isn't?
Depends who makes the final table.
Yeah.
It's not a final table yet, is it? Unofficial? I don't know. Triton work
Not
different.
I think it counts.
It's like a final table to me.
Six-handed
tournaments playing at the same table.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, the technical definition.
Final table seems like a pretty.
I'm counting it.
technical.
in my
I'm just
mind.
saying what they actually count, right? You know, if it's a six-max
I
tournament.
think this is a very official final table. I don't think this is an unofficial final table.
Usually it's. Tell my friend Dan that. He'll be really happy. Made a bunch of seven-handed, six-max final tables.
You know, Holly, I don't know the answer. Are we at the final table or are we at the unofficial final table?
I'm going to go with Chidwick. Looks like a final table to me.
There's no other tables. It has to be the final table, by definition.
And it has to be another round of re-raising from Yuri. This time he goes up against an ace-queen instead of ripping with one against the ace-4 suited as Chavero makes it 250 to go again. Zagorowski has the two red jacks.
So he did pick up a little bit extra chips, so he's contemplating just re-raising rather than just open reshoving now. In this smaller 3-bet, he can have some 3-bet bluffs here. Oh, don't worry about that. Kudanov picks up ace-king of clubs. This is going in.
Sure is. Off of 2.1 million from the small blind.
All in.
Those two little words past the Russian's lips. And for Chavero now, with a 3-bet and a shove behind this ace-queen suited,
Yeah, I'll
it
get him a
begins
little
to
further next time.
How
shrivel.
much is that?
Yeah, this is actually really annoying because, yeah, you see a 3-bet and a cold 4-bet all in, but then you're like, that jam is only like 19, 18 big blinds. It's not that. Normally you would be raised calling it off. It is extra aggressive action with 3-bet and still the 4-bet. The 4-bet should be pretty strong. And you got to worry about the guy 3-betting off of a shorter stack against you. He could have wake up a hand and ace-queen would be in big trouble if they had to go to a 3-way confrontation. Good laydown.
Yeah. That's that point in the night where your buzz is worn off and the lights are on in the club and you realize, maybe I'm not in love. Of course, for Yuri with the two jacks. He does not have the same luxury, just too much hand. And the man who stood sixth in chips has the silver lining of being up against the man who was the only shorter stack. And the two jacks still in good shape on the 6-4 deuce board. One club working along with the two overs, and now two clubs work. Kudanov adding to his outs massively with the flush draw. Can he hit? No, the 7 on the river, and Viktor Kudanov will be the first casualty here at the final table of event 2. Well, he gave us one of the most memorable moments of today's coverage, if not the Triton series thus far. The first time, Viktor Kudanov picking up $164,000 and certainly announcing his presence on the Triton Tour. So 6 players remain, and if you want to call it the official final table, feel free. And among those 6, the new short stack will belong to Alex Keating, as Yuri Zivalevsky is now your chip leader.
Wow, just that hand.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, so no one can really maintain that top spot at this final table. Still very, very close. Short stack is very well intentioned with 21 big blinds. All 6 of these guys have been very impressive. Impressive resumes. Fedor's going to start it up at this official final table of 6. Maybe it was official before. Ace 8 suited for Chidwick. He's been kind of playing back at Fedor holds.
Let's see what he wants to do off of the 5th place chip stack.
Gonna lay it down.
That's a tidy fold there with ace-8 suited.
Yeah. I guess he was like, it feels like I'm playing a little bit too many pots with Fedor lately. This is marginal already. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is ace-deuce offsuit, correct?
It is. But this is also Ignacio Chaverro, the Spaniard.
Yeah.
3 scoops, up to 750,000. Pressing down on this under-the-gun open of Fedor holes. Note that an ace-8 suited already out in front of Chaverro, and then another ace out behind him as Keating wakes up with 2 threes, but decides that's not enough, kid.
This is a gangsta 3-bet against the under-the-gun of Fedor. Just realized Fedor's been opening a lot. And you know, Chaverro, to me, has a really good image. Very credible, doesn't get out of line too crazily, and doesn't show down that much. So you're like, you know what? He's probably got it. Doesn't.
What he's got is a respectable table image. He's leveraging it appropriately.
I'll tell you this, if I ever 3-bet the ace-deuce offsuit there, when I'm giving those cards to dealer, I'm sliding them. I'm not throwing them in. I don't want no deuce to accidentally flash.
Fold it all the way around to Keating's button. Jack 9 offsuit.
You have a new blind level. Blinds are 500, 1,000, big blind ante 1,000.
Jack 9. And this guy like, I'm gonna take a shot at these blinds. Immediately gonna get played back at by Tolerine, ace queen.
$300K open is a min raise, and Tolerine is going to stuff it in there. He is covered by holes behind him. This is not at all insignificant. Of course, Fedor, not enough. And Keating does what he's supposed to do with that Jack 9. 4 offsuit under the gun. Not enough, but 2 black queens will do it for Yuri. The chip leader off of 5.4 million. Standard open to 300K.
Tolerine's got ace-8 suited. Reasonable hand. All options available. Dealer button kind of incentivizes you to play a little bit more, as well as a chip leader raising. Kind of makes you think you have a wider range than normal, trying to steal some blinds. I can see Tolerine flat, I can see him raise, I can see him fold. It's like gonna try to see a flop in position. When you're flat though, you do let the big blind come along a bit more than often.
Ace-8 suited on the button. Now creates a different price proposition for the big blind of Chidwick with 9-7. So Stevie does come along. 1.125 in the middle. 3-person party, and the ace-10 tray flop is an all-Tolerine affair, as he's got top pair.
Yeah, queens might play it cautiously here. Try to slow it down. Take one off. Checks to Tolerine. Gonna feel okay about his hand. Might expect a better ace to c-bet this flop. Good amount of time. Does know he's up against 2 players. Small bet.
Just 275K after Yuri declined to c-bet the 2 queens, understandably in a 3-way pot.
Now, you're not feeling good about queens when an ace rolls off, but the price is so good. Sometimes these guys just take a little stab there, like inside straight draws. You can't really fold 2 queens for this size. Blank on the turn. Not Tolerine. Kind of an interesting spot, because he's not really sure if he's getting pot controlled by a better ace, or if his opponent's got like 10x or inside straight draw. Going to quick jacket 2 pair.
8. It's the river. Now Tolerine can feel comfortable. Kicker issues are resolved in the event that Zivilevsky chose to take this line with a better ace, which would seem somewhat improbable.
Is that a block bet coming in? Thing about block bets is sometimes you induce raises and you start leveling yourself and make some crazy call down.
I mean, this is a stone minimum sized bet of 150,000 on the river, and I don't think Tolerine's in the calling business.
No. Tolerine has got to figure out, okay, is my opponent block betting with like a 10, jacks, queens, and kings, or does he got like an ace 9, ace jack, something that definitely will hero call a big raise here. Figure out which sizing you want to go for and target. If you think he's got the ace, go really big. The 8 is also that card that doesn't seem like it's supposed to hit Tolerine. So it went check check on the turn. So if Yuri had an ace, you would most certainly call a big raise very often. There's the chips. 1.2 million. And this is what you hate when you do the min bet, block bet. You're like, gosh, why couldn't you just call?
Well, it's always the risk that you run. You recognize that you sort of do invite these lines, and they're not always tethered to a better hand. Sometimes they're just the product of looking at that sizing and going, you're getting cute, mate, let's ask a question.
So Yuri is kind of trying to figure out, okay, would you do this with just a naked ace? How strong of an ace would you do this, and how weak of an ace? Would you do this like an ace 5? Doesn't think his opponent has ace 6. People don't really defend that on the button. He just made the call.
Look at that. Zivalevsky wasn't buying what Tallarine was selling, and it ends up being an expensive pair of queens for him, as Ben will once again reclaim the chip lead after winning that pot. A short-lived stint there for Yuri. You surprised at all to see Yuri make that call after that pretty big raise on the end?
I understand where he's coming from, right? Because it went check on the turn, and he's raising on the 8. He's not really putting his opponent on ace 8. Definitely not on like a 10-8. Pocket 8s probably wouldn't bet the flop. Like, it seems weird. Like, why is he raising on the 8 ball cards? And like, I don't think he would raise me if he had ace 5 for this sizing, right? Because he could be value owning himself. He thinks he would get 3-bet by ace queens and ace kings. So like, I see where he's coming from. And you know, when your opponent is known to be like a great heads-up player, you know he's capable of some big bluffs, you tend to call down a little bit more. And you know, that funny thing is that little block bet end up costing him more. Had he bet more sizable, had he checked, he might have just checked fold, he might have checked called for less, you know, like sometimes it really does backfire.
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of sizing Tallarine would have come with into that pot on the river where it checked to him. But this is a man who doesn't make a habit of leaving meat on the bone. Yes. Nice execution there from Ben, gets paid off by 2 queens on an ace-high board. And now sits with 6.3 million. 1 million separating him and this man, the Spaniard, Chaverro, who is in second with his 5.3. Fedor in third with 4.2. Yuri down to fourth with 3.6.
9-3 of clubs is suited. Gonna lay it down to Keating because, you know, Keating hasn't really won any pots, really. So, you know, give him a little bit more respect.
He fared well with the Queen-Jack last time when it was up against the Ace-King, and he flopped the boat right away, no waiting. In the chat, some people mixing up Alex Keating with Alan Keating. Alan, of course, a purported businessman, but he's got a lot of poker cred. Loves to play in the biggest cash games around.
So all Keatings like to splash and gamble a bit, give action.
There's something about the Keating clan.
Yeah. Ace 5 offsuit. Solvers love ace 5, so he's going to open it up in the cutoff.
Takes the button away from Chidwick. Not much brewing in the blinds here. And Poles will collect blind and ante money. You know what would really wake this table up?
Tell me.
If someone called with 10 high.
You know what? The guy that can do that, no longer here.
I know. He's already gone.
Yeah, this is a very serious final table.
I'll tell you what, if Alex Keating gets some chirping chips, he may look to break that ice.
I mean, he tried earlier. Didn't really get much.
No, he didn't, did he? He sort of
like-
inquired as to, is it always this serious, guys? Is it always this quiet? I don't know. I'm new here.
I forget
I
this.
think anyone answered him. That kind of gave him his answer, didn't it?
Yeah. Chavero, 8-7 suited.
Mid-raise open from Tollerine under the gun. Inferior king out of the big for Keating, but suited and definitely enough kit for him to defend for another 150K. And he ends up out flopping Tollerine on the queen 4 tray board. Not terrible texture for him either with the backdoor diamonds and just one overcard.
This is a board. You're gonna see bet from under gun against a big blind defense. Usually it's just queen or nothing. It actually has a 4. Check call is the standard play.
Facing the c-bet of 200K, he makes the call. Oh, no, this is bad news for Ben Tollerine. The only upside is that Keating sits just 2 million deep, but here he is with top pair, thinking he's hit the gin card. Instead, it is Keating who's done that, as he has kings and 4s and a stranglehold on this pot.
Yeah, Tollerine is going to try to size it away to get that queen to call. Try to represent, you know, some straight draws, some flush draws. A lot of those hands would multi-barrel on an overcard. Again, some small stack. Keating with king 4 diamonds. I would like to see a check call. I know you've only got 1.3 million behind if you do call, but you kind of want to look like you got a queen so that the guy, if he is bluffing, just blast away against you. When you jam here, you look really, really strong. I guess if you were going to have a bluff to check raise all in now, it'd be like a 5-6 of spades, a 5-7 of spades, something similar to that.
Right, big equity pickup kind of deal.
Because logically, you would never jam a queen here, right? Because there's an overcard.
No way.
So I like calling, despite getting a little bit more drawy now. If I think that my opponent will blast away with like Jack 10 sometimes, Ace Jack, Jack 9, spades. But you're out of position. You don't get to dictate what your opponent does on river cards. So that'd be the flip side.
On.
He is going to go for it though. Should get snapped. But you can see he doesn't like it. It's like, oh,
yeah,
sorry.
it's one of those kind of like, okay, it doesn't feel right. The spot is such that I'm supposed to call. But Tollerine always knew that that king 10 was vulnerable. And indeed, Keating is an 86% to 14% favorite with 1 to come. Needs to avoid elimination, though. Queen or a 10 would give Tollerine the win, and instead it's 4s full of kings for Alex Keating. So a full house on both occasions that he found himself all in. And this one is going to put him up over 5 million in chips, which will put him into the chip lead.
That's right.
It can happen quickly.
Is the chatter coming soon, Ollie? Maybe?
I sure hope so. I know the chat hopes so.
Hey, you did ask me to pick someone. Look at him. Doing well. Where's your guy, Ollie?
Gloating, are we, Randy?
My guy was short stack. I'm like,
What did my guy have? Was it kings that really was his downfall?
And what did he lose to?
It
was aces,
kings,
right? No, it was ace queen.
Stop. But that wasn't what knocked Wykin out.
True.
Nevertheless, it took the bulk of his chips as we now see 34 big blinds for Alex Keating, the biggest of all stacks. And in terms of final tables, Randy, help me get a sense of just how deep or shallow, for that matter, having a chip leader that has 34 big blinds is.
It usually would mean it's pretty shallow, but he's not really that far ahead as a chip leader. If you look at the Triton Poker app, you'll see the other guy's got the same stack size, other people a little bit lower. So, you know, it's actually not that shallow when you look at the blinds from the stacks. Normally a chip leader has some kind of significant lead. So, yeah, I would say there's still a lot of play. It's not really like a bunch of all-ins, open jams, and stuff like that. So, some moves. And these guys know how to maneuver like these medium, smaller stacks and still make a lot of play out of it.
Fold. 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 Fold.
New chip leader is suited and connected in the small, after having taken a big bite out of previous top 2 stack of Ben Tollerine. Chose to limp in here, Randy. Tollerine will accept the free peek at a flop. You surprised at all to see Alex with an 8-9 suited hand composition, not try to shoot it up?
You know, it's just people have different approaches, and, you know, he's got his own style. But someone like Fedor has been kind of like raising, putting pressure when he's got the big stack. But, you know, Keating's mixing up. I think it's okay that he's limping, because when you raise and you get jammed on, like 9-8 suited plays pretty well post-flop. But when you limp, the only thing that can really shut you out of a flop is by open jamming, which they don't do often with that kind of a stack that Tollerine's got. So I like it.
225.
Keating's bet of 225,000 did get called by Tollerine, who has the aces and sixes, and now picks up a club draw, while Keating picks up the gutter. Alex now checks it. And Tollerine, playing pot control, will check back with 900K in the middle, and that 7 of clubs will hit both players. Keating makes his 9 high straight, but of course with 4 clubs on the board, he will always tread lightly. Tollerine, meanwhile, has the 10 of clubs, good for the 4th nut flush. Not counting straight flushes, of course.
Yeah, just see what Keating tries to do here. Is he going to go for like a block bet? Doing the min?
Bet 150,000.
Well, is the 10 of clubs strong enough to go for a raise?
Call. Sit down.
Doesn't seem like it.
9-8.
Yeah, the 150K bet, sort of blockerish.
That's okay, because you know what? He might have check called a bigger. I mean, we know Tollerine would have bet bigger if it got checked to him, I believe. So, you know, that's when the block
Mission
bet.
accomplished.
Yeah, it works out for you. It just sucks when you get raised and you end up paying like $1 million instead of like 300,000 or 400,000.
I don't think Tollerine was going to make it 1.2 like he did against those 2 queens of Zivalevsky. Which, by the way, shouldn't be overlooked. That was a pretty gangster play there. Obviously, he had the aces and eights, but just pick the right number to get queens to call him. Right?
Yeah. Like, it feels like the maximum, right? Like, if you hit all in, like, okay, the guy's going to like side, just fold. You probably got it. If you bluff me, congratulations. But, you know, you go any smaller, you're just going to get that amount. So, I think it might literally be the perfect sizing.
Not by accident, of course, as these guys have so many reps under their belt, Randy.
Yeah, oftentimes I look at the pot size, did some quick maths in his head.
Raise 300,000. Fold.
This has been a roller coaster of a final table. No one can just hold on to that chip lead and press it.
Fold.
I mean, that's what you're going to see. When there's no one giving anything up, usually no one runs away with it until a cooler happens. Fade door. Deuce 5 suited. Not so good of a hand, but this guy's got post-flop game. It's going to be pretty tempted against the min raise.
Indeed. Fedor. With the 5 deuce suited, does come along against Yuri, who had Jack 10. Neither player hits the 2 7s and king flop.
So such a dry board. Gonna see a smaller bet on these board textures. Don't need to bet too much to get a big blind to just fold their random cards. But actually gonna check. Delay c-bet probably. But you know what? Fedor's picked up a flush draw,
He
maybe
sure
a chance
has.
to win.
That queen of diamonds is sopping wet, given these 2 holdings.
Yeah. One of the problems with delayed c-betting is you give the big blind a chance that would have just snap check folded the flop. Fedor deciding, okay, why did you check back the flop? Is it because you got ace high? Is it because you got like a little pocket pair and now there's 2 overs? It'd be quite scary if I start
600.
betting. And he's going big. Good read.
600,000 into 825 as Fedor decides to seize the initiative here.
Is open-ended with Jack 10. Yuri's thinking about, okay, you're using a big size. It kind of implies you rep in a 7 or a draw. A king might opt for a smaller bet size. Wow, he's going to continue here. Are we going to get one of these brick-off Jack-high calls to remind us of that 10-9?
Not impossible.
Deuce is good.
Deuce is as clean as it gets, but Holtz happens to have hit it. Is it the kind of card that's going to influence him to just check with that tiny bit of showdown value and bluff catch?
He should definitely be checking this card. It has enough showdown value. You beat the ace X of diamonds. You beat the ace jack that happened to hero call you on the turn. The ace tens. You can think about bluff catching against busted diamonds, even though, I mean, the diamonds you have are quite small, so it's not so bad about blocking the diamonds in this spot. Yuri. Thinking about taking a stab here, of course. He's wondering, can a check sometimes win?
Well,
it probably could sometimes.
What exactly is the class of hands that Jack 10 would beat? It feels like,
well, he's got the
9-10?
yeah, these 9-10.
Exactly?
Yeah, stuff like this. Well, he's just gonna fire. He's just like, my read was you didn't have much for me to call just Jack high on the turn. So let's take a stab here.
How often is this bet of 700,000 on the river going to be attached to an incidental queen
I hit this last
that
turn
Yuri
already.
would have hit on the turn?
It should not be a queen. Wow, lays it down quickly.
King 7 suited or?
Sick hand.
Fedor. Red Yuri for very strong.
We have a new level, gentlemen. It's 100,000 small blind, 200,000 big blind, 200,000 big blind.
I feel like Fedor should have thought about the hand a little bit more. Sure, he may come to the same conclusion, but you know, it kind of reminded me of that Patrick hand. You know, he had a pair of deuces, but he used all his time banks to end up making a call. I guess Fedor kind of thought about Yuri's check on the flop of the king 7-7 rainbow. Looked like a king, or like he just flopped so big that he just started to check. He was going for some pot control. The size on the river was quite small. Looked like a milking bet. I think Fedor kind of like broke down the hand, immediately, and if, when Yuri had dropped that 700k bet, he was like, okay, this is kind of what I expected a king to do, so let me just lay it down as I should. But it was wrong.
Well, you can't be right 100% of the time out there. Zalewski, the beneficiary on that occasion, as Tollerine now with ace-4 suited on the button, folded around to him, and he is going to jam. Takers. Round and round we go. Shortest stack at our final table belongs to Stephen Chidwick with 20 bigs.
You just been running with those alternates.
And
Yeah.
40 bigs
Not difficult decisions.
is the big stack of Ignacio
I
Chavedo.
think I used the time bank. Did you get it? Did I use? Yeah, right.
I think it was just in the quest when you got away.
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
Fold. Fold.
Things do get more shallow with the big blind at 200k.
Yeah, those blinds
Raise 400,000.
ticking up.
Fold. Fold.
Ace-9 suited. And raise open for Tollerine. Is King-4 offsuit enough to pique the interest of chip leader Chavedo?
Fold.
We do stand corrected, by the way, with the blinds at 100, 200. It is just 20 big blinds for what was the chip leader Chavedo, although after folding his big there, Tollerine slides into that role. For Tollerine with 5.3 million and the blinds at 100, 200. He has just about 27 bigs.
Fold.
It is getting shallow now.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
This is when really good reshoves can be very important. King deuce on a button. 12 blind seems a little weak. Balance some timing here.
Fold.
Actually, the small blind, big blind spots can become very important with these 20 big blind stacks, since people open raise a little bit less. Get folded to this situation a lot. But everyone, of course, has studied this spot. 9-4 offsuit. A lot of garbage going to play against each other. And the big blind doesn't really raise the small blind limp too much because the 20 big blind stack is a good limp jamming stack size. Let's see. He's going to go for it though. 7-3 of clubs is a bit connected.
Raise to 600,000.
Smell the weakness.
I smell the optimism as you called 7-3 suited a bit connected.
It is
the
connected.
triple gapper.
Fold.
I didn't say it was a lot connected.
So Zalewski taking the bottom end of his range and pressing it there to shed the limp from the small as he adjusts what must be regarded as the most fabulous hair we have in the Triton series. Let us not sleep on that.
is really well put together.
I think at one point in the Triton YouTube channel chat where we are streaming today's coverage, somebody stepped in to say over under 500 right swipes if Yuri makes a Tinder account in the first hour out there in Cyprus. I'll take the over.
Raise 400,000.
King Jack offsuit for holes is going to run into Zivalevsky's ace 10 suited, but how will Yuri react to the min raise open?
I think he's gonna go for it. He should know Fedor's tendencies to still open raise quite a bit, even with this kind of stack depth. He just knows.
A jam from the Brazilian. And holes out of there.
Yeah, Yuri getting the best of Fedor lately. Fedor, you know, when you do these raise folds a couple times, they really add up when you only have like 20 big blinds. He's down to what, 15, maybe less now? Yeah, about 15 blinds. Do that 1 or 2 more times, you're down to 10. It's very crucial. Do we keep min raising or do we just start open ripping it with 15 blinds? That's the question for Fedor.
I mean, with 930,000 up top, current payout of 215,000, ripping it off of 15 big blinds, especially given how shallow the big stack is, would feel a touch reckless. Now, it'd be a different proposition if we have 15 bigs and the chip leader has 100 bigs.
Yeah.
But there's really not a lot of separation. The cluster is far tighter than we would normally maybe see at some final tables. So a min raise open certainly feels appropriate to both of us as well as Fedor, and he does get through.
Also, one of the things, if you open rip from under gun, the problem is, you know, if 2 guys behind wake up and now you're forced to clash with them. If you min raise, 2 other guys want to go for it, you can just safely fold your ace jack and preserve a lot of chips.
Sure.
Raise 400,000.
Ace 9 suited for Chidwick. Up front. Second floor. I think a Jack 10 just hit the muck, if I'm not mistaken. Ace 10, doubtful to do the same, though, and that's what Tollerine's got, which has Chidwick in bad shape, and Ben does have Chidwick well covered. But that ace 10 ends up in the muck, Randy, from Tollerine. And go figure, I thought for sure he would be getting involved, but perhaps looking at the landscape and maybe thinking to himself, what kind of range is Stevie likely to be opening in this spot?
So
doesn't want to get involved.
What's important is the opening stack size. He had a little bit less than when Fedor opened his hand. He's in earlier position, which is a bit stronger. And quite frankly, I think Fedor opens more than Chidwick, just a little bit more.
Sure.
So, you know, you want to jam on the guy who's still opening a little bit wider, because they're going to fold a bit more.
Maybe a flat from the small, or is that just too weak?
It seems too weak, because oftentimes you kind of just check fold flops. You don't really know where you're at.
And even on the ace-high boards, you're not really ever too comfortable. You end up in a lot of check call down. So what kind of upside are you really creating for yourself as played?
Exactly.
Ace-10 suited, though, up front for Chavero. Obviously playable. Makes it 400,000.
King 7 suited. Is he thinking about making a play? Nope.
Obviously being on the button, a little bit of a different proposition. And of course, against the opening range of Chavero, who sits far deeper. And Chidwick, who is currently the short stack, becomes a different proposition. Holes now, 2 red queens.
All in.
Play all in. Fold.
Annoying, but from under the gun, you raise. This rate 3-bet jam should be stronger. Just gotta let it go.
Yeah.
And you know, you call 3 million. You're wrong. You're down to 1 million. Absolute disaster.
Yeah. Especially given the stacks that are currently sitting smaller than Chavero's.
And ICM is so important right now. You want him kind of. Your chips are very valuable here. You know, like it keep you in a tournament, potentially get farther. Plus, you know, maybe when you wake up a hand, you get more chips or more power to reshove on people. You need to take all these things into consideration. ICM usually dictates that you want to be the one jamming, not the one calling it off.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
Sixes. Chip leader.
Raise 400,000.
1-6 into the muck behind Yuri, who has opened with the pocket pair.
Fold. Fold.
Chavero going to defend with Queen 4 suited and come up empty on 10-8 deuce. The Spaniard checks it. Now 2 over cards out there. Nevertheless, the sixes
200,000.
will probe, min bet, 200K.
Leaders in the 50K 600, please complete the hand you're on and raise your blinds. The blinds are now 1,000, 1,500, big blind ante 1,500.
Oh, yeah?
He just flipped his hair. You see that?
Oh, the hair flip is legendary. In fact, I think one of the very first times that I did commentary on a table that featured Yuri Zivilevsky, I was with Maria Ho, and we were playing a drinking game. By we, I mean she. And among the things that would happen on screen that would require Maria to drink, Yuri flipping his hair was one of them. Needless to say, she didn't stay sober for very long.
Fold. Fold.
King Jack suited for Tollery in the min-raise open. Baby suited one gapper for Chavero, but this is not the place nor the time to get involved with that sort of kit, he decides. And now Yuri's got his heart smothered.
You know what? That Queen 8 suit is a bit connected, isn't it?
I mean...
Let's see a flop.
Are you suggesting that I have some bias for the upper crust of the deck, where I'd be more willing to call Queen 8 suited connected than I would 7-3
Yeah,
suited?
a little bit.
Okay.
Check.
Well, the Queen 8 is certainly connected to this flop, as is Tollerine. Open ender for Yuri. Checks it to top 2 pair.
Bet 300,000.
Well, he's got an open-ended. It is a board that hits that pre-flop range, so he really can't try to make a play of Queen 8. You gotta remember, you're expected to 3-bet big cards that would smash this flop, so check call, it's gotta be the standard of Queen 8.
And the 9, no waiting for Zivalevsky. Gives him the straight here. Tollerine not drawing dead, but clearly this is a development that will create some reservations.
That is one annoying turn for Tollerine. This is when you say, please, vote me up.
He checks back. Now an ace on the river. That's actually an important card for Zivalevsky insofar as he no longer falls to an ace-queen. Now has the stone nuts. 7 cards straight.
So Yuri should size in a way that he would size a hand turning into a bluff, like say a Jack-8, a 10-8, these types of hands that probably needs to turn their hands into bluffs. What would you make it? And then do the same sizing so that maybe Ben Tollerine find some hero calls. So is he thinking of repping the bluff size, or is he thinking about the super micro tiny crying call size? Let's see. Yeah, so it's that big bet, trying to make it look like I'm moving you off a pair. The bigger I go, the more it doesn't look like I've got the straight, because you know I don't got a straight when I check that turn.
Yeah. Or at least I'm not supposed to.
Mm-hmm. Leveling. Best part about high stakes poker is watching these guys use their strategies and see the nuances based on the dynamics of final tables. Live poker lays it down.
Yeah, Tollerine getting 2-1 on a call there, but the 4-liner and of course the ace coming together to leave him properly, sending kings and jacks into the muck. Still 6 players remaining here at the final table of event number 2, a $30,000 buy-in, 6 max event from here in North Cyprus. The only casualty at the final table thus far was the newcomer, Viktor Kudinov.
Was looking to me like...
Yeah, Fedor never stops.
Alex Keating and Stephen Chidwick, along with Fedor Holes, Fedor Holes and Stephen Chidwick, the only 2 Triton veterans. Keating along with Yuri, Tollerine, and Chavero, all newcomers.
Fold. Fold.
16 blinds on the button. No, I mean, it's a very playable hand, of course. It's just annoying stack size in this situation. Like, oh, do I raise and then let people rip it on me? Do I just open jam myself? He's going to go up the open jam. You're like, please just fold. Please.
Fold.
It's 5. You know? When you open jam, you can get these hands to lay it down.
When you don't, sometimes you get these hands to play back
He's
at you,
calling,
which is
though.
exactly what
Ace
Keating
5.
has done.
Oh, he's all in.
jamming.
Sorry, I misread it.
We're even.
I showed him.
Yesterday.
Showed him, and supposedly there's a little bit of history
Second,
that went
first
into
card
that
was an ace, I was
particular
really hoping
choice.
The next one was a 5.
For show,
Huh?
For show me.
For show, to show you, yeah.
Alex Keating is a kind of live by the sword, die by the sword guy. And, you know, in terms of the modern professional poker player, I feel like fewer and further between are the ones that are cut from that cloth. Tend to see a lot more of that even-keeled GTO. Let's not do anything that we can't substantiate and support with the math. Not Keating, though. And selfishly, love to see it.
Well, you know, he's moved up to second place, which is strange because I feel like not much has happened for him lately. 9-8 offsuit. He limped 9-8 suited before. Limping offsuit version of 9-8. Tolerine. 10-5. Not great, but it's free. Is this a raise? He's thinking about. So people like to raise a polarized range from the big blind with against the 20 big blind limps. It's hands where if you get limp jammed on, you don't feel bad not seeing a flop.
That's a good point.
9.
Not a jam, but a 3x from Tolerine here with the 10-5 offsuit, applying pressure to the limping range.
It's quite annoying. Just gonna stay out of trouble.
Keating does lay it down. Nice work there from Tolerine.
Alex is probably thinking like, I know this is a playable hand for a limp call, but the problem is I'm putting my stack at risk. Like, okay, maybe I check call some bets, check fold later down to like 1.5 million. That's a disaster. Like, that's why how important it is to kind of preserve your stack. You know, no one's gotten a pay jump in a while. We still got 6 players.
Short stack. Stephen Chidwick with 12 bigs. Correct big stack. Yuri Zivalevsky with 33.
Raise 400,000.
Pressure time.
Fold.
Good reshoving hand.
King, queen. Out of the small.
Also, it's good that the chip leader's open. Yes, he's the one that can bust you out, but he's also the guy most likely to raise bad hands. Thinking about, so he's going to use a time chip. I guess he's also contemplating maybe a flat call because his stack is pretty good, possibly even in second place currently. Feel bad to bust in second place if Yuri wakes up with a hand. So he's gonna go, looks like, the slower route. Is those calling chips? Or are those 3-betting chips? Re-raise. Not all in though. Wow. Like this?
Tolerine deciding that there is some room for a 3-bet to 1.25.
By doing the 3-bet, not all in, if your opponent, you know, wakes up a hand, you still in a tournament and keep the 3 million chips. The only problem is sometimes the guy plays back at you and you're like, oh, I made a big mistake. But usually that doesn't happen.
And it didn't happen on this occasion as Tolerine picks off uncontested. Well, I touched on it earlier when Kanapong Tanaratakul was at the table. Our official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series, Jacob & Company, makes these incredible timepieces you see on your screen. Not just about the diamonds and the sapphires and the rubies, though. If you're into poker and gambling-themed gear, at Astronomia Casino has the functioning roulette wheel inside the piece. Can't overlook that the winners of our 2 main events, long deck and short deck, will be receiving a special Jacob & Co. collaboration piece. We caught a glimpse of Stephen Chidwick wearing the special collab piece, courtesy of Victory out in Madrid.
550,000.
Oh, he's gone up in sizing, hasn't he? 550,000. The big one's 200,000. Some people read this as strength. Some people think, oh no, it's Queens versus Ace King.
Classic race. Chidwick in the big. And it's also Keating, Randy, who we know can get frisky.
What?
So, all in
Just
it
wanna
goes.
Just double check. How much the all in for approximately?
I think 2.15.
Oh,
fairly predictable. And the most classic of all races pre-flop is
How much
upon
would you
us.
have
As
folded to?
I just want to double check the numbers so in case you do something like extraordinarily dumb without realizing it. I know what you mean. I just like to be sure.
It's good.
I like that. Chidwick keeping an eye on Keating there, who asked him for the count, and he immediately responds, saying, how much would you have folded to? The Ace-King not really a candidate to go into the muck, and not looking so great here on a 3-4-7-6 board as Chidwick hangs on and will double through Alex Keating with 2 queens. And boy, that's bad news for the boys, isn't it?
Yeah, Chidwick's been very patient at this final table. Now he's up to 4.7 million.
He's just not the guy that you want to give chips to.
No, this is the guy. Why is he leading player of the year of Triton, I believe? At least coming into Cyprus. Probably still is, holding that lead.
Bear with me while I look that up.
He's just a crusher.
Current leader is indeed Stephen Chidwick with 1,297 points in the Player of the Year race, the Triton Series.
Yeah, it wasn't an attempt to like slow roll you. I just always like to just double check the numbers or
Fair enough.
what I think they are.
Just curious.
There isn't an amount.
Ace-6 suited now for Yuri. Upstairs we go. 2.5x now.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Arrow. I feel like he's been grinding downwards, dwindling. Been very solid, but blinds do catch up pretty quickly. Jack 9, enough of a hand. See a flop.
Fold.
Try to get a little piece. Make some moves. 10 big blind stack remaining, but this is just a pure whiff.
Check.
Yeah, Jack 9 deemed worthy of a defense for the extra 300K by Chaverro, who comes in to this pot, 5th in chips. Need 5, not in his neighborhood. Yuri's as well, though. But as the pre-flop raiser in position, he will fire 250,000.
Man, I really want to make a move, but if I'm wrong, I can't risk some of my 10 big blinds on a check raise. Leaves it up.
Yep. That really not the spot for Jack 9 to do anything creative.
Are starting to create a gap here with the chip lead, but he's only got 29 blinds.
Yuri with 7.1 million in front of him. 29 big blinds. That's the big stack. Alex Keating with a little north of 2 million, 8 big blinds. That's the shorty.
First to act.
Fold. Fold.
I hear call. Is there a
Nope.
limp strategy being employed?
Nope, I don't think so, right?
No.
Probably heard fold.
Okay, all right. Just making sure.
King 10. Keep that aggression up.
Raise to 600,000.
These guys can't defend too wide. I see Chidwick actually opting for
Fold.
a little bit bigger raise to try and de-incentivize the big blind, the chip leader, from defending.
Fold.
Mission accomplished. And these are the subtleties, again, Randy. The widely adopted sizing for many orbits now has been just the min raise to 400,000, given the lack of depth in the stacks. But Chidwick on the button, looks up, sees Yuri's stack depth, understands it's going to take a little bit more ushering to maybe send one of his holdings into the muck, which he does successfully, and in doing so, he finds himself third in chips. Dead heat with Ben Tollerine. 21 big blinds apiece. Of course, Yuri still out there in the lead. Fedor with 14 bigs, but plenty of ICM considerations as a middle stack, given Keating and Chavero both with sub 10 bigs and likely to be in that push fold situation.
Yeah, it's actually pretty amazing that we still have 6 players for quite some time, but it's go time real soon. Gonna get some clashes. The standards of hands to get it in will decrease.
And the fact that we've continued on six-handed for as long as we have, as the blinds continue to escalate, means that we're dealing with a lot more shorter stacks. And obviously, 2 stacks under 10 big blinds, we could see the eliminations really start to come like dominoes.
Mm-hmm. Chavero, King 10 offsuit, 8 blinds. You just gotta make a play. Just try to pick up some chips.
Tends to agree. Rips it in there. Oh, stop. Thank you.
I believed him.
What? That he was thinking about a call with that? Listen, this is the guy that did it with King 7 to send Jason Kuhn to the showers, remember?
Okay, I know. Just giving his opponent a little sweat. Try to remind him, you just can't jam anything on me. I might call you lightly.
Queen 3 and 10-5, unlikely to be enough. Not the same story for the ace-8 suited for Chavero.
Another hand worthy of a shove. Was the short stack chipping up. 10 blinds, ace-8 suited. Let's go for it. Looking for 3 folds behind him. An ace-jack for Keating. It's go time.
Suited, no less. He is on the short stack. Pay jump between 6th and 5th is a little shy of 60K. Keating gets it all in. Chavero does have him covered. The King 7 shrivels. So Chavero will pull back the balance and give the short stack of Alex Keating a spin. Keating in a dominant position here, heading to the flop in a 4 million chip pot. So far so good, but opportunities obviously for Chavero, who is 8 fishing. Not there on the turn. And not there on the river either, as ace-jack will play, and Keating has ridden the chip count roller coaster. And
you didn't seem like the kind of guy that would joke, so you actually got me. You built up your image.
Move into
3 days
4th
just to do it
place.
like
I was waiting for the right time.
that was the perfect time. I was like, really?
Because you're a little bit nervous, so sometimes you don't see.
What did you count?
1,750,000.
I count 1 million. Oh, I see, 1,750,000. Okay.
So after that hand, Chavero, super short stack. This is, everyone's going to be very cautious. That's got a little bit more chips in him. Let this guy double or bust. We know he's going to get in real soon. So what that means is the big stack, they should be raising. They should be expecting lots of more folds. Marginal spots would, just be passes.
Expecting some ICM respect out of the middling stacks between the shorty.
There's different watches for every winner.
And Yuri.
I know this is the same, like this was the one for the short deck.
Like Jason couldn't? The one, Jason won it, right?
No, I won this is the one from the short deck. And then
you won the main.
Henrik won the...
Hecklin. So
I won the short deck, and the Hecklin won
the main, and he has the same.
The no limit, and he has the same one, yeah.
I never
Not
thought
sure
I
if
went
they're
this
doing
long
the same
without an
numbers.
elimination.
Stop on that.
Oh, yeah.
We've been playing for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Standard.
And short stack.
Yeah, we've all been
Yeah.
Perhaps Keating planting the seeds for Chavero to be a sport and give us a bust out here. It's been a couple of hours. What do you say, pal?
He was the one all-outer. He didn't say that before he got it in.
5-6, not going to be the one. Nine-6 offsuit on the button.
Well, he is thinking about what I told you, is that, Chavero is getting soon, so maybe these guys would be pretty cautious. They would have to be. Ben Tollerine, King Deuce. Let's see, what's his play? 12 big blind effective. He's got the lead, so he can't bust his hand. Put the pressure on. And look, Fedor's got a hand. Queen Jack. It's a chip EV call, but in this situation, it's got to be a fold.
No Tollerine just applying max pressure. Given that short stack of Chavero does loom, it would just take so much hand, I think, in this spot for Fedor to call. Ben knows it.
100%.
And just leveraging and exploiting the situation. And that is the hallmark of aptitude for Ben Tollerine, who lists his home currently as Vancouver, Canada.
Is that right?
Went to Texas Tech University, where he was a finance major. No shortage of overlap, obviously,
Under
between
different circumstances, I would have liked to play this hand.
between the worlds of finance and poker. And I love what Hull said there, really validating sort of the observations.
Yeah, that he would call if there wasn't a stack that's about to get it in this hand or next hand.
Continuing on with Tolerine's bio, says his family has a history of playing cards, and he actually learned when he was a kid. In terms of the most memorable moment that he has from playing poker, he says his heads-up battles with Isildur, Victor Blom.
Yeah.
Anybody that managed to tussle with that man and come out unscathed certainly has some chops. You know that much.
That was so long ago. So Chavero decided to go with his hand before the big blind next hand. He's got 3.5 big blinds. Adar's got kind of a tricky spot. King 9. He's like, well, I know this guy's gonna jam light. Do I call and recheck this down? Do I just fold? Ace deuce is good.
So Chidwick obviously in a different position than Fedor, with already 250K in blind and 250K in ante invested, having to call a total of 875,000 off of a reasonable stack. He has made the call and he has been outflopped. Chavero, pair of kings. 2 hearts out there though. Make that 3 hearts. Chidwick now picks up the flush draw, and you see the outs balloon on your screen. Plenty of paths to a victory for him now. But the 6 of diamonds is not among them. So Chavero will double through. So now the landscape changes slightly as Fedor and Ignacio both have 11 big blinds, sharing the short stack duties. Chidwick with 16 bigs, having doubled Chavero, sits in 4th. Keating in 3rd. And it's Tolerine and Yuri rounding out the ladder.
This is going to be pretty interesting. Very tense, of course. Tolerine's got Jack 10 of diamonds, 20 big blinds in the cutoff. I guess he's thinking about whether he just make it huge or does he have to go for a min raise. 600K. King X. What is that other card?
Yeah, X matters a lot, doesn't it, in this spot?
Yeah. Is this King 10, King Jack, King Queen, Ace King? King 2 kings? Oh, seems like it's the weaker one. If that was a close spot, probably leaned more towards a fold because of how close his stack size is to Chavero. It's a race. Who will get it in first? You never want to be first in these situations. 3-4 offsuit, not much of a hand against a bigger sizing, but you know what? He's going to go for defense. The smaller your stack is pre-flop to start the hand, the easier it is to realize your equity. So the game plan is you flop anything, you just open jam a lot of the time. This board texture is kind of funny because you got a piece, but the ace is going to smash the opener.
Yeah. Wheel draw for Chavero, lacks a spade in his hand, which is problematic on that ace 8-5 texture that contains 2 spades.
going for it.
Wow!
I love it. He's found a way to win the hand on a crazy board.
I mean, he just decided, I'm going to rep the ace and put max pressure on Tollerine, really taking the opportunity for Ben to maybe c-bet and take it right there away from him.
Wow.
He was gutsy.
He disrespected that bigger opening size too. He was like, I'm still going to defend.
Yeah.
Like,
with the 3-4. Pulls off a stop and go.
but you know what? The stop and go was like, sure, if his opponent had an ace, he was drawing very slim, but you can't call him with jack high, queen high, king high. Like, easily Chavero could have a pair. He could have a pair of eights. He could, have a 5. So it's one of those, like, it's scary, but you know you got to make the play. And I love to see it when a guy knows what he wants to do.
I think conquering one's fear or one's instinctive desire, maybe not to comply with what a situation warrants in terms of the math, in terms of the solved situations, is certainly a part of the process of becoming a pro.
Decent hand, annoying stack sizes. Queen jack under the gun, 6-handed still. Gonna go for it. The fact that he's opening from under gun should appear pretty strong, so he should get less reshoves. From his pocket 7s. Ooh, this is a little dicey. Lays it down because of the under the gun open. And
Absolute.
So many people behind you.
Yeah, demonstration of the ICM considerations for Tollerine, of course. Second in chips right now. 4 stacks smaller than his, and one of them is the opener, Keating. That's Chavero in the small after that valiant rip. 1 pot to go. Now finds himself on 2.7 million. Still the short stack.
This would be a read to rejam this from the small blind against under the gun. 11 blinds. Very shallow stacks. He's wondering how wide would Keating open under the gun and fold to a jam. Lays it down and he's gonna get away with it.
Nice work there for Alex Keating.
Thought you were waiting for the blinds to go up. I thought you were going to use 2 more.
That pot. Keating has 4.6 million, second behind Yuri, who has 6 million even. 19 and 24 bigs, respectively. With the blinds at 125, 250. Tollerine third in chips. Average stack is 4 million.
First to act.
King Queen's a lot of hand here.
Ace 5, 11 blinds. Into the muck. You can see everyone's like, man, no one wants to bust. All these marginal-ish hands.
Yeah, the ace X's that might have been openers are not callers, and they're certainly not 3-betters. So a nice little pickup there for Tollerine. 5,300 with a 300k ante means it's 750,000 every orbit. Six-handed. 125k on average coming off of your stack each pot. And this is wild that we haven't lost a player in as long as it's been since our 7th place elimination of Viktor Kudanov at the onset of the final table.
Very wild, and this has been very grindy.
And by the way, the grindier it gets and the shallower these stacks get, the more that technical aptitude comes into play, right?
Mm-hmm. Most certainly. King 6 of clubs. Can he make a play? He knows that everyone's getting shorter, so their standards are going a little bit lower on what they would commit.
All in.
We're gonna rip it in. These are the plays that can help you chip up and maybe run away with it as long as they don't wake up the fans. But ace-jack suited, oh man, this is strange. Is this a great hand?
I mean,
there are short
obviously,
stacks out
listen,
there.
Yuri's the chip leader, and he's putting max pressure now on exactly the kind of stack of Tolerines, which really the only person he doesn't want to get involved with is Yuri. Here he is in the big blind, Yuri opening the button. And just think about how one feels if they make this call with ace-jack suited and somehow they find the showers before all of these other shorter stacks behind them. And that is exactly the consideration for Tolerine, who feels terrible even without having made the call and having been eliminated, which is a hypothetical we posited, just because he knows how sick the spot is.
He's smiling now. He's like, I can't believe I'm in this spot.
Yeah.
He
What are you doing to me, Yuri?
He knows he's crushing Yuri's range here.
Yeah. Well, because he knows Yuri's range is wide here.
This is when ICM is telling you you're supposed to fold this probably. But he knows if you calls, wins this pot, he's going to ship this tournament so often too.
Oh, can you imagine what a monstrosity of a stack he would have if he managed to double through Yuri?
He's definitely running out of time bank chips. This is the biggest decision.
What do you do, Randy?
You know, I don't know what I would do. I want to call, but I think I'm going to just go, I pretend I got two different cards.
Yeah.
Slide in the muck.
Yeah.
Oh, I misread my hand, guys.
I might just grab one of those men in black wands, wave it across my face, pretend to forget everything, and just put them into the muck.
Right, attention dealers in the 50k, if you start the shuffle, please complete the hand you're on, otherwise you can send your players on a 15-minute break. 15-minute break in the 50k. I remind you players on table 8.
Lays it down.
Wow.
I'll tell you what. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to make that fold.
I have no idea.
But I think in terms of what's right,
it feels right.
It feels right. It feels appropriate. It feels like it's in line with the order of things.
You get the chips and you burn 4 of his banks.
Yeah. I did not see
Feels
that
dirty.
coming. Did you grab, like you were about to grab the calling chip, right?
I would have laid the 6-1 he was calling.
Never let them know your next move.
Everyone seems
Man
to
of
think
mystery.
that Tolerine was going to call.
See how excited Yuri got when he went to call?
And that's why he changed his mind.
Yuri did not want to call.
I wonder how much of that is trolling, by the way, and how much of that is
Look,
just...
look at him, he's still exhaling.
My hand was a killer.
Huh?
A killer of dreams. But,
Genuine.
That timing
card
was
was a jack.
perfect.
My hand was a killer.
I was bad.
A killer
I was bad.
of dreams. So true, though, because if Tolerine calls with the ace-jack suited and loses, that's absolutely what that king-6 turns into, a dream killer.
Does anyone know
As
what the next
Chidwick,
level is?
under the gun with king-queen offsuit.
Is it going to be 2-4?
Yeah.
I've seen him do weird things like 350s.
2-4. Could be, but probably 2-4. I mean, maybe. Maybe it's 175.
I don't know.
raise from Chidwick, and it doesn't look like either blind has kind of stuff that they would want to get involved with. And sure enough, into the muck they go. Ace-Jack suited, man. Ace-Jack suited. Call and double and the glory. That massive stack, but nah.
Call and lose, and then you're just banging your head against the wall.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Dreams crushed.
Every hand that you shake that's sitting on a nub, you look over and you're like, GG. How much you got there? Nothing. Okay. GG. Oh, boy, you were short. GG. My God, how are you still in? GG. Like, and they're all like, thanks for the 65K or 70K, whatever it is. I mean, it's just madness. Just an important moment, though. Truly, I feel like none of us can question Ben Tollerine. I mean, one of the best to do it. And you saw the discomfort. He understands what's going on. The ace-jack is so sexy. He burns through 4 time banks, by the way. So even for someone like Ben, it wasn't easy. But in the end, he realizes the ICM appropriate move is to just put the hand into the muck.
Yeah. And he admitted it, too. He was like, I don't know what to do here.
Now, I might have simply crumpled each of the cards up and then thrown them at Yuri one by one. Just, you know, something with a little more flair. Ask for a new setup. Meanwhile, Chavero is in trouble. King 4 suited. He's taken into battle. This min-raise open is going to be met by Stephen Chidwick's 2 kings.
Yeah, Chavero actually min-raised with 9 big blinds under the gun. It should be very polarized. I mean, 2 kings is 2 kings. Just gotta shove it in.
I'll tell you what, if there's anybody that might think differently, though, and come with a flat in the interest of getting the remainder of Chavero's chips, could be Chidwick.
Yeah, I know he's thinking it is a little odd that he's min-raising under gun blind blinds.
Oh.
Nevertheless, he's going to pile. And Chavero is going to fold. So obviously there is a range of hands off of 2.7 that he would be willing to open a pot with, even at these elevated blinds, and get away from it. By the way, credit to Chavero for doing so. I mean, the hand was, you know, a little marginal, but the spot's always good under the gun, looks strong. And even when you min-raise, you know, there's kind of like, I don't think this guy's bluffing. Look at the spot. Look how tight we're all clustered here.
And he just witnessed a hand where a guy clearly had a good hand and timing folded. So it means that everyone else is playing extra tight.
Yeah.
So he thought he can get away with it.
Yeah.
But he's like, this hand's too weak to just jam. But I don't want to just blind my way down.
Yeah. We're never limping.
Yeah. So it was very, you know, you go for it, but when you go for it and you're wrong, it could be quite disastrous. So now he's down to the big blind with 7 big blinds back. That puts 1 in, puts the big blind ante in. If he folds this big blind, he's down to 5. We got ace-8 suited for Keating. That's annoying because you want to play the hand, and then you're like, do I just min-raise? Do I just fold?
All in.
Just going to go for it.
Not approaching things like Chavero did a hand ago. It is Rip City.
Through.
Ace-8 suited, quite a bit stronger than the King 4 suited. And obviously, Keating stack. A little bit stronger as he's fourth in chips.
Yeah, and because of how short Chavero is, someone like Fedor Holtstack can't even call that. He has to narrow his calling range just because of how short he is, and you know, pay jumps. That big hand where the second place guy took 4 time banks to fold the ace jacks. It just demonstrates and reminds the people that people need to play extra tight. The one that's willing to get out of line a little bit more right now could run away with it, but could bust first.
We play like 6 levels without a bust out.
King 9 certainly going in. 5 blinds total.
Yeah. A little bit too much hand there, Randy, for Chavero to do anything other than rip it in. And Queen 10 offsuit. Obviously, we don't want to be in the calling business with Queen High, but off of 6.1 million, he's able to do exactly that. And Chavero has the best of it. An almost 3-2 favorite, heading to the flop, where the all-in players have fared very well for the last 6 levels, it sounded like, according to Keating. And here they are looking good again. Ace, ace, 4, king high in front. Anti-sweating a queen or a 10, which has been a successful operation on the turn. Just needs to fade it with 1 to come. Oh, and the 10.
Good game.
Good game, man.
Tough luck, Nacha. Good game.
Good luck.
Binking Yuri. And that will spell the end, as at long last we have another elimination, but certainly no shame in it, as all who bore witness were impressed by the newcomer to the Triton Series, Ignacio Maron Chavero, who got himself to the final table, but ultimately no further than 6th place, collecting $215,000 and securing $272,000 and change for the remainder of the field, which continues 5-handed.
Yes, you may.
I mean,
welcome.
So rude, this guy.
Without permission.
Wow, if Chavero had held, we would
Yuri
be in such a crazy close situation. But now we've got a sizable chip lead. Yuri can put a lot of pressure on if he wants to. Fedor is very short. Chidwick, Keating, Tolerane needs to respect the stack size situation. Let's see how Tolerane plays this A7 suited. Gonna go for a min raise. King Jack, not a bad hand.
Certainly not. Off of 4.1 million. Is there a flatting range here?
I think so. I think that calling is a reasonable play. Reshoving is nasty. It is a strong play.
Oh, boy.
I love Keating right now. I mean, that is
Keating's one of those guys that goes, I know you're trying to leverage ICM on me, but I'm going to flip it, turn it around, put the pressure back on you.
Yeah, and you know that Ben Tolerane really respects the ICM when he saw him tank fold that spot. So use that information to your advantage. Because, you know, with Ben Tolerane's opening stack size, he's still going to open these like pocket 7s and 8s. He's probably not going to call a jam like that.
Welcome to take your seats.
That jam vaults Keating into second in chips, ahead of Chidwick. Tolerane in 4th, Fedor in 5th.
It's go time.
Sure
last
is.
place.
A7. Presumably going to be enough for Fedor to make his move. Just sitting on 7 bigs.
Guess he'll put a lot of his chips in. Keep a little behind. Just in case crazy action happens behind you.
How much is it?
$550K held back as Fedor opens to 1.45 million. Clearly a commitment. What is Chidwick cooking in the cutoff? Perhaps we'll never know. King Queen offsuit for
Gosh.
Tolerant. He already had to put an ace jack suited into the muck.
This is 7 blinds. The annoying part is you call and you lose. You're down to 3 or 4 big blinds.
No, he's not all in.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
have 500 left.
That was close.
Got a lot back.
And I'll tell you what, that's a mistake that a lot of players have been making, you know, ever since the sort of not all the way in move started getting employed.
Yeah, that would have been a huge mistake, actually.
Kind of awkward, though, now that Tolerant has flatted. We have a 3.35 million chip pot. Look at the SPR for Fedor.
There could definitely be some checking down. There could be some betting.
Oh, and Tolerant is flop top pair.
Oh, this is actually going to get really interesting, I think.
Does Fedor check back and look to pick up some equity on the turn with that ace of diamonds working? It's got some showdown value.
Oh, he's gonna go for
he's
it.
just going to jam it. And of course, Tolerant snaps, and you see the chuckle from Fedor, who realizes he's in trouble in a 4.5 million chip pot. Can the short stack double?
Good luck, guys.
Good game, Fedor.
Board pairs on the turn, and I'm not sure why it is that Fedor said good luck and goodbye before the turn comes off, as obviously he could have hit the ace, but instead it's the 9.
Yeah.
That was awkward. He wasn't drawn dead.
Can you imagine he spikes the ace?
Was that like the ultimate, like, reverse move? I guess he knew it wasn't to be, as Fedor Holz, coming out of retirement, back on the super high roller circuits, and certainly holding his own. A man with one of the hottest years ever on record, notching a 5th place finish and collecting a payout of $272,300. Now, $337,000 is secured. The pay bump between 4th and 3rd place, not at all insignificant, $71,000.
You gotta put the small blind out.
5s. I would love to see just rip it in.
All in.
Yes, do your move. Take it down.
Keating jams it. And 6 and
I was wondering, how much you
4.
got?
5 mil. Yeah, ace king suited.
Love
getting
to see
fun.
that out of Chidwick.
That was cruel.
It's never cruel when he folds, Alex.
You invited me here. You're supposed to be nice to me.
Be nice.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't
I
for
wouldn't
you.
have done it if I was calling.
Not a mean bone in Stevie's body, that's for sure. So, 4-handed here in event number 2. 30,000, 6-max, no limit hold'em. Just 4 players remain of the 123 original entries, 8 shy of the record-breaking Event 1 total of 131 entries, 77 unique players.
Terrible hand, 9 deuce offsuit. Is he going to actually try and see a flop here? Nope.
Yuri wouldn't have minded some action with that king 8 suited. Well, if watching these final table streams and this Triton high roller action is giving you the bug, we've got your fix. GG Poker. Head there now, as through September 27th, the 2022 World Series of Poker Online is taking place. 33 total bracelets to be awarded, and of course, it is the only place where you can qualify for Triton events.
We are kind of getting to this stack size. A little bit more room. Gonna see some folds. Blind versus blind action. But Yuri's got power. He's got the stack. Starts with a limp.
King 5 suited. Slipping the extra 150 out there, and Keating on 8-4 offsuit. No check back. Flops himself top pair. Swing and a miss for Yuri, working the backdoor diamonds. Sorry, hearts. And straight prospects.
Yeah, King High's got good showdown value. You've also got a lot of chips though, so you might want to bet. Deny the equity of your opponent, who can't really play back at you because he's got less chips, but with top pair. Gonna start with a call. No reason to raise. You don't want to bloat the pot right now.
Now 1.5 million out there.
Yuri. He sees the call from his opponent. It's gonna think most certainly Keating's got a pair. Gives up.
Took his shot on the flop. No added equity on the turn, and does feel like some surrender is associated with this check.
The hand is very vulnerable. You want to start value betting. Just because your opponent's got you covered doesn't mean you should play passively. I like the bet.
650K to be exact. And that
15 minutes sounds good.
does it for that pot. And it appears the players are headed for a level break. When we come back, the blinds will be 200, 400,000 with just 4 remaining here in the 6 max no limit event. Neck and neck between the Brazilian Yuri Zivalevsky and Alex Keating, both newcomers to the Triton series. Same story for Ben Tollerine, who sits in 3rd, and Stephen Chidwick, the Triton veteran, on the short stack with 15 bigs and roughly 4.5 million. We welcome you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, continuing coverage of day 2 of event 2. That's 6 max 30K buy-in, and grind is the way to describe basically that last few frames that we soaked up. It took forever, it felt like, before we lost another player, and that player was Ignacio Chavero, followed by Fedor Holtz. Their 2 bust-outs in 6th and 5th, respectively, for 215,000 and 272,000, have secured 337K for the remaining 4 players. 408 for third, 627 for second, and of course, $930,000 awaiting our champion. Well, let's take a break, Randy, shall we? I'm not going to put you to task and make you talk about anything. We've got plenty of action still to come from the Marriott Resort and Casino in North Cyprus. Don't go anywhere. Randy and I will be back shortly with more, and a champion will be crowned today. Stay close.
About that. Kudanov picks up ace-king of clubs. This is going in.
Sure is. Off of 2.1 million from the small blind.
All in.
Those two little words past the Russian's lips. And for Chavero now, with a 3-bet and a shove behind this ace-queen suited, it begins to shrivel.
How much is that?
Yeah, this is actually really annoying because, yeah, you see a 3-bet and a cold 4-bet all in, but then you're like, that jam is only like 19, 18 big blinds. It's not that. Normally you would be raised calling it off. It is extra aggressive action with 3-bet and still the 4-bet. The 4-bet should be pretty strong. And you got to worry about the guy 3-betting off of a shorter stack against you. He could wake up with a hand, and ace-queen would be in big trouble if they had to go to a 3-way confrontation. Good laydown.
Yeah. That's that point in the night where your buzz is worn off and the lights are on in the club, and you realize, maybe I'm not in love. Of course, for Yuri with the 2 jacks. Does not have the same luxury, just too much hand. And the man who stood 6th in chips has the silver lining of being up against the man who was the only shorter stack. And the 2 jacks still in good shape on the 6-4 deuce board. 1 club working along with the 2 overs, and now 2 clubs work. Kudanov adding to his outs massively with the flush draw. Can he hit? No, the 7 on the river, and Viktor Kudinov will be the first casualty here at the final table of event 2.
Small bet.
Just 275K after Yuri declined to c-bet the 2 queens, understandably in a 3-way pot.
Now, you're not feeling good about queens when an ace rolls off, but the price is so good. Sometimes these guys just take a little stab there, like inside straight draws. You can't really fold 2 queens for this size. Blank on the turn. Not tolerine. Kind of an interesting spot because he's not really sure if he's getting pot controlled by a better ace or if his opponent's got like 10x or inside straight draw. Going to quick jacket 2 pair.
8. It's the river. Now Tolerine can feel comfortable. Kicker issues are resolved in the event that Zivilevsky chose to take this line with a better ace, which would seem somewhat improbable.
Is that a block bet coming in? Thing about block bets is sometimes you induce raises and you start leveling yourself and make some crazy call down.
I mean, this is a stone minimum sized bet of 150,000 on the river, and I don't think Tolerine's in the calling business.
No. Tolerine has got to figure out, okay, is my opponent block betting with like a 10, jacks, queens, and kings, or does he got like an ace 9, ace jack, something that definitely will hero call a big raise here. Figure out which sizing you want to go for and target. If you think he's got the ace, go really big. The 8 is also that card that doesn't seem like it's supposed to hit Tolerine. So it went check check on the turn. So if Yuri had an ace, he would most certainly call a big raise very often. There's the chips. 1.2 million. And this is what you hate when you do the min bet, block bet. You're like, gosh, why couldn't you just call?
Well, it's always the risk that you run. You recognize that you sort of do invite these lines, and they're not always tethered to a better hand. Sometimes they're just the product of looking at that sizing and going, you're getting cute, mate, let's ask a question.
So Yuri is kind of trying to figure out, okay, would you do this with just a naked ace? How strong of an ace would you do this, and how weak of an ace? Would you do this with like an ace 5? Doesn't think his opponent has ace 6. People don't really defend that on the button. He just made the call.
Look at that. Zivilevsky wasn't buying what Tolerine was selling. Hold on this pot.
Yeah, Tolerine is going to try to size in a way to get that queen to call. Try to represent, you know, some straight draws, some flush draws. A lot of those hands with multi-barrel on an overcard. Again, some small stack. Keating with king 4 diamonds. I would like to see a check call. I know you've only got 1.3 million behind if you do call, but you kind of want to look like you got a queen so that the guy, if he is bluffing, just blast away against you. When you jam here, you look really, really strong. I guess if you were going to have a bluff to check raise all in now, it'd be like a 5-6 of spades, a 5-7 of spades, something similar to that.
Right, big equity pickup kind of deal.
Because logically, you would never jam a queen here, right? Because there's an overcard.
No way.
So I like calling, despite getting a little bit more drawy now. If I think that my opponent will blast away with like Jack 10 sometimes, Ace Jack, Jack 9, spades. But you're out of position. You don't get to dictate what your opponent does on river cards. So that'd be the flip side.
All in.
He is going to go for it though. Should get snapped. But you can see he doesn't like it. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's one of those kind of like, okay, it doesn't feel right. The spot is such that I'm supposed to call, but Talleyrand always knew that that King 10 was vulnerable, and indeed, Keating is an 86% to 14% favorite with one to come. Needs to avoid elimination, though. Queen or a 10 would give Talleyrand the win, and instead it's fours full of kings for Alex. And a warm welcome back to the break desk here in North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, continuing coverage of Event 2, Day 2, where the final table of the $30,000 six-max no-limit hold'em event is down to just 4 players. At the onset, we began 7-handed, and the departures of Viktor Kudinov, $164,000 for him. Sixth place, Ignacio Maron Chavero, $215,000, and Fedor Holz most recently, $272,000. Leave us 4-handed, and there is a look at the remaining 4. If you're just joining us, Yuri Zivalevsky, the Brazilian, currently the chip leader. Just 19 big blinds deep, though, given that protracted, grindy period where we failed to lose a player across many, many levels. He is followed by Alex Keating, the American, both newcomers to the Triton series. He's got 17 bigs, also a newcomer. Ben Talleyrand with 14 bigs, followed by Stephen Chidwick with 11. And that is a very tight cluster of stacks there, Randy, where there's not a lot of depth. Things are going to get very technical and surgical, as we talked about. And as you look out on that field, who is it that you feel is going to fare best from this point forward, given the demands and given the landscape?
I believe that Yuri here should have some of the most experience in these situations. Stephen Chidwick, of course, as well, but, you know, Yuri's got double the stack of Chidwick. Yuri's in prime position. Keating doesn't strike me as a guy who plays these style of micro-stack tournaments too often, but, you know, he's got game. He's willing to push it in, doesn't mind risking his chips and doing some bigger shoves. So, you know, it's really close. It is going to be technical and surgical, like you said. I think a lot of the important spots will kind of be like this blind versus blind situation. Perfect timed limps and jams and maybe some raises here and there. But, you know, it will come down to cards a little bit until, you know, we get down to a heads up where it's a very key match coming up.
Honestly, given what we know about all 4 of these players, it certainly is possible for any of them to win this thing. I know that sounds like a commentator punt, but truly, even Chidwick, obviously, he's got 11 bigs. He gets that one spin up to 22. He's going to send one of these 3 stacks down into the short stack, and then from that point forward, you know that he's going to navigate things very smoothly, very professionally. We've seen him make big laydowns pre here, just looks around, surveys things, knows exactly when it's time to strike and when it's time to lay back. Let's talk about the remaining payouts. $337,000 for 4th, $408 for 3rd. Runner-up will get $627,000, and then, of course, $930K will be going to our champion and a Triton title, something that Stephen Chidwick has already tasted once in his career. Came back in Madrid in a 100K short deck main event. So might he be riding that momentum straight through here to our Cyprus Festival? As you see, the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. The blinds at 200 and 400,000 now. Just astronomically high. During the break, by the way, I ran into Jason Kuhn, who is currently bought into event number 3, the 50K six-max no-limit hold'em, and he said, is there anybody more of a GOAT than Ben Talleyrand? He is absolutely a big fan of Talleyrand's
You going to Vegas, you said?
capabilities, and
No.
No?
I just go to London.
certainly
and
don't
then
need to wonder who he would pick
the year.
You live in London?
out of this
No, I
foursome.
live in Brazil, but I'm just going to London to the EPT, and then I'm not gonna play any
Yeah,
live
Ben
in-
Hollerine.
When is that EPT?
Is
next month.
Next
And
month?
is a goat for sure.
Maybe I'll make my way there too.
I feel the need, given our international audience, to elaborate. Perhaps we don't mean goat in the literal farm animal sense.
Eat
It's
some
an
grass.
acronym for greatest of all time. We talk about players being animals, but it merely is a very flattering term.
I mean, there was a period when people said Ben Hollerine is the best poker player
All in?
right now. I mean, you know,
He's still arguably.
he's
you
one
know,
of the best for sure. But there was a time where it's like pretty clear. The guy sitting by himself at the tables and no
Right.
one wanting to play
no takers.
is the best player.
Pretty clear is how to describe what to do with ace queen. If you're Alex Keating, he rips it in there and takes it down. As we are back underway at the final table. There was some speculation in the chat about whether or not that immaculately manicured facial hair on Yuri is real. And I gotta tell you, I am tempted at some point to walk over and give the edge of it a tug and see if it peels off.
You do
But I
that.
suspect it's the genuine article.
I think it's genuine, but I think it'll be more fun watching you try to pull it off. But don't say anything to him. Just try and take it off.
Do you think that this beard is detachable?
Yeah, it's
That looks firmly anchored.
Yeah.
And King 6 suited firmly rips it in. Queen 10 into the muck, but the ace 9 suited for Chidwick has said call. So we have our first spin, Keating. Having Chidwick well covered, not at risk of elimination, and might that spin that I alluded to earlier be coming Chidwick's way? Almost 9 million chip pot. He is in the lead pre and in the lead on the flop as he picks up an open-ender now. He has picked up a flush draw as well. Doesn't need to hit though. Just reducing the outs for Keating. Fades a king and a 6, and in fact, makes the ace high flush. And now, Chidwick, just like that, will vault into the chip lead here.
You said it to me right before we got cards dealt. Even Chidwick can win because we're so close. One double up, he vaults to the top, and someone vaults to the bottom.
I gotta be honest, I might have picked him to win.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, I like a little bit of underdog. Maybe you're supposed to get a price, obviously, but I mean, you just feel so confident that no matter what situation Chidwick is put in, he's gonna land on the right decision. And when you know that, and when you've watched him do it for as long as he has, it becomes sort of easy to tell yourself he's a good pick no matter where he is in chips, right?
Definitely get behind that. Plays every stack size very well. Knows he's gonna know how to play the heads-up game with micro stacks. Yeah, and it's just Alex Keating. Every time he gets some chips, seems to just lose them.
Well, he does keep those chips uncomfortable, given they are in motion.
Too much.
I thought
The ante, yeah, this gentleman's big blind as well.
he was the big blind.
I counted it all out and it was perfect. So.
You sure?
Definitely counted out.
Okay.
Let's take a quick check. 'Cause I thought I threw an extra 100,000 for a second, but
I mean, it's easy enough to figure out. It's 4.175, so you should have 8,350 plus 600. 8,350 plus
8,750, yeah.
8,950. 8.
Seems to be some confusion as to whether or not
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Keating
Good.
put the right amount in
Yeah,
there.
for the first count I got, I thought was 25,000. Then it was 75,000. I threw it in, didn't look.
Chidwick verifying that
Some
indeed
good
the
math.
pot was correct in his double.
They were just calling numbers. I was like, oh yeah, you guys got it right. I'm in the booth and they don't even know what the numbers were.
I think it
The
just made me very
calculations.
surprised how much the ante plus the small blind was. I was like, oh, that's a lot lot of extra chips in there. Expensive poker. So you have 7, right?
Yep.
So new chip leader, once again. Maybe the first time Chidwick's been the chip leader this final table? I think so. How does he navigate these spots with a chip advantage? Raise, all in, limp, all possible options.
1.1.
Raised to 1,100,000.
And he goes with an open to 1.1. Yuri with a lovely 8-9 suited.
And you can see, usually you see the open raises when you got more chips than the other guy, knowing you shouldn't be defending right at all. 9-8 suited, though, is enough of a hand to continue. Yes, he is threatening your big stack. Your hand is very playable with position. And he's going to reshove 9-8 suited. What a read from Yuri.
Kind of hand that doesn't rate to be intrusive against any of the range that Chidwick would be calling with, so it'll probably play decent, taking a full board, have a good chunk of equity, but obviously fold equity is the type that you like to exercise there, and that's exactly what Yuri does as he plays back at Stevie. And of course, he does have the benefit of being the chip lead now that he has taken that pot down.
Wow. That was a very strong read. It's like the one time Stevie Chidwick gets the chip lead, he raises into me. Just knew it's so often just some garbage trying to pressure my second place stack.
Oh, yeah.
Fold.
Tallarine folds the Jack-8 suited. Now to the button of Chidwick, who sits second.
Take it easy.
Fold.
Somebody tell Stevie to take it easy. Who was that?
2.5.
Is that Keating?
I think Keating was
It
telling
had to
Yuri
be.
maybe to take it easy.
Oh, okay.
This would make more sense, blind versus blind. 8-5. Is it enough to jam into a guy who's getting close to being handcuffed to call? Wow, gets a walk. That's got to feel good.
Fold. Fold.
Fold to Alex. Keating, ace, queen. You don't got much of a stack.
He is the shortest of all stacks with 8 bigs. His jam, unlikely to receive patronage from the deuce 4 of Tallarine, which goes into the muck. I'd really like to see if we can place a Triton patch directly onto Alex Keating's beard. The problem is when it comes time to peel it off. Ouchies. Well, if you haven't already done so, follow Triton Poker on all of our social platforms. We've talked about the Triton Poker Plus app already, but don't forget we've got Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. All places where you can connect with us and get updates on all the high stakes action.
All in.
Play roll in.
Yuri gonna open jam. His chip lead. Picks up ace-6 offsuit on a D-whip on 2 people to act behind him.
That ace-6 is the kind of hand you want to open shove the button with, not something you want to call off with, despite the fact that we know Yuri does have the luxury of opening a broader range off of this boss stack.
Yeah, you can see how this open jam the Queen 10 suited got Chidwick to just have to lay down to King Jack suited for 19 big blinds. You know, had he just min raise, Chidwick would maybe either reshove or call, and you know, maybe you lose the pot.
Chidwick always going to be mindful of the ICM considerations. Every one of those chips so valuable in terms of real world money.
Tolerine's got ace-9 offsuit. 9.5 big blinds. Try to pick up those blinds and antes and maintain your stack. Most of it goes in.
Yeah, not quite all.
Left 50 behind.
$3,725,000. 725,000.
3725, the official figure. Note Chidwick folding his ace. Disinterest.
That's fun.
All the way around.
You enjoying it? I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
Tolerine will take it.
I've played some very large field tournaments. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 players. I don't think I've ever played this many all-ins. Easy. Easy, Stevie.
Keep it easy.
Yeah, more of Alex Keating encouraging everyone to take it easy.
Appreciate the advice.
Chidwick
I wasn't sure how to take it, but we gotta take it
Easy
easy.
peasy.
All in. Play roll in.
All right. Let's see what we got here.
Well, Yuri not going to take it easy with ace-7. And the decision shouldn't be at all stressful for Keating with Queen Trey.
Oh.
Sure enough. Pot over to Yuri. King Deuce suited now for Chidwick.
Oh.
Return to sender. Not going to be the same story out of Yuri. Ace on the button and the chip lead.
Yeah, with these big stacks, he's starting to do these all-in plays. Was that a
8?
Oh, looks like he's just going to cut out a raise. Min raise at that.
Yeah.
800K. And how will Keating react with the ace-3 suited let alone Tolerine with King Jack off.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting because he's raising it to two guys with one has 8 blinds, one has 10 blinds. Most people would think ace-5 would jam, but maybe he's trying to make it look even stronger than normal. Like, well, if you had aces, you probably wouldn't jam. You would do something like a little min-raise. A little leveling. Now, you see Keating is like, you're just trying to steal off a really weak hand and maybe my ace-3 suited's good?
Or are you maybe trying to induce me to be the man that moves all in, which is certainly within the realm of possibility as Keating gets away for Tolerine. Different proposition with the big blind and ante-money already deposited.
Now Tolerine reading the same situation as, why aren't you raising it to me? Is it because you got a big hand, or is it because...
Cool.
Just on the button. Getting out of line. Jack 9-6 here. Tolerine way out in front. Top pair, backdoor clubs. Backdoor straightiness as well.
Yeah, that's the problem. By min-raising, you allowed a big blind to come in a bit more often and outflop you, right? Because had he'd open jam, there's a good chance Tolerine would not have put the rest of his chips in with King Jack. Here we go. Ace-5. Looks like he's cutting out a very small bet.
600,000.
Not a min bet. Certainly not a big one either. And how is Tolerine going to look to react, given that Alex Keating is out there with 9 bigs to start this hand versus Tolerine's 12? Of course, Tolerine has already made an investment in this particular pot, which would narrow that gap, were he to get away from this hand, which we know he certainly isn't going to be doing, at least on this street. And not only is he not getting away, he is jamming. So Yuri puts his hand directly into the muck.
Yeah, backfired with that min raise.
And Tolerine will pick up a package. Gives him a 2-1 lead over Keating, by the way. That's important. He is within a big blind of Stephen Chidwick. And in some ways, it's kind of an inconvenient development because the more chips that he has relative to the short stack, the fewer hands that he's going to be able to play as he looks to realize the equity of his stack. ICM considerations.
Dealers in the 50K, please complete the hand you're on and raise your blinds. The blinds are now 1,000, 2,500, big blind ante 2,500.
Ace-Jack, that's a monster hand. Going for...
It's that Ace-Jack of Hearts that Tolerine had to put into the muck earlier, you'll remember. Against Fedor, I believe it was?
It was against Yuri.
Oh, Yuri was the one that put him to it.
But this is a trap. 15 big blinds. Trying to bait Chidwick to do something crazy. Does not work, but we still got a flop to come.
Well, crazy is generally not an adjective that we use to assign to Stephen Chidwick's approach at a poker table.
Start by betting, trying to get some value out of a random hand that might have hit a piece.
10-6, far from a piece. So rest in peace to that 10-6 offsuit as it goes Into the muck, Tolerines follow through with top pair. Backdoor Royal Aspirations. Earning him the pot. Queen 4 suited for Keating. In the cutoff.
Wow. It's using a time bank on this hand here. Queen 4. Knowing his time is up soon, he's going to have to hit the big blind. Next hand. And we're going to get a walk.
Sure are. And we talked about how technical and surgical this phase of the tournament would likely be given the ICM considerations and the talent pool that is seeded. So don't expect to see too much blasting. Of course, we do have that gunslinger personality of Alex Keating, but even then, a thinking maniac.
A thinking maniac. I mean, to be fair, he hasn't been playing like a maniac. King Jack suited. 15 blinds. Solid holding. Is he the min raise type or is he the jamming type?
We shall see.
5,825,000.
It's almost all of it.
825,000.
Feels like Keating is committed at this point. You don't love it just because you see Chidwick is jamming 15 blinds. It means his hand should be a little bit stronger, but then again, if you wait, you're gonna fold a big blind and a big blind ante. Potentially a small blind coming.
Big blind and a big blind ante is 800K.
And he make the call here. Is a slight favorite.
Call 5
yes.
million.
Oh, we got a little bit more. Okay. Here we go. Call 5. I don't know why he said that. He tricked me.
No, Keating covered by Chidwick as the shortest stack. Second shortest stack is Stevie's. So Ace 5 is going to spin against King Jack suited. 6.4 in the middle. And so far so good for Ace High on the paired 2 diamond board. Looking to fade Kings and Jacks. Has done it on the turn, but needs to do it one more time before the double can be secured. And now it's official. Alex Keating. Gonna pick up a helping of Chidwick bucks.
5 million. I call 5 million.
2,900,000.
I didn't bet 5 million. You can't call 5 million.
5. Oh, is it 4.5?
Hmm?
I'm not trying to tease you.
That was a failed joke.
Round we go.
Now with that double, it will be role reversal between Keating and Chidwick. Alex with 6.4. Stevie with sub 3 million. About 7 bigs. Ace-9 offsuit for Yuri's button.
Now, Keating does have like a 6 million chip stack, but his hand is pretty strong. Just kind of. Last time he did a little min race, he got himself in some trouble. So he's like, "No, I'm going to learn from that. Just kind of rip it in." Even though both of these players have 6 billion chips, the more chips they got, the tighter they need to call down.
Very true. Zivalevsky, you overheard, saying he's going to head to London for the EPT after this stop here in Cyprus. Currently living in Florianopolis, Brazil, where he lives with his wife, Carolina. His most memorable moment in poker, winning his first World Series of Poker bracelet. First learned the game back in 2006 with his brother.
I didn't see it though. It did tumble a bit.
I believe you.
When asked who the most difficult opponent he has ever faced was, Yuri says, Rodrigo Salawan.
Integrity, I'm not
Unknown to me, and you as well.
Unknown.
Love to hear something like that, though. Most people
and ICM
be likely to answer Yuri.
Yeah.
But he has his own nemesis.
Wow, Tolerine going for it. 9-7 offsuit, jamming into Chidwick's 5.5 big blinds. Gets it through.
Can't always have it.
Middle card.
Middle cards.
That's what I would have guessed.
That's fair. It's a sense of calm, but also a sense of tension that looms in the air here at our final table, four-handed.
Yeah.
What will it take to break that tension? Perhaps the departure of the short stack Stephen Chidwick, who was certainly a concern to everybody out there.
5 offsuit with 5 big blinds against a guy who has the stack to call you down.
Well, whatever he does, we know it's right. But as far as what I'm doing, 10-5's going to find the muck.
So you and Chidwick on the same wavelength. You're ready for the 30K 6 max next time.
Well, listen, I taught Chidwick everything he knows. We know that. I don't really like to draw attention to it, but he is one of my former students.
Oh. Seems like the student has beaten the master.
No shot.
There's no way anyone believed that statement.
I didn't believe it, as it came out of my mouth. Why would anyone else? I will say this, though, that there are subgroups, many of whom are present en masse here at the Triton series, that share knowledge bases. Some of them, I understand, have their own proprietary sort of algorithms and software that they're applying. So we see Tolerine laying down 4s in the cutoff. Take note of that. With 2 shorter stacks out there.
That's a big fold.
As it were. Not certain how Chidwick would have reacted to an open from Tolerine, but he does have ace-5 on the button here. And he is putting almost all of it out. Presumably an easy fold coming from Keating.
It's 1.825 right there, right?
925.
Oh, that's 1.9. Okay.
There's a look, by the way, at the beautiful Triton watch. Stevie was awarded after winning the short deck main event in Madrid. Nice to see him wearing it. You know, people win those World Series of Poker bracelets, they don't wear them.
I've never seen anyone
But
wear
the watch,
one. Yeah.
that's something you can get away with.
I like that they decide to, gift something to the champion that is practical, useful, right? Not just a trophy in a little glass case. He's just taking his trophy everywhere.
Producer James stepping in to advise that I would likely wear my World Series of Poker bracelet everywhere. He's not wrong.
Yeah.
All in.
It's gonna be so hard for you to get one.
That's why. All in with the ace-queen is Keating, and 10-6 suited, not going to be enough. Tolerine going into the muck.
25-5.
500 now, gents. 250,000, 500,000. Big blind ante, 500,000.
I mean, this is an extraordinarily shallow phase of the program.
We can still increase the blinds.
Shockingly, the structure sheet still contains added blind levels. 250, 500 is the 28th level. Tolerine, Jack-10 off suit.
All in. Play all in.
Chidwick still the short stack, and he's being asked for it all. 3-4 suited. Not good enough.
Thank you.
Well, quick dealer change and a quick peek at the stacks. As we mentioned, phenomenally short at present, with nobody having over 20 bigs. The Brazilian, 2 Americans, and the Brit in that order, with all eyes focused on Stephen Chidwick's fate. With just 4 bigs. 250, 500, 500, Randy. Every pot, oh so critical. In-raise open. More hand than he wants to fold, not as much hand as he feels is necessary to jam. Oh, when Yuri wakes up with 2 jacks in the big.
Yeah. Good thing he didn't risk it all, because he'll be out right before Chidwick.
Is there a 3-bet sizing?
All in.
Yeah, all in, apparently. As Yuri putting Keating to the test.
Nice hand, Yuri.
Keating does end up laying it down. Zibolewski will take it.
Some very important blinds he just gave away with that raise.
Just tell me you would have called if I jammed.
Huh?
Tell me you would have called if I jammed. All right, that's good.
You would have called up those 2 jacks.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not lying, right?
Sorry?
It's
And
not
Keating
lying, right?
feels better about that response.
Sounds like a lie.
Ace deuce, like, not cool.
Leaves him feeling better about the choice
like
to
it.
open to $1 million.
Oh, you're so nice. Thank you so much for that.
Walk.
You would have got called.
Walk feels so good there. Creating that separation.
Sweet relief.
From Chidwick. We're like, oh, feels okay.
And it is really important for Keating to do that. If he's looking to secure this pay jump of $71,000 between 4th and 3rd.
Waited long enough, and we've got dealt the hand. Finally, Ace King.
Really only one sizing, presumably,
1.675.
that Chidwick can go with, and it's the almost all in.
Yep.
Beats me.
Wow, what a cooler.
Big time. Tolerine looks down at Ace Queen in the big blind, and there really is no exit for him.
Raise all in.
And he will request the remainder of Chidwick's chips into the middle, and happily,
So tight,
Stevie
this
flicks
table,
in the
like
extra
3 big
quarter.
ones, and these are the hands you need.
Safe.
8-4 deuce. Clean for the Ace King. Now opportunities for the Ace Queen, courtesy of an 8 on the turn. And the river does not double pair the board, nor spike the queen.
1.7.
Tolerine will begrudgingly double up Stephen Chidwick. That is exactly what nobody at this final table wanted to see. Certainly, in terms of being a poker fan, you can never complain about the opportunity to watch Stephen Chidwick expertly navigate. Man's got a nose for the podium.
And Tolerine only got 1,000,000 chips more than Chidwick. He's down to 10 blinds. This has been one of the grindiest final tables I've seen so far.
So with that double,
Oh, you're
Chidwick
fine.
now sits second in chips behind
for
Yuri
1.6.
Zivalevsky. 6.6 roughly for Chidwick.
King deuce suited. Doesn't seem strong enough to jam here, unless you're very ambitious. Or just kind of want to chip up a little bit so that maybe just start drawing away with it.
I stand corrected. Chidwick, 4.15 million, still
Oh, wow.
on the short stack. So forgive me for that oversight, as our app was in the process of updating. And now Keating wants to rip from the button with King Deuce suited. Tolerine wakes up with an Ace 10 in the small.
This King deuce is aggressive and it might get punished. It is going to be the all-in Ace
Yep.
10.
Tolerine, just shy of Keating's 5.2 million, makes the call. That makes things easy for Queen 10 behind. As Chidwick steps out of the way, and suddenly we have a collision between the second and third stacks at the table. Chidwick loving this, because either we're going to be three-handed or Keating is going to be down to vapors. Ace 4 deuce, both players with a piece. Advantage Tolerine. Better than 4-1 with 2 to come. An 8 on the turn, and Keating now needs to hit a deuce or a king desperately. And he can't do it.
Good game.
Thank you. I think you may have had a little bit more. 5-1-7-5.
It's almost torture.
Yeah, but you know what? It is better than nothing.
If you say the words chip in a chair, Randy, I'm going to choke the life out of you.
You have 25?
It's a circle and a chair.
It's good for you.
It's a time bank and a chip and a chair.
Big blind first here, right? Big blind first, right? Sweet.
Keating verifying that when one is in the big blind with inadequate chips, first chips that they have do go toward the big blind, and as such will be eligible for the pot.
I'm head now for sure.
Let's see. No, I want to give someone a chance to bust.
Keating folding, hoping that there's a collision somewhere behind him. At this point, it would just be so absurdly ambitious to presume anybody is going to be willing to get it all in against someone other than Alex.
$1 million.
Price 1 million.
Upstairs we go to $1 million from Tollerine's button. Max ICM pressure.
Maybe wait till he's not playing.
Yeah, like.
Queen 8, putting the pressure on. 10-7's out because Keating's so short. Nice spot for Tolerine.
You do win. I can't believe that just happened. Yeah,
that was.
It's like they have. It's like they have.
Ignored him completely. That's ridiculous.
It's like they have no idea what's going on here. What happened? Just comes over to him. Excuse me, I know you got $1 million out there, but can I switch your battery right now? He's like grabbing his.
I know you got one time bank and you're in a pot forehand in this tournament, but it's very important that people hear your breathing.
Okay, guys, this is the big blind.
Players focusing in on an honest mistake there by one of our audio techs who was looking
And there
to
is no
switch
ante,
out
so-
Ben Tollerine's microphone. Didn't realize that Ben was actively involved in a pot.
Very odd situation here because the big blind ante, there's no chips for Keating to put the big blind ante in. So this pot is almost non-existent. I mean, there's a small blind. Very peculiar. Chidwick on what to do with his King 8.
Chidwick really going through kind of a lesser encountered situation.
Chidwick's just never seen a pot so small. Yeah, so he's kind of wondering if he should get two hands in against
Keating's big blind to increase the chances. Keating busts out. Yuri actually wakes up with a 6 of hearts. Do you jam, kick out Chidwick, or do you call, increase the chances of you knocking out Keating? Pretty interesting spot.
All in.
All in's the play.
Oh. All right, Yuri.
And that forces Chidwick to incinerate that 500,000, which he was obligated to call, despite the fact that Keating was all in for 25,000, well shy of a full big blind. So Yuri offering some protection, but unfortunately offering dominance as well for Keating's purposes, as both players share the 6. Modest 75K
Win
pot,
575,
but obviously it is
You can win 575.
a
Oh, no,
crucial
sorry.
one for
You know,
Keating, who is
wins it all.
looking to stay alive here. King 6 not looking good, Randy, with 1 to come. He needs a king, and
Great
instead
game.
he gets
Nice
a
playing.
4.
Good game, guys.
Game, Alex.
Good game.
Good game. Nice playing with you. Enjoyed.
So
Good game. Nice playing, guys.
top-class sportsmanship on display out of Alex Keating, who is our latest casualty. A 4th place finish from the man who kept it entertaining, didn't he, Randy?
Yeah, he sure did. He was definitely the most talkative here at this final table. He would jam, trying to get people folding. But he went for it with the king deuce suited, and sometimes you make these aggressive jams, they wake up with hands, and you lose all your chips.
$337,000 going his way. The 71K pay jump realized as all 3 remaining combatants have 408,000 locked up, and the jump gets big and meaningful now. 81,000. Or, sorry, I take that back. 71,000 from 4th to 3rd. From 3rd to 2nd, we're looking at $219,000 in a pay jump.
How much do I owe you for last time? 2?
I'm not big. Oh yeah, correct. Yeah.
Round and round we go. As action continues. 3-handed.
Yeah. We've got, chip leader, 2nd place with a lot of chips. Steven Chidwick on a micro stack.
1.4 behind. 1.92.
Tolerine likely will be putting a lot of pressure on, knowing Yuri really can't continue without the super premiums. 7-4 now. What, King 7? How does Chip he's got like these micro stacks. He just keeps getting such bad hands. Spots where he's like, oh, well, I'm all in. But this one, you just got to lay it down.
Deuce 3 suited, not enough kit for Chidwick to defend against the Tolerine rip. As Ben will haul that one in.
Oh, sorry.
Three blinds. But Chidwick's been fighting. He's been down to this micro stack so many times, and has actually now gotten a pay jump. So we can't count him out yet. And 9 offsuit.
On the button
He's gonna put
is
the pressure
Tolerine.
on.
ace.
Confirmed. Makes it a smooth million.
And Yuri just really can't defend these types of hands. Put yourself at risk post flop. When Chidwick is going to be all in, forced in the big blind really soon. Tolerant has been so solid throughout this final table so far. Hasn't been out of line really. Just been, choosing his spots.
Indeed.
Still that key hand is that big ace-jack fold. We're still wondering, is that going to pay off or not? Jack-9 for Chidwick. 2.5 big blinds. Is this the type of spot where you jam, or maybe you min-raise, keep a little bit behind, fold? All sorts of interesting technical spots that Chidwick has definitely studied. It makes sense to leave a little bit behind. Create some interesting dynamics.
So a min raise open with just 150K left behind out of Chidwick.
All in.
Yuri
And the ace queen does rip over the top, offering some protection against the better part of Tolerine's range, who is happy to sit this one out and see what ensues. Zivalevsky, way the favorite, heading to the flop. And Chidwick flops top pair on the 9-7-6 board, looking for a double. Board pairs on the turn, and now Chidwick just needs to fade the ace or the queen, and he's done exactly that.
1-5.
So he will enjoy a double up plus as he tries to work his way back into this match.
They cannot get rid of Chidwick. Last time he doubled up with these macro stacks, he got a pay jump.
Well, if watching all of this high stakes action is giving you the bug, there is no better place to get your fix than GG Poker. Home to the 2022 World Series of Poker Online, where you can play for your share of hundreds of millions of dollars in prize money. And of course, perhaps most importantly, an authentic World Series of Poker bracelet and some credibility. Yuri with an ace-5 on the button, Randy.
One.
Yeah, I like to watch these spots because you kind of see like, oh, do they go for the min raise? Do they go for the open jam? And you can see that he wants to raise, but not risk his whole stack in case Tolerant wakes up with a hand. Tolerant's got some considerations here. Like, King 7 seems like a normal fold. There is merit to making a move, thinking that Yuri will have to fold a lot. We'll lay it down. Chidwick against the min raise probably will defend, look for some stop and goes, look to maybe connect. It's a reasonable hand. You're playing just under 5 big blinds. Very easy to realize all your equity a lot of times.
And as such, Chidwick does decide to defend. Flops himself a gut shot straight draw. Both players have a heart in their hand. Advantage Yuri in that department, as well as the others, as his ace high is currently in front in a 2 3/4 million chip pot.
Chidwick is thinking about stopping going here, just open jamming his 3.5 blinds. Can he get better hands to fold by open jamming? He's thinking about what kind of range Yuri would min raise the button as the second place guy. So that would imply, since he's started to chips with second place, that he's not opening the random hands that like king 5, things that would fold to a jam here. So he needs to consider this on whether a stop and go will work. Going to go for the stop and go.
Look at this.
1.7.
This does put a lot of pressure on this ace 5, Randy, and ask yourself whether or not you would be willing, with that big pay jump of $219,000, to make a play like this, let alone make the call. As both guys at the top of their game collide with 6.35 million in the middle. The turn pairs the board, ace high, still best. Chidwick needs a jack, 10, or an 8, and instead the river is a 7, and that will spell the end of the road for the tremendously accomplished high roller regular Stephen Chidwick, a Triton title winner.
Okay with a quick break.
Notching his 13th cash to add to the $13.5 million that he already has earned on the Triton Tour. And I'd love to say he will be missed, but I'm only speaking on behalf of everyone but the 2 guys left in the tournament, as it'll be heads up when we return, as Chidwick grabs his belongings and will leave behind Ben Tollerine to do battle with Yuri Zivalevsky, as we will have a first-time participant in the Triton Super High Roller Series as our champion. And there is a look at what the stacks will be when we return for heads up play. 27 bigs versus 22 with the blinds at 250 and 500, 250 and 500. Ali and Randy will be back with you shortly. Stepping away, don't go anywhere.
one of the problems with delayed c-betting is you give the big blind a chance that would have just snap check folded the flop. Fedor deciding, okay, why did you check back the flop? Is it because you got ace high? Is it because you got like a little pocket pair and now there's 2 overs? It'd be quite scared if I start
600.
betting. And he's going big. Good read.
600,000 into 825 as Fedor decides to seize the initiative here.
Is open-ended with Jack 10. Yuri's thinking about, okay, you're using a big size. It kind of implies you rep in a 7 or a draw. A king might opt for a smaller bet size. Wow, he's going to continue here. Are we going to get one of these brick-off jack-high calls to remind us of that 10-9?
Not impossible.
Deuce is good.
Deuce is as clean as it gets, but Holtz happens to have hit it. Is it the kind of card that's going to influence him to just check with that tiny bit of showdown value and bluff catch?
He should definitely be checking this card. It has enough showdown value. You beat the ace X of diamonds. You beat the ace jack that happened to hero call you on the turn. The ace tens. You can think about bluff catching against busted diamonds, even though, I mean, the diamonds you have are quite small, so it's not so bad about blocking the diamonds in this spot. Yuri. Thinking about taking a stab here, of course. He's wondering, can a check sometimes win?
Well,
it probably could sometimes.
What exactly is the class of hands that Jack 10 would beat? It feels like...
Well, he's got the
9-10?
Yeah, these
exactly?
9-10. Yeah, stuff like this. Well, he's just going to fire. He's just like, my read was you didn't have much for me to call just Jack high on the turn. So let's take a stab here.
How often is this bet of 700,000 on the river going to be attached to an incidental queen
I hit this last
that Yuri
tournament already.
would have hit on the turn?
It should not be a queen. Wow, lays it down quickly.
King 7 suited or?
Sick hand.
Fedor. Red Yuri for... Queen 3 and 10-5, unlikely to be enough. Not the same story for the ace-8 suited for Chavero.
Another hand worthy of a shove. Was the short stack chipping up. 10 blinds, ace-8 suited. Let's go for it. Looking for 3 folds behind him. An ace-jack for Keating. It's go time.
Suited, no less. He is on the short stack. Pay jump between 6th and 5th is a little shy of 60K. Keating gets it all in. Chavero does have them covered. The King 7 shrivels. So Chavero will pull back the balance and give the short stack of Alex Keating a spin. Keating in a dominant position here, heading to the flop in a 4 million chip pot. So far so good, but opportunities obviously for Chavero, who is 8 fishing. Not there on the turn. And not there on the river either, as ace-jack will play, and Keating has ridden the chip count roller coaster. And
you didn't seem like the kind of guy that would joke, so you actually got me. You built up your image.
Move into
3 days
4th
just to do it
place.
like
I was waiting for the right time.
that was the...
They would commit.
All in.
We're gonna rip it in. These are the plays that can help you chip up and maybe run away with it as long as they don't wake up with hands. But ace-jack suited, oh man, this is strange. Is this a great hand?
I mean,
there's short
obviously,
stacks out
listen,
there.
Yuri's the chip leader. And he's putting max pressure now on exactly the kind of stack of Tolerines, which really the only person he doesn't want to get involved with is Yuri. Here he is in the big blind. Yuri opening the button. And just think about how one feels if they make this call with ace-jack suited and somehow they find the showers before all of these other shorter stacks behind them. And that is exactly the consideration for Tolerine, who feels terrible even without having made the call and having been eliminated, which is a hypothetical we posited, just because he knows how sick the spot is.
He's smiling now. He's like, I can't believe I'm in this spot.
Yeah. What are you doing to me, Yuri?
He knows he's crushing Yuri's range here.
Yeah. Well, because he knows Yuri's range is wide here.
This is when ICM is telling you you're supposed to fold this probably. But he knows if you calls, wins his pot, he's going to ship this tournament so often too.
Oh, can you imagine what a monstrosity of a stack he would have if he managed to double through Yuri?
He's definitely running out of time bank chips. This is the biggest decision.
What do you do, Randy?
Oh, you know, I don't know what I would do. I want to call, but I think I'm going to just go, I pretend I got 2 different cards.
Yeah.
Slide in the muck.
Yeah.
Oh, I misread my hand, guys.
I might just grab one of those men in black wands, wave it across my face, pretend to forget everything, and just put them into the muck.
Right, attention dealers in the 50K, if you start the shuffle, please complete the hand you're on, otherwise you can send your players on a 15-minute break. 15-minute break in the 50K. I remind you players on table 8.
Lays it down.
Wow. I'll tell you what. It takes a lot.
We play like 6 levels without a bust out.
King 9 certainly going in. 5 blinds total.
Yeah. A little bit too much hand there, Randy, for Chavero to do anything other than rip it in. And Queen 10 offsuit. Obviously, we don't want to be in the calling business with Queen High, but off of 6.1 million, he's able to do exactly that. And Chavero has the best of it. An almost 3-2 favorite, heading to the flop, where the all-in players have fared very well for the last 6 levels, it sounded like, according to Keating. And here they are looking good again. Ace, ace, 4, king high in front. Anti-sweating a queen or a 10, which has been a successful operation on the turn. Just needs to fade it with 1 to come. Oh, and the 10.
Good game. Good game, man.
Tough luck, Nacha. Good game.
Good luck.
Binking Yuri.
5. We are kind of getting this stack size. A little bit more room. Gonna see some folds. Blind versus blind action. But Yuri's got power. He's got the stack. Starts with a limp.
King 5 suited. Slipping the extra 150 out there, and Keating on 8-4 offsuit. No check back. Flops himself top pair. Swing and a miss for Yuri, working the backdoor diamonds. Sorry, hearts. And straight prospects.
Yeah, King High's got good showdown value. You've also got a lot of chips though, so you might want to bet. Deny the equity of your opponent, who can't really play back at you because he's got less chips, but with top pair. Gonna start with a call. No reason to raise. You don't want to blow up the pot right now.
Now 1.5 million out there.
Yuri. He sees the call from his opponent. It's gonna think, most certainly, Keating's got a pair. Gives up.
Took his shot on the flop. No added equity on the turn, and does feel like some surrender is associated with this check.
The hand is very vulnerable. You want to start value betting. Just because your opponent's got you covered doesn't mean you should play passively. I like to bet.
650K to be exact. King deuce suited now for Chidwick.
Oh.
Return to sender. Not going to be the same story out of Yuri. Ace on the button and the chip lead.
Yeah, with these big stacks, he's starting to do these all-in plays. Was that a...
And welcome back to the Merit Hotel, Resort, and Casino in North Cyprus. Ali Najad, joined by Randy Liu, taking you through the home stretch of Event 2. It's been a long day, but finally, our 7 players at the final table have been whittled down to just 2. And it's going to be Ben Tollerine, coming out of a sort of high roller live tournament retirement of sorts, had been absent since pre-COVID or since the pandemic. And now he's back, and he is playing for a title against a fellow newcomer to the Triton Series, Yuri Zivulevsky, the Brazilian, who is coming off of a red-hot World Series of Poker. And as you see here, $930,000 awaits the champion, with $627,000 going to the runner-up. Yuri comes in with 11 million in chips. Benjamin Tollerine coming in with 14 million in chips. And with the blinds as big as they are, Randy, it's a total toss-up, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know what? We've gotten to heads up. Both of these players are super sick, and they decided to make a deal.
Really?
Yeah.
Talk to me about it, okay.
Yeah, so they have made a deal, and they're going to be playing for 30,000 remaining. Just did quite a bit of a chop, so we just take the 2 payouts and, you know, kind of run it down. I have the details somewhere. We'll get the exact numbers for you shortly.
Let's see if I can pull them up myself here. I do think that we did receive a text about that, but in any case, I assume it was some sort of ICM chop based on the stacks where they are, which would indicate that Ben Tollerine is going to be getting the majority of the funds, but obviously not a massive disparity as they combine the 2 remaining payouts and then divvy it up accordingly. And they're going to play for a $30,000 remaining prize pool. So that's a very conservative amount to be playing for, heads up.
Yeah, definitely conservative, but, you know, like, both players are so good, but the stacks are so shallow. It really could be anyone's game. But you know what? If you win, you get a Triton trophy under your resume.
And, of course, you get the lion's share of the Player of the Year points for the Triton POY honors. So $30,000 what the boys are going to play for. And you know what? As much as I feel as though these two aren't the type of guys that would want to chop heads up, you do make the point. The stacks are so shallow, and it really could be in anyone's game sort of toss-up. So why play for $303,000 with a little bit more luck than average, perhaps going to play an eventual part in the outcome? So instead, they'll play for 1/10 of the amount that would have otherwise been on the line, the difference between first and second. So it's a 30K heads up sit and go basically at this point, and we will certainly effort the official totals on that chop.
And I am taking a look and bringing that up here right now. Ben Tollerine gets 777,000 for having more chips than Yuri. Yuri getting 749,000, and now playing for the 30,000 and the title.
Tell you what, nothing wrong with picking up a smooth $750,000, just 2 events into the 14, plus, of course, that Coin Rivet Invitational that we will be hosting from here in North Cyprus, as the festival's still just getting started. And already we've had so much poker on display.
We're heads up. So we're heads up here, and see Ben rocking that jersey.
Yeah.
You know what number he got behind him?
What hand?
What hand?
What is it?
86. Do you know why?
Is that his birth year or something?
Well, he was known as Ben 86
Oh,
online
right,
for
his
a very
online
long
name.
time.
Right.
Apparently not a fan.
Listen, ever since Black Friday, I basically disappeared from the online streets. You know, bit of a tough proposition from out in the U.S. Ace King King, meanwhile, here. Both players with fairly dusty holdings.
So with this stack depth, you're going to see a lot of limping. Tolerant is the one to fire on the dealer button. He's got the advantage. Given that a lot of players will raise an ace or a king if it goes limp pre-flop from the small blind dealer button. Takes it down with the worst hand.
Not going to see a 10 high call down here.
Yeah.
Blinds at 300, 600 with a 600K big blind Annie. It's 1.5 million every 2 hands.
Thank you.
Well, you're getting a look at just some of the perks of being a winner on the Triton Tour. Shout out to Shambhala Jewels, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, who crown our champions with exquisite men's jewelry. High-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold that are braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. Coincidentally, Copenhagen, allegedly the happiest city on earth. Denmark, the happiest population on earth. Kind of tough to imagine, considering the winters out there aren't exactly easy.
Well, I'll tell you, if they all start playing poker, I don't know if they're going to be the happiest country on earth anymore.
Well, Gus Hansen was a poker player.
He's happy.
He seemed happy for a long time. Haven't really seen or heard much of Gus. Would love to see Gus show up at one of these
Gus
events.
he just shows up to the train.
How great would that be, huh?
Debut, just ships a title.
He might be busy playing tennis or backgammon for even bigger money somewhere out there. As we see Zivalevsky limping with the ace-10 offsuit. Might there be some induction at play here as Tollerine looks down at a king. He says, run it.
Tolerine, the heads-up specialist. But you know what? Yuri, short stack specialist, so we'll see if, you know, there's going to be some differences. Tolerine usually plays deeper stacks, but I'm pretty sure he's well knowledgeable on how to play 20 big blind heads up.
When it's mano a mano, I like Tollerine's chances.
Me too.
Check, check on the 9-high 2-spade flop, brings an 8 on the turn. And now Tollerine reaches out.
Go for a stab here.
Touches.
Nothing.
Looks like 1.2 million.
That's one hell of a read with King 3 offsuit. Ace 10.
Not the right texture to continue for Yuri. Tollerine will haul that one in. Now, Randy, have you ever traveled to a poker stop away from home that required a flight and won a trophy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have won a trophy before.
Away from home that you had to fly?
Yeah, that's right.
What did you do with the trophy?
Well,
Did you pack it in your suitcase? Or did you carry it with you through the airport
No.
so as to protect it from damage? make it a carry-on.
I packed it in my suitcase and checked it in.
and it emerged unscathed?
Yeah, it did.
Well, it must have been a reasonably sized trophy because there's some very big ones out there.
But yeah, it's pretty heavy. It's like a big rock, practically. And there was no way I was carrying that through the airport. I was like, if it gets damaged, I'll glue it back together.
Figure something out. As King Deuce has outflopped King 4 here on the 9-3 Deuce board, where the board pairs on the turn.
By the way, I want to also mention, might have been my only trophy.
Your only trophy? No shame in it.
So let's see.
Limp pot pre, second round of checks. Backdoor clubs emerge.
Yuri has gone for value yet. Trying to induce some kind of stab.
No fireworks. Were you able to take it down? Would love to give you Triton stats on the two of these guys, given this is their first series. Not quite able to do that.
Same. They played the previous event and did not cash.
Right.
Queen jack suited. Like a limp. You tend to limp hands. You don't want to get it in pre-flop with. You don't want to miss a flop.
All in.
All in from Tolerine. Queen 5 offsuit. Yuri makes the call of Queen
With
Jack
Queen
suited.
Jack suited. Okay, here we go.
Oh my.
Tolerine is dominated. Still has 22% equity with a full board to come.
He can hit the 5. He can just seal it right now.
Ooh, now more than just a 5 will work, as an ace or a 6 would give Tolerine the straight. You see his outs on the screen. He could bring this match to a close early. Turn is a jack, so let's take the 5 off the board. But the diamonds are added. No complaints out of Tolerine. Can he win this here and now? No, as a deuce.
Wasn't good. Almost.
Rolls off, pairing the board and giving Zivalevsky a massive double up to take an overwhelming chip lead.
Yeah.
Almost 7-1.
Yeah.
But you know, back in Madrid, Danny Tang had a lead like this and he lost it. It's not over yet. We know it's heads up. Anyone's game. How many blinds does Tolerine have left?
3.2 million at 300, 600. Just north of 5. So obviously, spins are coming.
I mean, we hyped up Yuri in event number 1. We knew he was a strong player. Came in through qualifier for event number 1. Bought in straight. Event number 2. Here he's heads up, about to take down event number 2. Just needs to seal this last hand.
The Brazilians all over our YouTube chat.
They got
rooting their
excited.
man on. And if we're being honest, it's good that everyone knows that a deal was struck, because I don't think that's the way things play out for the full pay gap.
I mean, it's not unreasonable. Just Tolerine thought his opponent was weak. He's like, oh, this hand kind of marginal, aggressive. But I see where you're coming from.
less stress when you're playing for 30K and you already have 750K locked up a piece. Tallerine jamming with Jack Deuce suited, and Yuri not going to give him the spin with 7-5.
I like that they're giving out these bracelets now for the non-main events. It's like little trophies that are practical. You can wear them.
Fold.
King 5 for Tallerine.
Fine. Play all in.
Jams it after Yuri tried to limp. So 2 for 2 is Tallerine, since having his stack hacked all the way down to 5 bigs.
The shoves are adding up, getting close to 10 big blinds, which we know can be damaged if you can get one more double.
Let's go on, Ante. You're 600, Ante.
Jack 10 for Yuri in the big. Dusty 9 deuce on the button for Tallerine, and he's going to give Yuri a walk. Playing for $30,000 as Yuri Zivalevsky and Ben Tallerine have made a deal based on chips, 749,000. Going to Yuri, 777. Going to Tallerine.
You actually see Yuri limping Jack 10 suited rather than open jamming. Tallerine's going to take a flop here of King 9. Got 6 big blinds effective. Hands that could get into pre-flop. Now we've got a post-flop situation where both players have whiffed.
Goes check, check. Two-tone texture arriving on the turn.
On to Yuri. Jack high. Bishop bet. He's going to check again. The card is the 8, so it's King high versus Jack high. Is it enough showdown value to not bet?
Check. Check. Sit down. No, paradise.
Apparently the answer is yes. It's Tallerine.
No, it's just king high.
Continues
I was an 87 now. Apologies.
to win pots off of his low point. Can get a little bit frustrating out there when your head's up, Randy, and you feel as though you've got your man up against the ropes and somehow they escape, start winning little pots here and there. Now all of a sudden they're a little bit deeper. Granted, Tallarine still with sub-10 bigs.
Yeah, he's not worried yet, but you know, if this guy climbs up to like 8 million, 9 million, then you start to think, wait, I can't let him get away with this.
Check.
And you actually notice that Yuri is taking a very cautious approach despite Tallarine's stack. And they're still seeing lots of flops here
Check.
with sub-10 big blinds.
Check.
Just completely whiffing.
No betting on that queen 9-4 board. Board pairs on the turn.
Someone want to try to rep it. If they do, they will take this one down, and every pot's pretty important for especially for Tallarine. He's reaching for chips.
600,000.
Nothing.
Min bet with 10 high, just jack high for Tallarine. Not going to be enough, so nice timing there from Yuri. He's able to take a small pot. Talked about Zivalevsky earlier. Left out the fact that when asked who his favorite poker player was, he didn't single one out. He said all of the members of his study group, Nine Tails, got a name as a group. He didn't give up any names as individuals.
Cool.
I see. There is a favorite, though. I'm pretty sure in that group. One that stands out.
One would imagine.
Ben's got ace deuce.
All in.
That's 6 lines. Puts it in.
Oh.
Jams it over the top of the limp and takes another small pot. When asked if there's anything that Yuri would want people to know about him, who were watching him play, it's that he is a husband, a father, and a musician.
Okay.
Used to work in music prior to poker. Now, obviously, he's just pursuing his passion. Doing so with great success.
Musician,
I could see. I mean,
the hair,
you know, he's
right?
got the style. He's got everything that
got the
fits
style.
with, you know, being a creative type for sure.
Cool.
No creativity required for Tallarine. 6-2 suited, just limps. King queen off though, out of the big. See what Yuri wants to do.
All in.
Play all in. Oh.
Jams. And his turn to punish the limper.
Players in the 50k event. In 4 minutes time, you're going to have a dinner break. It's going to be 30 minutes. Dealers, there's going to be a chip race before the end of the level.
Slow going pace here. Heads up.
500 chips so we can do a chip race with us. Thank you.
The hand shuffles. Old school. No machines.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a chance we'll put some chips in there. But Yuri has been limping a lot. So he's going to continue to do so.
Indeed.
With these micro stacks. Is Queen 10 a check or enough of a hand to go for it? He has noticed he's been getting limped into a lot.
5.
All in.
Play all in.
Tallarine again, punishing these limps, and it what point is Yuri maybe going to think Ben's out of line? Is King 6 offsuit really the hand that you want to be looking him up with, though?
Lays it down.
Yeah.
This limping style is, you know, some players would just see King High and just rip it in. So this approach to the heads-up match could be very different in other people's shoes, for better or worse.
I will say that when one looks up the definition of insanity in the dictionary, it is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. How many more times is Yuri going to limp this button and get an all-in behind it before?
I mean, he probably recognizes what I limped before. He jammed Queen 5 into me, offsuit. So it's not like Tolerine is just jamming the premiums. Something to think about.
Certainly.
Tolerine, 8-5 suited. Try to see a flop here. Right, King High for Yuri.
Turns into top pair on the King Queen Jack board, not in Tolerine's zip code.
Trip Kings. He's going to continue to lay the trap. Just start to charge some draws.
That big turn card for Yuri obviously isn't
1.2.
exactly out of the woods on this particular texture, and as such, 2/3 pot is the number he comes with. 8-5, not a customer, of course. Ace 9 suited now for Yuri.
Cool.
Really laying the trap. Well, he's been limping a lot of bad hands. Might as well limp suited ace here, hoping Tolerant gets out of line.
Dealers in the 30K event, please complete the hand you're on and send your players on a 30-minute dinner break.
This time, Tolerine does not come with the all-in. Of course, we see that 10-4 isn't quite enough with which to make the play. Comes up empty on the Queen High Rainbow flop.
Bet 600,000.
Yuri probes for the minimum.
Oh.
Chipping away.
Blinds are gentlemen. To 400,000, 800,000, 800,000 before 90.
Well, bad news for the short stack of Ben Tolerine is that the blinds are northbound to 400 and 800,000 now. That is a hefty jump.
Full.
3.1 million is sub 4 bigs. Nevertheless, Tallarine does find a fold. Good thing, as Zalewski had the ace and was ready for him.
All in.
Play all in.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Call.
Yuri
Call. Go down.
mashing the queen 5 offsuit, a snapper for Tallarine with ace queen, and now we play for 5.4 million. Tallarine dominating Yuri here. King Jack 9, both players with the straight draw, but of course the 10 would be no good for Yuri to hit it, as it would give Tallarine Broadway. So he is hunting one of 3 5s in the deck. Not there on the turn. Keep it clean, the thought in Ben Tallarine's mind. And the river is the ace, so top pair for Tallarine on the end, and doubles to 5.4 million. Roughly 7 bigs.
Yeah.
Far from out of the woods.
With the blinds up there, it doesn't seem so good. But if you can get one more spin, you really will be in contention.
Attention dealers in the 600 event, please stop the chip race.
3 million.
Pay out Ben Tallarine here with these chips.
And there is a peek at the better than 3-1 chip lead of the Brazilian Yuri Zalewski, who would love to pick up his first ever Triton title and his first ever Triton stop, as both he and Tallarine, newcomers to the tour, failed to cash in event number 1, but are doing very nicely for themselves here in event 2.
Yeah.
Note, by the way, that if Ben doubles, it's 17 bigs to 14 bigs.
Anyone's game.
Anyone's game, exactly.
What if Ben grinds a little bit, then doubles? It's even closer, potentially to lead.
Oh, sorry.
These two have grinded so hard today, day 2, at this final table. Both played very well. Tried not to give anything away. You know, it was a big hand earlier, right? When Ben folded the ace-jack, actually to his heads-up opponent currently. Will it pay off? Ben, heads-up specialist. Picks up Queen Jack.
And he has Jack 8 dominated. Not sure that that's the hand that Yuri is going to want to give him a spin with, so into the muck it goes. Look how significant it is to just be able to raise and take it from the button. You pick up 1.6 million in chips every time.
Yeah, you know, and that's something Yuri wasn't really doing in the previous level, where just kind of jamming. He kind of was going for his limp style. Of course, jamming's probably more high variance, but if your opponent just gets a random hand several times, just folds, you can chip up quite nicely, and if a key hand happens, you're gonna double up for a lot more. Two garbage hands.
Trash napkins.
And each take some random napkins out of a garbage can. Which ones you want? I want the ketchup on it, the barbecue sauce.
Dead bottom of the range. You saw Tallarine perhaps considering maybe off of a bit deeper stack he would put the raise in.
Yeah, it's pretty dicey to raise with 10 big blinds and have to fold. It is a pair-on-pair action.
7-5 tray. Advantage Yuri. Now on the turn, an open ender arrives for Tollerine. 4 to a straight on board.
Thinking about betting. Can he put the heat on 10-5? Get a better hand to fold. It's a min bet. Yuri might read into his opponent, just trying to represent that very clear 4 straight out there. Gonna make the correct call. Tollering still got 29%. Maybe suck out.
So another 1.6 into the middle after the min bet does get called. And now on the river, Yuri has made 10s and 5s. Might be tough to get rid of this hand. We'll see how Tollerine approaches the spot with 4 million in the middle and 7.1 million back.
Once Tollerine bets that turn gets called, he knows he's behind, but if he's getting trapped, he doesn't want to give up more chips, preserve the remaining 7.1 million, live to fight another day. I think 10-5 is worthy of a value bet here. If my opponent was betting a straight on the turn, he probably wouldn't slow down all of a sudden on the 10. I think this is a really nice read from Yuri. Heads up, you got a value bet thin.
Well, you remember Yuri against Malika Razavi earlier. Had pocket 9s, opened. Malika defended with 4-5. The board came 4-5-6. She checked, called, and then on the turn the 9 hit. I believe she checked. No, she led out and Yuri flatted, right? It went check, check.
Yeah.
And then on the river, when the 7 rolled off, putting an open ender on board, Malika checked, and then Yuri went for value, betting 2/3 of his remaining stack and getting paid off with that set of 9s.
Very, very good at hand reading.
Knows how to find it, that's for sure.
See Tollerine jamming the king X's. These two do have a slight similar but slight nuances and differences on what to do with like king X type hands pre-flop with these sub 10 big blind stacks. Tollerine jamming them a bit more. Yuri going for a more limping style.
Certainly have witnessed a bit of a distinction in terms of the approach to heads-up play.
King 5 suited. Is Yuri going to jam this? Or is he going to limp like he's done in previous hands?
All in.
He is going to start jamming.
King 5 suited, deemed adequate. Well, how much actual post-flop play do we really imagine we're going to bear witness to here? Randy is...
I mean, if we do, it's most certainly going to be a limp pot. No one has been open raising. Onto Tollerine on the dealer button. King, queen versus ace-7. These are certainly two hands that can get it in.
Candidates.
He's going to start with trap, king, queen, but actually he's behind.
Oh, Yuri does say all in. I think Tolerine may have always known what he wanted to do in the event that Yuri did that, and certainly the king-queen does get its money in, and we play a 15 million chip pot. Zivalevsky, an almost 3-2 favorite, poised to potentially win this title. The flop will bring it into focus. I see paint, and I see not one but two kings on the board as Tolerine chuckles at his good fortune. Trips. And Zivalevsky will draw dead on the turn. The river, a mere formality.
7 exactly.
And when the dust settles, it will be 15 million to 9 million in favor of Tolerine. Just like that.
Yeah, it's got the lead. I mean, it was a 7-1 chip lead at one point in favor of Yuri.
No longer. And granted, they are playing for 30,000, which in relation to the amount that they've already secured for one another, courtesy of their chop, isn't significant. But there's the title, there's the Player of the Year points, and there's still that competitive spirit, that fighting spirit. Both of these guys are going to be bringing to the affair, and as such, you know, that doesn't look like the face of a man who is particularly affected by that double. But, you know, you got a guy up against the ropes like that. He doubles, he creeps back, he starts to, you know, build up a little stack, and then he gets that full double through you where the roles reverse, and now you are the short stack. And it's very frustrating.
Yeah, these guys are playing very hard. You can see they're grinding out these micro stacks. If it didn't mean much to them, they would just be randomly going all in, but it's very well calculated. Yuri now limping, queen 9 suited, Tolerine 7 deuce offsuit. As bad as it gets.
Okay.
Bottom end of the range, not looking to juice things. Takes the free flop and flops bottom pair up against queens.
8. 8.
Bet 800,000.
So Yuri is going to bet here, and Tolerine actually picks up bottom pair. Gonna start paying him off a little bit. Got a post-flop situation.
Now it's queens and 9s on the turn for Yuri.
Flush draw is a little bit worrisome. Let the 3 hearts come in. Doesn't want. Oh, he's actually going to check. He's checking when the heart got there. I thought maybe you want to get some extra values.
And also kind of protect against just a random small heart.
Yeah.
Seeing the river.
You know,
but
like,
instead, a very creative check back from Yuri. And might that induce Tolerine here to turn the deuces into a bluff? The answer is no, despite him glancing down at his stack for a moment.
so maybe Yuri's going to go for some tricky sizing. Just because, you know, you would expect a 2 pair and ace to bet this turn when you're playing such shallow stacks. Yuri going to try to make it look like a bluff.
4 million.
Bet 4
He's
million.
going pot.
Yeah.
There was intention with that check on the turn to go for big value.
Maybe he's taking a little page out of Patrick Antonius's book, except he's the better, not the caller with deuces.
Tolerine, good at reading situations.
is suspicious that his opponent did not bet an ace on the turn. Lays it down correctly.
Well, that's not going to be the biggest fold of Tallarine's career, if we're being
It'd be a big fold
honest.
for Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, no, he's got to click call and keep the deuces. I had it all backwards for a second there, didn't I, where I said that Yuri was taking a page out of Patrick's book. He, of course, did not have the deuces. The spot was always Ben's to do something heroic. Of course, he would have been wrong.
Yeah. It's queen. Stacks are pretty close. Is Tolerant gonna go for a limp trap? He is gonna protect that limping range that has a lot of garbage. We'll see a flop.
Queen 6 deuce, a great one for Tallarine. As he's in the weeds, but has this Queen 8 out-kicked in trouble for the Brazilian.
It is a very safe board for both players. There's no way that Yuri does not think the Queen 8 is good.
Does have backdoor hearts working as well, as Tallarine working the spades in the front door.
Does Yuri want to check call, check raise? Both plays are pretty good.
2 million.
He's going to check raise, and when you raise, you're going to get all the chips in at some point in his hand. Very likely.
Any point in waiting if we're Tallarine, or do we just ask for it all here?
Well, looks like waiting is the plan.
Yeah.
It's just, if my opponent's got a queen, we're going to get it anyways. If he's bluffing with just no equity or very, like a gut shot.
We want to let him keep bluffing.
Yeah, this could seal the tournament.
Yuri shooting a look over at Tallarine, and he binks an 8 on the turn to now make the best hand.
What seemed to be the hand to end this tournament is now so sick that he's check raised and hit the 8. Now what do? You have such a strong hand. You're thinking, well, if I have the top 2, what can Tallarine have? That called a flop, maybe a 6, maybe a queen.
2.4.
Bet 2 million.
Gonna keep betting.
Oh, it's milky too. Milky enough that maybe Tallarine decides to ask for the rest here. But the board's still fairly dry.
It is pretty dry. He needs to think about what Yuri would do if he had a flush draw. If he calls again, would he just give up? Then you're missing out on that value.
Call.
Call.
Is gonna call here.
And that flat balloons this pot to 11.2 million. It's gonna take an ace for Tallarine. And there is the ace on the river. Tallarine now with top 2 pair and the best hand. It's curtains for Yuri. There's no path to an exit at this point.
Wow, what a flip-flop. Turn and river.
Suck and re-suck. I mean, Yuri's going to shove, and I just don't see a world in which Tallarine is going to do anything other than snap.
Call so fast. Stand up. Just celebrate the first debut Cyprus event where he becomes a champion. It's just a matter of when.
chips going in.
Yuri's standing in a puddle of gasoline playing with matches.
I'm all in.
Play roll in.
There it is. The all-in, a quick double check from Tollerine, and the call, and we have our Event 2 champion.
Oh, GG. Good game. Congrats.
Always classy. Yuri comes over and gives congrats to Ben Tollerine, who is your Event 2 champion. Taking down $930,000, while Yuri is left with $627K. What began as 7 has now become 1. So we whittled our way down to the moment. And now Lulu stands by with our champ, Ben Tollerine. Oh, I guess we're going to stand by for the time being. Welcome back to the desk, Ali and Randy. There it is. Ben Tollerine, your champion. Very improbable. The 8 on the turn, then suddenly the ace, reversal of fortune. Obviously clawed his way back after getting down to, I think it was a 7-1 chip deficit. But that's how it goes. Just $30,000 being awarded to him as the deal was made heads up. $777,000 already locked up. Add 30 to it for an 807 total tally, and $749,000 going to Yuri Zivalevsky. Obviously ever gracious in defeat. Went over, shook his hand, and that's one in the books. And again, the story becomes, Randy, the newcomers making waves here in Cyprus.
Yeah, you come here for the first time. There's a lot of them. These aren't the only 2 guys that have come for the first time and got a lot of first title here in Triton Series. I've seen it in many past events. This was a very grindy final table.
Sure was.
Stacks got so small, but they were playing for every pot. You know, very meticulous, very calculated on what to do in these small blind, big blind spots. Going for jams, rejams. You know, one of the big hands was that big fold Tollerine made of ace-jack. It looked like it paid off because he ended up to win it against the guy who did jam on him with the king-6. It was fun, it was grindy, and I think I learned a lot just kind of see how to navigate these kind of very close spots.
Well, obviously, Top Shelf Poker was on full display from the onset to the finish, straight through. And let's get some thoughts from our champion, Ben Tollerine, who is standing by with Lulu Yang.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the new champion for Triton Super High Roller Series Event 2, 30,000 Nolan Hold'em 6 Max, Ben Tollerine. Congratulations on winning $930,000 and a first trophy from Triton. And here's our tournament director, Luke, who will award you the trophy and a beautiful bracelet for the champion.
To commemorate this momentous occasion, Shambhala Jewels, our official partner, has made this beautiful bracelet.